A very good morning to everyone joining with us here at the Galle International Cricket Stadium for the second ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. Sri Lanka, 3 days ago, they registered a historical win against this New Zealand women's side. That was their first ever win in any format against the White Ferns. Led by their skipper's brilliant century, Sri Lanka was simply brilliant, and today they have the chance to seal the series with another win. And joining with me alongside commentary to kick things off today is Haritha Bera. Very good morning, Haritha.
Good morning to you, Laksisi, and very good morning to all of you. Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the historic port city of Galle in the southern province. We will have scheduled start at 10 o'clock. The weather looks very good. Few clouds hovering around, but not dangerous. You can see it's a beautiful setting once again at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. Yes, you can be rest assured that in this full game, and it's expected to be a full 50 over match, if that is the case, all those dark clouds in the background will probably not come into play during the day. And if that is so, you can be rest assured that the White Ferns will be at their ruthless best, because they want to not only level this 3-match series, they want to prove a point. And those clouds, they are high at the moment, but the weather pattern is such that there is prediction, a forecast for rain later in the day. But it has been correct that the clouds will lift for start of play, and we have got exactly that. A little bit of wind, that is the concern, because this high wind can probably bring in a few clouds from the adjoining areas.
Yes, indeed, Heidi. It will be great if we can have a full game today, because it was a 28 over game during the first ODI. So today both the teams will be hoping, especially the White Ferns, to get a full game today.
Yes, and I'm sure more people have been invited to come in, and there will be a lot of interest. A few Southern Province born players are involved in this side for the local team against the visiting New Zealand side, and this has been the story of that last game he was talking about.
Yes, the first ODI match summary. New Zealand women, they won the toss and decided to bat first in this 28 over game, and they managed to post 170 after losing 5 wickets. Amelia Kerr top scoring with 40, and Maddie Green scoring 38. For Sri Lanka, 3 bowlers took 1 wicket each. Kavisha Dilhari took 1 for 26, and Sugandhika Kumari, she was brilliant on that first ODI, taking 1 for 28. And in reply, Sri Lanka managed to chase this down with 1 over to spare. A historical partnership, a record-breaking partnership between Chamari Atapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne for that first wicket. It became the highest opening partnership ever for Sri Lanka, and the highest partnership for any wicket for Sri Lanka in women's cricket. Chamari Atapattu scoring an unbeaten 111, and Vishnu Gunaratne scoring her maiden half century. So Sri Lanka, they won the game by 9 wickets according to Duckworth Lewis method. So Sri Lanka, they managed to get the much needed points on the ICC Women's Championship table, and they also managed to get the early lead in the 3-match series.
Yeah, there was 2 half-century partnerships in the New Zealand innings, but the rate of scoring was not probably what they really wanted. They were a little bit suspect, but 2 dropped chances or missed chances during the Sri Lankan reply that hurt the White Ferns very badly.
Yes, Haritha. Usually the White Ferns team, they're one of the best fielding sides, but on the first ODI they just struggled a bit. And as we mentioned earlier, Chamari Atapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne, they managed to register the highest partnership for any wicket in Sri Lanka women's ODI's history. Their partnership of 159 overtook the 152-run partnership between Harshita Samaravikram and Chamari Atapattu, which was actually recorded last year in 2022.
That was in Karachi.
That was in Karachi. And then at the movers grounds, Indiga Kankange and Vasanthi Ratnayaka managed to put 143 run stand for the opening wicket in 2002. That was 21 years ago. That was the opening wicket partnership that they managed to break as a record. So a great partnership, one of the most memorable partnerships in the history of Sri Lanka women's cricket between Chamari Atapattu and Vishnu Gunaratne.
Yeah, when you talk about those 3 main partnerships, the highest against New Zealand, the other 2 against Pakistan, then the fourth against the West Indies, and thereafter again 100 partnerships against Pakistan. Chamari Atapattu is now getting very close to what Shashikala Sirivardhana has done. We all know the former captain in all formats has done extremely well. And Chamari Atapattu, by far the leading run scorer among the Sri Lankan women, all time with over 3,000 runs, is now getting big because the top 7 scores belongs to the present Sri Lanka women's captain, and that's a huge incentive and an accolade for a player who has contributed and promised a lot of things and is a worldwide phenomenon at the moment.
And also the fact that Haritha, she's just the 11th batter in the history of women's cricket to score 7 centuries in the 50-over format. So that says a lot, and also the fact that no one ever other than Chamari Atapattu has scored a century for Sri Lanka in women's cricket. So that says a lot about her capability and her prowess as a batter for Sri Lanka in the women's cricket format. And the White Ferns, they have a lot to prove today. They need to make a strong comeback, Haritha.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is that they are fully focused. They have been pretty engaging. There was media reports that they had engaged with the Sri Lanka junior or school cricketers from the area, women's cricketers or ladies cricket girls, just giving them an insight of what international cricket is all about. And in this area, there is a lot of talent that is at the national level, not essentially national caps, but also at national level. And this is a good opportunity for them to get involved. I'm sure Sri Lanka cricket will be pleased to see more spectators here to see this cricket, because that's the only way you can sort of encourage these women's cricketers who are fighting extremely hard to get qualification into the ICC Women's Championship.
So right now it's time to find out how the pitch looks like for today. So let's see what the pitch looks like for the second ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women. So we will join with Gamini Pereira in the middle.
Good morning, everybody. Kia ora kutu to friends in New Zealand. Gorgeous day here in Galle. I'll tell you, much better. In terms of overhead conditions, ticks all the boxes. Sun is out in force. Temperature is around 28 degrees. There's a slight breeze. I'm actually standing here in the fort end. There's a breeze coming from my left to the right, facing the city and that side. Much better today. We are incidentally on the same pitch like the first one. Funnily, it's a bit greener than the last time. What they've done is they've let the grass grow. They haven't cut it, so there are some green patches, as you can see. Right, let's have a look. It's still very hard, pretty hard. Didn't take a lot of spin last time. I think spinners will have some hard time today as well. It's going to skid on. It's going to come onto the bat. Fast bowlers, I thought particularly the New Zealand faster bowlers struggled with their length. They bowled too full. So they'll be looking to bowl a bit shorter today. And considering these green patches, they are going to have some advantage compared to the last time around. Still, it's good for batting. Outfield is lightning quick. 65 yard boundary, plenty of value for your shots. So I'll say 50 overs today. Weather is good. You bat first.
So Gami reckons that whoever wins the toss will bat first, and this will be a much better surface for batting.
Yeah, I'm sure the White Ferns will be looking forward to a much better performance all round. And batting is one area where they will be concentrating a little bit more.
So right now we're about to find out what will happen at the all-important toss. So let's head and join with Damit Veerasinghe, who's at the middle with the two captains.
We are all set for the toss of the second ODI between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. I have the two captains with me, Sophie Devine of New Zealand, Chamari Atapattu of Sri Lanka, and the ICC match referee, Vanessa De Silva. The home team captain, Chamari, will now spin the coin.
Hits, please. Heads it is.
New Zealand have won the toss. Sophie, what are you going to do?
We're going to have a bat again.
What's the reason? Same pitch used for the second game also?
Yeah, look, it barely looks like it's been touched, so we still think it's a really good cricket wicket. Obviously, with the weather, you just never know what you're going to do, so we want to lay a good score on the board and then hopefully defend it.
What would be the good score on this pitch? We have a 50-over game schedule.
Yeah, look, if it's the full 50, I think anything above sort of 260, 270 will be a good total. We know though that we're going to have to bowl well to defend that.
Any changes from the first game?
No, same squad.
Thank you very much, Sophie. All the very best.
Thank you.
Shamari, you lost the toss. If you had won the toss, what were you planning to do?
Actually, this wicket is really good for batting, so definitely we will choose bat first. But our bowling unit also really good. I have good experience spin attack and fast bowling attack, so we can't predict the toss. So we try to play our positive cricket today.
Sri Lanka has a chance of claiming the series today. How's the team morale?
All good. Actually, players are in good mindset. So we have one change. Kavya Kahindi back into the side for Hansima Karunaratne. So we have good team. We are playing our good cricket today.
Thank you very much, Chamari. Wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much.
So the news from the centre is New Zealand have won the toss and they will bat first.
So the news from the middle, New Zealand women, they have won the toss and they have decided to bat first. The New Zealand playing 11 today, Bernadine Besudenhout, Susie Bates, Amelia Kerr, Sophie Devine, Maddie Green, Georgia Plymmer,
Brooke Halliday, Hannah
Rowe, Eden Carson, and Fran Jonas to go with Leah Tahuhu.
Yeah, that's an unchanged side, and they'll be brimming to get in under the skin of the Sri Lankans.
And the Sri Lankan 11, they made one change. Skipper Chamari Athapattu, Vishmi Gunaratne, Hashida Samaravikramani, Lakshya De Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Kavya Kavindi, the only change, Sugandhika Kumari, Inoka Ranavira, and Udeshika Prabodhini.
So Hansima Karunaratne is left out. Kavya expected to do well in this longer format. It's got a little bit dark, so the dark clouds will probably shield the morning sun time and time again, and this still seems to be a good track according to Gamini Pereira, and he doesn't mince his words, Laksasi, and he thinks that this is a wicket where your patience will pay, and if the outfield stays as far as we know it could be, this is a total that New Zealand will probably put Sri Lanka under pressure. Here's the first delivery of the second game.
Cut straight towards the fielder, Udeshika Prabodhini. Went for some runs in the first game, but bowled a very good last over. She conceded 38 runs in her 6 overs during that first ODI.
Keeping wickets is Anushka Sanjeevani for Sri Lanka women.
Right on target from Udeshika Prabodhini.
Yeah, Anushka Sanjeevani, born in Galle, product of Hikkadua Sri Sumangala College in school, and plays for the Sri Lanka Air Force in club cricket.
Yes, Prabodhini. So 3 very good deliveries from Udeshika Prabodhini to begin the proceedings in this second ODI.
Udeshika Prabodhini, born in Darga town. Here's the New Zealand wicketkeeper opening bat.
Bernadine Besudenhout, 14 games for her. Yet to make a substantial mark in the ODI format, Bernadine Besudenhout, so she'll be hoping that this game will be something of a turnaround for her.
Yeah, played for Colombo Cricket Club and now plays for Colombo Coals. Udeshika Prabodhini, who has been born in Darga town in Alugama.
The first run on the board for the White Ferns.
I'm sure Kaman Mapatuna, the fielding coach for the Sri Lanka women, would like to see very few mistakes on the field, because if you give half a chance to these New Zealand White Ferns, they're going to pounce on you.
Udeshika Prabodhini 59 games, 31 wickets, economy of 4.30, average 48.48, best bowling of 3 for 35. An experienced campaigner, someone with franchise cricket experience, Udeshika Prabodhini, the left arm medium pace for Sri Lanka, the opening bowler for so long now for Sri Lanka. That's very good. And the batter play. And that's the end of the first over. Just one run given away. A good start by Sri Lanka.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
After a good first over by Udeshika Prabodhini to follow it up, it's Kavya Kavindi, the right arm fast bowler for Sri Lanka. Will certainly produce more speed than Udeshika Prabodhini.
Yeah, the 21-year-old born in Galle and went to Deva Patiraja in Rothgama. The two players from that school. The other one is Kavisha Dilhari. Lively campaign with the new ball. She'll have to be on target. She's operating from the pavilion end.
Just a second ODI, Haritha. Early days in her career. Is Kavya Kavindi. The first extra of the day. Bowled by Kavya Kavindi.
Umpires Shanta Fonseca. There's a lively new ball bowler too. Yeah, lost her direction altogether. Difficult take for the wicketkeeper too. She did well.
Just Kavya Kavindi. Once again, not the best of starts by Kavindi. Back-to-back wides.
Before play, she was having a long ball in the nets, so in the middle. If that's the case, two very poor deliveries, poorly directed. Take a look at that.
She's swinging the ball way too much
You
in those
must,
two
you
deliveries.
must consider, if you are not comfortable with the swing, it's better to go with the cross seam at this stage.
Those were actually her first two deliveries, Haritha, because on her first ODI she didn't get the chance to bowl because it got washed out. So, not the best of starts to her career, Kavya Kavindi. Yes, Kavindi once again. Much better this time.
Yeah, Bernardine Bezuidenhout, born in Kimberley in the Northern Cape province of South Africa. She played for South Africa too. This is the non-striker, Susie Bates.
149 games, over 5,000 runs, average of 41, strike rate over 80, and highest score of 168. One of the best players ever produced by the White Ferns.
Poorly directed once again. She's finding it difficult. They will stay with the batter. Bezuidenhout has had a rather inauspicious start to the series. Didn't make too many runs. 30-year-old, but also played for South Africa women.
Kavya, fuller length this time from Kavya Kavindi.
So we would probably think that it was nerves over the first two deliveries, and in this first over she will continue to slowly work her way back to line and length and sound rhythm. Watchful start by the White Ferns.
Finds the outside edge straight towards the third man fielder.
Again giving width to the right hander. This is the experienced campaigner. 12 hundreds and 31 50s. Susie Bates, most experienced of the White Fern team members.
So after that initial error with the direction from Kavende, she has managed to recover.
Can only get better. Trust your skills. Good cricket. You've got to be a good fielding side to make bowlers effective. Much better end to that first over for her.
New Zealand 5 for no loss.
Right around the world on this coverage.
Yes, you can join with this game live on the Papare.com, on the Papare.com YouTube channel, the Facebook platform as well, along with the Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube channel, and also on Dialog TV Channel number 126. So you have a lot of platforms to join live with this second ODI between Sri Lanka women and New Zealand women.
Yeah, in that last game with that historic first ever victory, the 12th game between the two sides in this one-day format, 50 overs. There was a very good response. We thank you for all that. Yeah, newfound confidence and renewed vigor for the Sri Lankans. You've got to believe in your ability and play to the full potential with the right frame of mind. This New Zealand women's top order is very good. Excellent run. That's the sort of quick call that you would expect.
Yes, the White Ferns going for that quick single. A close call that was as well. Be interesting. No, she has made the ground, but it was a close call. So in the first ODI, have the White Ferns, they had around 31 dot balls in the first 10 overs, so they'll definitely want to decrease that, because Susie Bates struggled a bit in that first game during the initial overs. Try to use her feet, but Deshika Prabodhini balls it wide. Another extra run at the third wide. The Sri Lankan new ball bowlers, they need to get their lines straight here.
Deduno De Silva is the head umpire at the moment. Took a couple of steps and still Prabodhini was outside leg stump. Sizable contribution for extras at the moment. Yes. 4 wides have been bowled, so that's 4 extra deliveries. That's not what you expect into the third over of a 50 over game.
Yes, a disappointing start so far from the Sri Lankan bowlers Udeshika Prabodhini and Kavya Kavindi. Better this time by Udeshika Prabodhini.
if they let the New Zealand batters get to anything over 275, it will weigh very heavily on the Sri Lanka batters' reply. Good cricket. This keeping the ball well up, giving it time to swing a little bit. Left armer. Silva. Experienced umpire. Oh, that's what you need. Tried to clear the infield, went straight to mid-wicket. That was a good effort. It was dipping in front of her. And that's the sort of breakthrough you need early. And to see the back of Susie Bates, that's a bonus.
And of that also in the third over, Haritha, a brilliant take from Harshita Samaravikrama. Just what Sri Lanka needed to start the second ODI. And Susie Bates departs early in this game. Is the replay. Great work from Harshita Samaravikrama.
Showed a safe pair of hands and very good response. Reacted very quickly with the shot. That's beautiful.
Susie Bates departs for just one. New Zealand after 3 overs, 7 for the loss of 1 wicket. So a change of bowling here. Kave Kavindi got only 1 over, and we have Oshadi Ranasinghe to bowl the 4th over. The right arm off spinner. The new batter, Amelia Kerr, 60 games, over 1,400 runs, average of just below 39. Strike rate over 85 and a high score of 232.
So the top scorer in the first game for 40.
And this is very interesting, Haritha. A no ball to start a spell by Oshadi Ranasinghe, the off spinner. That's going to be a free hit. Amelia Kerr, to begin her innings, she will receive a free hit.
Already 5 extras into the 4th over. If you're going to be error prone, it's going to create more opportunities for the batters.
Here's the free hit. Amelia Kerr goes down the ground but straight towards the fielder. Takes the catch, I think that was Kavisha Dilhari. So only a single from that free hit.
Amelia Kerr off the mark. Should have definitely wanted something bigger than that. I think Oshadi Ranasinghe was lucky. Heady cricket. That's what you need to do. Not be overawed by the lost wicket.
There's another quick single taken by Bernardine Bessoudhout. Is Oshadi Ranasinghe 32 games at 30 wickets, economy just over 5, average of 32.40, best of 5 for 34. That's another single for Amelia Kerr. Amelia Kerr top score for them in the first ODI, made 40.
Oshadi Ranasinghe, born in Colombo, studied at Dharumpala Vidyalaya Pannipitiya, played for Kurunegala Youth and now plays for Sri Lanka Air Force. One of only 3 bowlers to have picked up 5 wickets in a one-day international for Sri Lanka women.
The earlier sweep by Bernardine Bessoudhout It was quite interesting because it was a very straight delivery, but she decided to sweep. Would have been very interesting if she missed that. Meanwhile, she has taken another single. So no boundaries yet in these innings so far for the White Ferns. This will be the final delivery of the fourth over.
Gave a little bit more, yeah. The 4 overs completed. New Zealand women elected to bat 14 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
The major clubs 3-day tournament in the group stage for the second week, conducted by Sri Lanka Cricket. So a lot of cricket in the country. And that's not to forget about the schools rugby, the Dialog Under 19 Schools League Rugby Championship into its third week.
It's very good from Udeshika Prabodhini. Great start to a third over. Yes, in the Dialog Schools Rugby League, it's getting very interesting this year. We're seeing a lot of...
I know why you are interested. Laksisi.
It's getting very interesting because the new teams on the top division, the Eastern Naik and Sayura, managed to gain wins in their first game of the season. And today we have the defending champions and the runner-ups from last year taking on.
Present form suggests a mismatch.
Yes, Udeshika Prabodhini.
Better line and length. That's the one that you need to do well and not give anyway a hint of a run. You must attack the ball, the fielders. That's what they should be doing. So far, the Sri Lanka women are doing that appreciably well. It's got to be on the money. Better. Okay, you'll concede a run. Good running between wickets.
Indeed, Besudin Hood and Amelia Kerr rotating the strike well. And this is the Sri Lanka's team, the Sri Lankan team only change for this game. Kave Kavindi replaced Hansima Karnaratna. It's interesting that Kave Kavindi only got 1 over. She bowled 2 wides to begin the over, but after that she was very good with the remaining deliveries of that first over.
Meanwhile, Udeshika Prabodhini continuing to bowl with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of control. You need somebody to do that at the start of the inning.
The final delivery of the 5th over. New Zealand 16 for 1. Well defended by Amelia Kerr to end the 5th over. Another good over from Udeshika Prabodhini. Still no boundaries for the White Ferns. New Zealand 16 for 1 in the first 5 overs. The two teams for this second ODI, Sri Lanka, led by Shamari Atapattu, Vishnu Gunaratna, Harshita Samaravikramani, Lakshya Silva, Anushka Sanjeevani, Kavisha Dilhari, Oshadi Ranasinghe, Kavya Kavindi, Sugandhika Kumari, Inoka Ranavira, and Udeshika Prabodhini. For New Zealand, led by Susie Bates, Bernadine Besudenhout. And that's the reverse sweep from Amelia Kerr. No, actually, it's Bernadine Besudenhout. So that's the first boundary of the day for the White Ferns.
That was very well executed. She knew where to place it, when to play it, made good contact. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Very quickly into position. We were talking about Oshadi Ranasinghe being one of 3 bowlers to have picked up 5 wickets in Women's One Day Internationals. The other 2, 5 for 2, Sutarshini Sivanandan against Pakistan, and 5 for 16, Sandamali Dolawat against the West Indies. Oh, in that same direction once again. They've had a good look. They want to put the runs on the board. Bazardon Hoot getting into top gear at the moment. She made 13 in the first match too.
Yes, the same stroke and the same result. Back-to-back deliveries. Great for Bernadine Besoon-Hood to find that much needed form, because so far has not been the best of starts to her career. So she really needs to get a good score today. And also the fact that the White Ferns took 31 deliveries to score their first boundary of this game. So welcome. Much needed boundaries for them. Swept away this time using the conventional sweep after 2 reverse sweeps. Bernadine Besoon-Hood takes a single.
They just had a good look. In the process, they've lost the experienced Susie Bates, but now they feel a little bit more comfortable. The rate of scoring has picked up with those 9 runs in the first 3 deliveries of this over. 10 of the first 4.
Oshadi Ranasinghe, a tad bit expensive, began her spell with a no ball today, so she has conceded 17 runs in 1.4 overs. This time it's Bernadine Besoon-Hood once again decides to use her feet.
They look very comfortable. They seem to be very comfortable, so it's confirming the decision of the captain to bat first after winning that toss. 2 out of 2 for them.
Final delivery of the 6th over. Uses her feet. This time it's Amelia Kerr. And that's very nearly the 2nd wicket for Sri Lanka women. A good effort by Kavisha Dilhari.
Ooh, that was close, all right. End of 6 overs. New Zealand women are 29 for 1 after winning the toss and elected to bat.
Udeshika Prabodhini continuing from the 4th end has been really good with the new ball today. Just the control that she's been able to have over the ball, not allowing the batters any room to score runs on the offside. There's that chance from the last over. Just dropping short of Kavisha Dilhari. Fantastic effort. I'm joined with Gamini Pereira. Gamini, what an effort that was in the field from Kavisha Dilhari.
Yeah, good morning, ST. Good morning, everyone. That was a terrific effort. She did pretty well to keep that ball in front of her. It's a brave dive too. It's not the easiest thing when the ball is dipping on you when you're in the outfield. Still getting a hint of swing. Well, there's a chance. Well, she'd have been gone for all money. She'd have been out by a yard, I reckon. She had one stump to aim at. Fielded it cleanly. Got rid of it quickly. But just missing the stumps. What a wicket that would have been.
Yeah, once again, that was Kavisha Dilhari, wasn't it? Got to the ball quickly. Just needed to hit the stumps. Yes, she was gone well out of the crease. Massive opportunity for Sri Lanka. Amelia Kerr, top scorer from the last game.
Yeah, Bernadine seems to have got used to this track too, ST. From the 2 reverse sweeps she played against Rana Singh last over. That would have been a terrific wicket for the Sri Lankans to have. Amelia Kerr, she seems to be in good touch, isn't she? She's a terrific player, terrific young talent from the White Ferns, and pretty much it's a big responsibility to bat at number 3 in white ball cricket, or any form of cricket for that matter.
Yeah, has made her way up the batting order through the years, now batting at that crucial number 3 position.
Yeah, you could see even that last delivery, the attacking frame of mind that she has, it was a bit too close for her to try and open that bottom hand to get the gap squarer. She was lucky not to get an edge, Amelia. But that's the way she plays. She thinks positively, she's very proactive. Disappointing with the ball last time around, ST. I thought she was one of the key bowlers in this White Ferns lineup. I think probably because she struggled, the whole team may have struggled a bit as well. Pity I had a good look at the pitch this morning, and it looks greener than the first one. What they've done is they've let the grass grow the last 2 days, and they haven't used the cutter, so it's a bit greener compared to the first ODI. So I reckon it will be a bit easier to bat because it will come on a little bit quicker than before.
Sugantika Kumari into the attack. Starts off with a wide. Sri Lanka haven't started off well from this end, have they? Yakavin bowled a couple of wides. Then Oshadi Ranasinghe, who replaced her, started with a no ball. Sugantika Kumari now starts with a wide once again.
You're talking about how the White Fern spinner struggled, ST. I thought Sugantika Kumari bowled the ideal speed last time around. She's a bit quicker through the air. I thought the key White Fern bowlers were a bit too slow. It's very important on a classic batting track. You got to find the correct speed. In this case, I mean, Sugantika not going to get a lot of turns. She gets more overspin than side spin. And as you can see, even against the breeze is coming from her right side to the left side. But she's getting a lot of drift with this new ball. Don't forget, 2 new balls from either side. So this ball is only, 3 overs old.
Yeah, she was the pick of the bowlers, I felt, from Sri Lanka in the last game. As you said, varied her pace really well. Interesting that she's come on from this end where she bowled from the 4th end in the last game.
For those who are watching from home, to all the youngsters, how do you find the proper speed to bowl on different tracks? Well, that looks closer than you think, I'll tell you. Direct hit would have been very interesting. Yep, how do you find the correct speed? Normally, as a spinner, you try to bowl and try to spin one. Even if it's just a little bit, maybe an inch or 2, it doesn't matter. So that's how that becomes your stock ball. That becomes your speed for the stock ball. But I don't think Sugandhi, she's going to get any turn. That's a terrific shot.
How well has she played that shot today? We did see a couple of sweeps come out in the first game as well, but Bezuidenhout and Holt has managed 3 boundaries now, reversing the ball.
Yeah, I think the Sri Lankans have made a mistake there, because you know that Bernadine is very good square on the wicket, particularly it's a bit behind point. The fielder at cover point is in line with the crease, and that's not going to help them. They need to get the fielder finer and try and give something for her to think. Not bad numbers these are, decent numbers, 22 wickets.
Yeah, I think you have to also remember that she's playing that shot with the spin now, with Sugantika Kumari bowling from this end, as opposed to Oshadi Ranasinghe, who bowls off spin. So she's not taking that much of a risk. Be interesting to see what Chamari Athapattu comes up with. Still hasn't made that change in the field to counter that shot.
And she was the first field race. She's pretty deep. She's like for a medium pace, really. She's there for a slash more than a defense. You're not going to catch a defensive edge from that position, are you? She's pretty deep for a slip fielder. Single to finish the 8th over. New Zealand 40 for 1.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
So 40 for 1 after 8 overs. Kavya Kavindi getting another ball, this time from the fourth end. Was taken off after her first over. I felt was a bit too early. She did get some shape away from the right-handers. But she's got another opportunity now.
Yeah, she's got a good action. She's got a good high release. Her seam position is pretty good. That's why she was getting a lot of swing. I thought, I agree with you. I thought she could have bowled 1 or 2 from the city, and now she has been brought from the fourth end because the wind is coming. Now she's going to bowl that outswing against the wind. Will be pretty difficult because it's a strong breeze. There you are. That's a good shot. She was very quick to latch on to that one. Picked the length very early. She's got quick feet, hasn't she, Amelia? Unlucky not to get a boundary.
Yeah, good fielding from Harshita Samaravikrama there. Mid-wicket. Took a good catch to dismiss Susie Bates as well. Good signs for Sri Lanka. Have generally not been up to the mark with the fielding.
I reckon that's the first run Kavya conceded off the bat. The 4 runs that she gave away in her first over were all wides. That may be why Athapattu decided to remove her. But I thought she looked more dangerous from the other end, the city end, because she had the wind from right to left and she used that wind, but just that didn't have the control with the new ball.
Kavindi, of course, coming in to replace Hansima Karunaratne in this playing 11 today. Unfortunately, another wide for her. This time down the leg side.
As you can see, ST, like I mentioned, because the seam presentation is pretty good, now she's bringing the ball back into the right hander because the wind is coming from her left to right. She's struggling to cope up with that one. Just don't have the control. Punch through the offside. This outfield is quick.
Yeah, it's good work, I think, from the ground staff because there was heavy rain yesterday in Galle. Ground, of course, was covered up. Did a good job, I think, to get things underway at 10 a.m.
Well, that'll be very close to being a no ball as well. Not the easiest of shots. I think Bernardine is looking at the leg umpire to see whether it was signal, but no response. A terrific shot. it's very difficult when you get those waist high full tosses. And yeah, pretty close, wasn't it? And yep, well hit.
I think rightly so, a few of the senior players just having a chat with Kavya Kavindi. Got to calm the youngster down. She's very new to the international scene, doesn't have a lot of experience. So she needs that little bit of extra guidance from the seniors in the side. Not easy conditions when you're moving the ball, either with the wind coming in from the sea.
Up ball there. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, she has got terrific feet. She's very quick to transfer her weight onto the back foot. If you bowl that length, she's going to hit that ball every day of the week. Boundary to finish. Very productive over for the White Ferns. 53 for 1 after 9.
It's been a good start from the White Ferns so far. 53 for 1 after 9. Haven't really been that aggressive, but have managed to keep the run rate up at 5 and over. Bizudanhot, I think, got things going with those reverse sweeps of Oshadi Ranasinghe. That's a replay of the boundary from the last over. Amelia Kerr just timing the ball so sweetly, finding the gap.
Goes down the ground. There is a long off and long on. I think ST, when you think about the approach from the White Fern top order batters last game, I thought they miscalculated a little bit. They were a bit too slow for my liking, particularly at the top half of the innings. Although it was a shortened game, 28 overs. It started at 29, but reduced 1. But today, the last 2 overs before this, there's a hesitation, hurry. No damage. The last 2 overs, they've scored 23 runs. So suddenly it looks very good, the scoreboard, doesn't it? 54, the 10th over, 5 runs per over. 5.5 really.
Yeah, I agree with you about the last game. I felt the intent was a bit lacking early on. Maybe they miscalculated how many runs they needed on that track. Did feel with the game reduced to less than 30 overs, they would try to go a little harder early on, but that wasn't the case. Ultimately were around 20 to 30 runs short, you would think, considering how easily Sri Lanka chased it down.
And also it's a better day for the spinners today, because the ball is a lot drier. I think none of the New Zealand spinners were able to turn the ball. It can happen when you have, oh well, how did that miss? It wasn't far off, was it? She was too early when it in. OCD was a lot slower through that one. Changing the field. Long off comes into the circle. Mid wicket goes back to the fence. Maybe a couple. Yep, well placed.
Yeah,
as you can see the intent from the New Zealand batters, ST. I think this, to me, this is, they bat down the order, don't they? They bat deep, New Zealanders, and I think if they put their best foot forward, they'll get close to 300 here. Chance. Shouts of catch it and she obliged.
Vizudenhood goes after a good start. She'll be disappointed with that performance. That shot just unable to clear the infield, and a good catch running back from Nilakshi De Silva. Oh, the runner seeing her after being expensive so far. Strikes.
Yeah, I think she was looking to go straighter, but the ball didn't turn. So it caught the outside part of the bat. But a good wicket. After all, the change in the field worked, didn't it? Deep mid wicket went back. Only 2 balls before that, the mid-off came inside the circle. And good catch. It's never easy when you're feeling in these windy conditions, the high catches. But again, after getting a start, Bernardine goes for 25. New Zealand 57 for 2 after 10. So an opportunity for the Sri Lankans. Picking up the wicket of Bernardine, who was set. It looked dangerous. And in comes the skipper. I think we spoke about how New Zealand bowling and the condition didn't help their cause. I'll tell you, Sophie's wicket, that unfortunate run out, that was the key moment for me.
Yeah, absolutely. She looked in great touch. Got a 6 and a 4 in the previous over. Unfortunately, run out at the non-strikers end. I'm sure she'll be wanting to make amends for that innings here. Was opening the batting throughout the last year, I think, leading up to the World Cup in New Zealand, but has dropped down to number 4, probably to make up for the lack of experience in that New Zealand middle order.
Sugandhika Kumari comes from the fort and ST. Even against the wind from the city, and she was getting that ball to drift towards the right-hander's pads. You can basically pretty much fathom out what she's going to do from here. She's going to go at least a set of stumps outside and bring that ball in. The drift. Still got a slip. 3 fielders in the circle on the offside. I think that's a correct decision because she's not going to get a lot of turn. There are 5 fielders on the leg side against the turn. Short fine leg and short mid wicket, the single saving positions, and then you got square leg, cow corner and long on. There is that drift. This is how Bernardine lost her wicket. Also, she didn't get close enough, I thought. She was reaching for that.
Good running from the New Zealanders. They did run really well in the previous game as well. Put the Sri Lankan fielders under pressure. I think that's one of the key aspects they'll be looking at to get those runs on the board. Keep the scoreboard ticking over.
Time and time again, we've mentioned ST. Even with the men's cricket, when it comes to Sri Lanka, some of these teams have an extra advantage when it comes to running between and fielding. I thought the White Ferns had a very ordinary day on the field in there. Few catches were dropped. Not that's very unlike of them.
Yeah, they did, and they'll want to make up for that today. We did see them doing a bit of extra fielding drills before today's game. Couple of missed opportunities in the last game that could have really turned the game over. Like you said, they're one of the better teams in the field usually, but they were not up to standards in the previous game. Another wide. Sri Lanka can't afford this amount of extras, Gamini. Just have not been able to control the ball. It's not what they want, especially when they've got 2 wickets. They've got an opening into this batting lineup. They know if they can get these 2 out, they can put some real pressure on the middle order.
Yeah, we are in the 11th over and already they bowled 10 wides. That's 10 extra deliveries, and bowling coach for Sri Lanka, Umesh Videsiriwardana, knows his onions when it comes to Galle Stadium. He used to play here. Yeah, he'll be disappointed with the control, but it is windy, so not easy. But when it comes to this level, ST, it comes down to execution. Your decision making and your execution. As you can see, Sugandhika is a bit too straight, so the ball keeps on ending up on the leg side, making it hard for the keeper as well. That's where she needs to aim at least another set of stumps outside the off stump that will swing in towards off and middle. Dot ball to finish the 11, 62 for 2. Spinners in the side. Inoka Ranavira, the most experienced spinner in the side. She had captained Sri Lanka as well before, hasn't she? Former skipper. First slip in place. Very similar field to Sugandhika, but only thing she's got 5 towards the turning side. She's a lot slower in the air.
Yeah, you have to think that Inoka Ranavira will be key to Sri Lanka's chances with the ball here. Has been one of their star performances over the last couple of years. A really underrated player, I feel. Doesn't get much of the headlines, but has been quietly performing right throughout. Did see in the last couple of series as well against India and Bangladesh. Just bowls those tight overs and creates that pressure on one end. There are her numbers: 68 matches, 72 wickets. Economy rate of 4.35, which is always good to see.
We are into the second over after the power play, ST. Just to update on some of these regulations in women's cricket, you are only allowed to have 4 outside the circle. There are no 3 power plays here. There's only 2. The first 10 and then the next 40. First 10 you are allowed to have 2 outside. Next 40 you are allowed to have only 4, not 5, like men's cricket.
If you are a young cricketer watching this game, I think one thing you really need to have an eye on is the way New Zealand run between the wickets. That ball went straight to the fielder at sweeper cover. Sophie Devine still looking for the 2, putting some pressure on the fielder, looking for that fumble. Any extra run, that's what they want. That's what makes them such good players, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's all about trying to put pressure on your opponent, and even if it goes straight to the hand, because you're running fast, that creates a doubt on the fielder's mind. You can lift your head and not watch the ball to the hand, make a fumble, and there is your chance. When you talk about running between ST, when you take, I think Virat Kohli is right up there when it comes to running between. You'll never see him walking. Never. Even if the ball goes slowly to the deep square leg, deep fine leg, you'll never see him walking. Always take the first one hard. Aussies are pretty much up there as well. Just telling the fielder, you better be on the ball, mate. Otherwise, I've got you. There you are. Only 5 yards to her right. Because they took the first one hard. They had enough time to come back for the second. 68 for 2 after 12.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
12 overs completed in the New Zealand innings. They've lost 2 wickets. The first of Susie Bates when the score was on 7. Then Bernardine Besuidenhout for 25 when the score was 57. Sugandhika Kumari, the 2 left-arm spinners, will continue to operate from the 2 ends. This is going to be a very interesting phase of play, Haritha, especially because we will see a lot of spin from Sri Lanka, and we will see some top class female cricketers, Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, in action, and with the weather looking very promising today, we should be able to get the allotted 50 overs.
Yeah, if that's the case, New Zealand will be looking for a total well in excess of 260 to 75 would be there. Sophie Devine just got into her groove, hitting a 6 and a 4 before she was picked up in the previous game, going for a big one.
Wonderfully cut away from Melika. That's going to be her 3rd boundary. Amelia Kerr looking very dangerous out there for Sri Lanka. She's going to take the game away from the home team if she continues to bat like this, Haritha. Short and wide, there was no sweep at all.
See, the good thing about that was she was batting well inside her crease and didn't try to overhit. Just superb timing and even better placement. The other one is that already into the 13th over, there have been 11 extras, and all 11, that's 10 wides and no ball, will have to be bowled by the Sri Lankan bowlers. Which eases the pressure a little bit if you really try to analyze that.
Yeah, if you're just joining in on this live coverage on the Papare.com, on Dialog Television Channel 126 and on Dialog View app. This is the New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. These 3 ODIs are a part of the ICC Women's Championship. 3 ODIs will be played in Galle and 3 T20s will be played in Colombo at the Pisara Oval Stadium. Sri Lanka won the first ODI, their first ever win over the White Ferns a couple of days ago here in Galle. A 9-wicket win, and this is the second game. New Zealand won the toss, elected to bat first. At the end of 13 overs, the visitors are 75 for 2.
These two could be real playmakers here.
Yeah, this is the points table what we were talking. The ICC Women's Championship. 10 teams competing, and the top 5 will be automatically qualified for the next ICC Women's World Cup, which will be played in India in 2025. India, Pakistan already up there. Sri Lanka, after that win couple of days ago, have climbed up the ladder to the third position.
They have played 10 matches, mind you.
Yeah, Sri Lanka played against India, Bangladesh, and this is their fourth series in the ICC Women's Championship. This is some good bowling from the veteran Inoka Ranavira.
Inoka, born in Balapitiya, schooled at Prajapati Gautami Mahavidyalaya here in Galle.
Beautifully played from the White Ferns captain. That's a first boundary. Poor delivery by Ranavira.
Probably wanted to give her a little bit more, yeah, but she's a tall batter. Anyway, it was too full. Awesome power. She's quite capable of doing that. The Wellington-born White Ferns skipper, who's played in England, Australia and India. Star player.
Another full toss from Inoka Ranavira. As I said earlier, Haritha, this next hour or so is very crucial, because if these two players and the rest of the middle order can score at a healthy run rate, then it will be very hard for the Lankans to contain this White Ferns batting lineup.
They are playing with consummate ease, looking to just pounce on anything that is loose, but still not conceding too many dot balls. That would be a key factor in the final outcome of this inning. Easy pickings. Too easy.
Seven runs in the over, 14 completed, 82 for 2.
Much better crowd who have come in to see some good cricket, so it's imperative that the local lasses play to their full potential.
Yeah, if you're somewhere around Galle, make sure you come to the Galle International Stadium to witness the second ODI. Udeshika Prabodhini coming back for her second spell.
The field well spread out, which means that enough gaps to pick up the singles. What they've done well is work those singles in addition to hitting the boundaries when the loose ball was presented. Containment is the name of the game for the Sri Lankan women at the moment. That's what's not been afforded to them by the New Zealand women. The White Ferns, very focused, going at almost 5.8 and over.
Valiant effort that time from Kavisha Dilhari. Sometimes that field at short extra cover, Haritha, sometimes you need to keep that field at the 30-yard circle, but it's sometimes better to be able to stay in that angle where you can stop the single.
It's how well you understand the batter or the type of play, how well they'll adjust, react to the stroke play. Yeah, I get your point, Damit.
Excellent effort. Kavisha Dilhari, she's probably one of the best fielders for Sri Lanka. She's throwing herself around, trying to stop those singles, trying to stop those twos. Look at that. Excellent effort. 10 out of 10 for that effort.
22-year-old, a lot faster than most of the others who are senior to her. That's what I said, reacting very quickly. She's from Ratgama, at least schooled there, born there. Devapati Raja.
Yeah, good to see the White Ferns having a special camp for the current Devapati Raja girls yesterday before their training session. Good running between the wickets by Melika and Sophie Divine. And the umpires have called for drinks. That's the end of the 15th over. The White Ferns are 87 for 2.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
New Zealand won the toss, elected to bat first. Lost Susie Bates pretty early in the innings. Bernadine Bezuidenhout made 25 of 27. At the moment, Amelia Kerr and Sophie Divine, they are unbeaten on 37 and 13. They still have Maddie Green, Georgia Plymouth, plenty of batting. Udeshika Prabodhini picked up the first wicket. Oshadi Ranasinghe picked up the second one. Kavya Kavindi playing her first game today in this series. She bowled 2 overs. Sugandhika Kumari 3 and Inoka Ranamire 2. 87 for 2.
These two have so far added 30 runs for the third wicket.
Yeah, these are the 2 wickets that fell. That was Susie Bates. A brilliant catch from Harshita Samarvikrama, and then this was Nilakshi De Silva's catch to dismiss Bernadine Bezuidenhout. Pretty excited to see how Kavisha Dilhari will be used in this game, Haritha. yes, two right-handers in the middle, but an off-spinner can also, with her top spin, should be in play. But for the time being, Captain Chamari Athapattu continuing with her left-arm bowlers.
Left-arm bowlers and the experienced ones. Vantage point on the historic Dutch port. Watching the cricket. Family excursion, I would believe. Popular spot to watch the cricket when it's played at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is where the Lovers Quarrel, the big match between Richmond College and Mahinda College, is played. Home to Galle Cricket Club, the fourth oldest club in the country. Three of the prominent schools in the city: Mahinda College, Richmond College, and St. Aloysius College. Provide the national team with some quality players.
Yeah, pretty interesting field set by Chamari Athapattu. She has a sweeper, long off, a deep mid wicket, and a long on for Sophie. For the previous ball, there was a deep square leg. Sometimes, Haritha, just because you have the ability of pushing four fielders out to the boundary ropes, you shouldn't do that. Sometimes it's good to have only three and make these players go and play a very expansive stroke. You need to take some risk now, especially in this middle overs period, because they are pretty good in working the singles around.
Yeah, that's the dilemma for Chamari Athapattu. They are very good in rotating the strike, picking those singles. A dot ball is a premium for the local bowlers at this stage. Sophie Diane, 600s in addition to her 14 half centuries, quite a prospect. 16 overs completed. New Zealand women are 90 for the loss of 2 wickets after electing to bat.
Six balls before, Haritha, I was talking about when Chamari will employ Kavisha Dillari. She has been asked to bowl from the fourth end. Kavisha Dillari, the right arm off spinner.
Sixth bowler introduced in only the 17th over. Gives you a little bit of a story out in the middle.
They're pushing for the second one. This is very good batting. They completed that second run quite comfortably, Haritha, because they ran the first one pretty hard. Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr batting really well. Kavisha Dillari, these are her stats. 7 wickets so far in ODI cricket. Best of 2 for 34. She's a good all-rounder. As Haritha said, hailing from Devapathiraj College, Rathgama.
Bubbly cricketer. That's the good part of it. She's good and she knows she's good. She gives 100% when on the field. You need that sort of enthusiasm and commitment. against the likes of these White Ferns batters. It's a hard task trying to contain them. Already the partnership is 36 runs off only 39 balls. The maintained run rate is 5.64 for the New Zealand women's batters. They must be really enjoying the track out there. Good toss to win, I thought.
Indeed, Haritha. I think if he can have the entire 100 overs batting first on this pitch, it's probably the best decision. Yeah, the first ODI, as per the stats, Sri Lanka had around 50 to 60 singles, but the New Zealanders, they have more singles than the Sri Lankans in the first ODI in the 28 over encounter.
Gates opened. Come and watch the cricket. It's pretty intense. New Zealanders for the first time in Sri Lanka, the ladies.
Short and put away. One bounce, and Chamari Athapattu has no chance to stop that. 17th over completed with a boundary. New Zealand 98 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Consultant to women's cricket is Rosanjali De Silva, a former captain. Rosanjali was a top class player in a test match, one of the few ladies who have played in a women's test match at the SSC. In 1998, she picked up 8 for 56 in that test match. I think stays as a world record as far as the bowling. Bubbly new ball bowler she was.
That's another boundary. Short and wide. The New Zealand three-figure mark comes with a boundary. That's the third boundary for the White Ferns captain. They're putting on a show here, the visitors. These two, Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, they've added 46. Look at that. The extra cover fielder had no chance in stopping that. It was hit so firmly. These are odd boundaries, Haritha. They're going to cost Sri Lanka a lot later on. Scoring at a very healthy scoring rate.
Again.
That's another boundary. That's the 50-run partnership for these two New Zealanders.
They're really taking full toll of not particularly bad bowling, but the batting has been so good. Take a look at that. Powerfully struck, very well placed for the moment it left the bat. They've settled in for the long haul, Damit. Tremendous pressure to contain them.
Skipper Sophie, she was aiming somewhere around 270 if the entire 50 overs were able to bowl by the Sri Lankans. So I think they are well on par for their target. Another quick single to end the 18th over. New Zealand 109 for 2.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
The White Ferns 109 for 2 in 18 overs. A brilliant partnership so far between skipper Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr. Amelia Kerr once again amongst the runs. Gamini, Sri Lanka under some pressure here.
They are under pressure. The Sri Lankans, they need to break this partnership. These two look good in the previous game as well, up until Sophie was run out at the bowler's end, unfortunately, and that turned the game. I think White Ferns lost around 30 to 40 runs because she can be quite destructive at the end of an innings.
Kavisha Dillari tucked away towards the leg side. Only a single. Sophie Devine, she has moved to 32 in just 30 deliveries. Gamini, and look how well they have accelerated, because in the first 5 to 6 overs there were a lot of dot deliveries, and there were no boundaries. They actually scored their first boundary in the 6th over, but and since then they have been very good. They have run between the wickets very well. They have managed to put a lot of pressure on the Sri Lankan fielders.
Yeah, so far Sri Lankans have tried 6 bowlers. Kavisha is the second off. Ranasinghe was the first one, and then the 2 left arm spinners.
The White Ferns are following the same pattern just like in the first ODI, Gamini, because in the first ODI, in the first 10 overs, they had 31 dot deliveries, and in the next 18, they have only 14 dot deliveries. So that shows how much they rely on the singles and the twos. Get that in the first ODI, in the 28 overs, just 45 dots, 71 singles, 12 twos, 13 fours, and 2 sixes. So the running between the wickets, that has been the key to success, and they're following that once again. Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, very good when it comes to running between the wickets. Here's Kavisha Dillari, another single.
Yeah, when you look at that stat, Lakshmi, 45 dot balls, that's pretty good for a 28 over game. We'll come back to that one. 113 for 2 after 19.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Murray has done it. Incredible.
53 balls took the first 50. Second one, just a fraction quicker, 51 deliveries. Yeah, when in our previous stint with Estelle, we were talking about how New Zealand batters were a bit tentative the first half of the innings. Chamari Atapattu with a quickish off spin from the city end. 45 dot balls, 71 singles and 13 twos. Those are pretty good stats. But I thought they missed out on some boundaries. They should, particularly the early piece. But here, when these two are batting together, Sophie is a boundary hitter, so is Amelia. So they're definitely going to rectify that situation. It's quite a healthy rate too. We are into the 20th over. nearly run a ball this innings, and they've got a good understanding between the risks and rewards, and they're not afraid, and they're very good with their running between, so they're pretty proactive, and it puts a lot of pressure on the bowling side.
Chamari Athapattu, she has introduced herself into the attack. Cut away, but straight towards the field. They continue to take the ones. Moving along nicely, Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr. Chamari Athapattu. Cut away once again, but straight towards the same field. So, 4 singles in this over. No risk taken. Just playing along really well. Just 3 dot deliveries in the last 18 deliveries, Gamini. And they have scored 3 boundaries as well. So, that's nearly 1 boundary per over. And just 1 dot per over. That has been their mantra so far, the White Ferns.
Two dot balls to finish. Oh, well, it's a fumble, wasn't it? Yep. Well, that's disappointing. Captain will be livid with herself for giving a freebie in that last delivery. It was a good delivery, hit straight to the fielder, extra cover. But fumble allows them to take a single. So after 20 overs, New Zealand 118 for 2.
The fall of wickets for New Zealand so far, a 61-run stand for the third wicket.
That's a good spot to watch cricket. Lakshmi, have you been there? Have you
Yes,
taken
I
your
have been
missus
there.
there?
No, I have been there, but alone.
It's a very nice spot. This is one of those most picturesque grounds in the world. Oh, that's pretty close. That's very close. Was it sliding down the leg side?
Probably that was the case there.
There you are. Sophie is trying to correct that shot. She was looking to break her race toward the leg side. Oh no, actually she did play her straight, didn't she? Ranavira was very interesting. That one looks pretty straight to me.
Ranavira went for some runs today and didn't bowl that well in the first ODI as well. She's the best spinner that Sri Lanka has at the moment. The left arm spinner, Ranavira. Down the leg side. And that will be 5 wides as well because Anushka Sanjeevani missed it. And there's no stopping that. Aushadhi Ranasinghe gave a chase but gave up halfway because the outfield is too good. Poor bowling by Ranavira.
Yeah, last time around I mentioned that some of these girls have struggled to cope up with the wind, the strong breeze coming from left side. Ranavira's case, it's going to come from left side to the right side. That was a good example, that last delivery. Ranavira is not a big spinner of the ball. My pitch report there again. Ball's drifting towards the leg side. In my pitch report I mentioned that it'll be hard work for the spinners, this pitch. You're not going to get a lot of turn, so you'll have to rely on your trajectory, maybe the speed variations.
Gave some, yeah, Ranavira. Just outside the off stump. So we're coming back to the White Ferns on how they just shift gears, Gamini. In the first 5 overs today, they have had 21 dot deliveries, but then in the next 15, there have been only 29 dot deliveries. They have managed to minimize the number of dot deliveries brilliantly. That's why they are maintaining a run rate very close to 6 after struggling in the first 5 overs, because they managed to turn things around brilliantly. Shot delivered by Inokuranavira, but only a single to end the 21st over. The White Ferns 125 for 2.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
And Amelia Kerr on 46. This partnership, Sri Lanka, they need to end this partnership quickly, otherwise they will be in a lot of trouble when it comes to the second half of this White Ferns innings. Chamratapattu bowled her first over earlier, gave away 5 runs. She will bowl a second.
Brilliantly played. Exemplary shot that was. Just fuller in length, but the way she transferred her weight on the back foot and got it across to cover the line as well, and that brings her 50. That's a brilliant innings. You didn't even feel it, because both these batters are pretty free-flowing players. They don't get bogged down. They like to feel bat on ball. That was a terrific shot.
7th half century for the 22-year-old Amelia Kerr.
She's in rich vein of form, isn't she, Amelia? Obviously, she played for Mumbai Indians, so she must be knowing about these conditions now in subcontinent, and you can see the way she uses her wrist. Most of the players in Asia, they use their wrists a lot, but you come to these countries like Australia, New Zealand, England, and even South Africa for that matter, you know, the modern game, the way it has evolved now, they all use their wrists a lot.
Going back to that women's IPL, Gavina, Amelia Kerr did a job with the ball brilliantly in that final. Took 2 for 18, along with supported Hayley Matthews brilliantly, who took 3 for just 5 runs. And Amelia Kerr and Hayley Matthews turned things around for Mumbai Indians in that final against Delhi Capitals. Sri Lanka making some errors here and there now when it comes to the fielding. Probably feeling the heat of this partnership at the moment, along with the heat which is already there on the field. Uses her feet, Amelia Kerr, and that's another misfield, just as I mentioned. Using just one hand to collect the ball. Not the best of efforts.
This has been a terrific partnership, 76 off 72. A mix of power, touch. That was one of the shots of the innings that came in that last over. Yeah, things are looking ominous for the Sri Lankans, the way these two are batting. Mind you, the conditions favours the batters, but there's not a lot of happening. Nothing sinister happening on the track, so you need to be smart. Spinners haven't been able to find the correct length, I think, more than anything. They have struggled with the wind. When you take Amelia, she's a very strong player on the back foot. So you have to get her to lunge forward. Sri Lankan spinners have not been able to bowl that length consistently. Every second, third ball, they've allowed her to get on the back foot. So she has felt very comfortable out there in the middle. That's about the length that you need to bowl. And maybe change the angles every now and then. Trajectory, your release point can change. You can't be one-dimensional on a placid track. There you are, 2 good length balls, and then the half tracker dragged it back. So you just release the pressure. There is not enough pressure being applied by bowling enough dot balls, and particularly, like I mentioned, it's the length.
Because as long as the single is available, these two batters will be quite comfortable, because whenever needed, these two can clear the boundary easily. I mean, that's the thing, because they know that, they have the confidence to do that. So it's important that Sri Lanka build up some dot balls to derail the momentum created by these two batters.
There was an appeal for an LBW, but given runs by the umpire, Dedunu. Let's have a look. Definitely inside, a big inside edge. I can understand the wicketkeeper being unsided. Better length. Current run rate 5.87 after that dot ball. So definitely White Ferns are looking at 300 here.
And if these two continue to bat even more, and this is brilliant, this time from the skipper Sophie Divine. That's a boundary to end the 23rd over, as the run rate is back to 6. New Zealand 138 for 2.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol.
Murray has done it.
Incredible.
The fixtures of this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023, we had the first ODI 3 days ago in Sri Lanka. Women won by 9 wickets, a historical win. And today the second ODI, and on the third ODI, and then we move to Pisara Oval, where the T20s will take place on the 8th, 10th and the 12th of July. So you have 4 more games happening after this. This is Oshadi Ranasinghe. Took a wicket, but expensive. Has conceded 24 runs in the first 3 overs. Bowled a no ball to begin her spell today. Oshadi Ranasinghe. Sri Lanka, they need something special here to break this partnership, and they need it quickly. Because if
the feature of these batters, Lux, is that both these girls are capable of scoring runs off good balls simply because their feet. They know how to play it before it spins and after it spins. There you are on the back foot. Bottom edge, that will run away for 4. Well, now 2. Yeah, like I mentioned, they use their front foot to get close to the ball and use their back foot to get behind the ball. It wasn't that short, but see how deep she goes using the depth of the crease. It's a nightmare for a spinner when you have a batter like that. There you are, lucky to get away with that one.
Just luckily forced the runner singer straight towards that fielder. The runner singer.
And also, I think runner singer being an off spinner, your go-to position, the most vital position is mid-wicket. When you go bowl a good ball, you play with some race with the spin towards that leg side. And there's a lot of real estate on that side. There's another short one, lucky. There's only a fielder, short fine leg and a short square leg. The other two are on the boundary. So every time when you play a defensive prod on the onside with the spin, you're going to get a single. So it releases pressure when the batters are doing that. And well, it's the end of the over.
Sugantika Kumari continuing from the fourth end.
You have been on that golf fort where we just saw some people were enjoying the cricket?
Yeah, of course, it's a fantastic place to really get a great view of the grounds and the surrounding area.
Have you been there trying to fly a kite? Some fun, all right, yes. Remember the last time they were batting together here, the captain was run out when Emily Kerr drove very firmly straight down the track and Inoka Ranabira got a hand to it. That's not the story now. Got together when the total was 57 for 2, Estelle.
Yeah, they've looked really good so far. Haven't really taken that many risks, but made the most of the gaps in the field really to work things around. The odd boundary here and there. It's looking really ominous for Sri Lanka because the longer they bat, particularly Sophie Devine, can do plenty of damage as time goes by in this game.
Committed of own bowling, Sugantika Kumari. Oh, got the gap. Beautifully played. Yet another boundary, but just take a look at that timing and placement on the part of the White Ferns skipper. She missed out in that previous match, winning the toss for the second time in the series in as many games. She's there for the long haul.
They've gone at better than a run a ball, 91 of 88 deliveries. After those early couple of wickets, I think they took the right approach. We did speak about how the intent seemed to be a little lacking in the first game. Not the case on this occasion.
Heading towards a 15th half century.
Single to end the 25th over. New Zealand 150 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Tremendous partnership this. They had 2 half-century stands and this has improved both of them.
At the toss, Sophie Devine mentioned that they'll be looking at a score of about 250, but with how well they've gone so far, 150 in 25 overs, it's fair to say their target would have improved.
Estelle, 50 for the New Zealand captain.
Yeah, that's a fantastic innings by Devine. Just such a strong and dangerous player for the New Zealanders. She looked in great touch on Monday as well, but just wasn't able to, get going. Unfortunate run out at the non-striker's end.
90 plus strike rate. Maintain run rate 6 runs and over, and this partnership better than run a ball. Everything ticking for the White Ferns so far in this game.
Sri Lanka too, I think, need to be a bit more proactive. They need to try something. Just seem to be going through the motions at the moment. Field changing for both the batters, but nothing really experimental being done by Chamari Athapattu.
Head of women's cricket for Sri Lanka cricket, Manuja Karyaperuma, well remembered for 99 runs scored against Nalanda for Anand in the Battle of the Maroons big match. He was in the plantation sector. He was a voracious striker of the ball. Been in most parts of the country. Related to work. Loved his excursions.
That's really good fielding for Moshadi Ranasinghe off her own bowling. Sri Lanka need a little bit of that. They need to make something happen in the field. Just as I said, that was good fielding. Next delivery, lets one get through her fingers. That single, the 26th over, comes to an end. New Zealand 154 for 2. Sophie Devine's 50. Got a few loose deliveries to kick off her innings. But of course, you also have to make the most of it, and she did. Powerful batter. Able to clear the boundary, but this time most of her runs coming along the ground. Just looking at those shots, Haritha, you wonder if it has something to do with the fact that she started off as a hockey player, played for the Black Sticks, New Zealand national women's hockey team. In fact, I believe she was in contention to even make the Olympic squad back in 2012. So some of those shots, her wrists, does seem like that foundation in hockey coming into play.
Yeah. You brought up a very good point. I wonder whether she had played some Indo cricket too, because her reflexes are so good. Massive unit, Sophie Devine. Effortless. Sri Lankan bowlers put under tremendous pressure. Not trying to go bang, 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 but do the right things to the extent that it is due. Very good temperament by both batters.
Just looking a bit too easy for them though. Out in the middle, not much happening off the pitch either.
Yeah, see how well they complement each other. There is a hidden story where the batters also relax out in the middle.
Shot. What a good shot once again. Sophie Devine this time through the offside. Just piercing that gap with such ease. She goes to 56 off just 57 deliveries. Things looking really ominous for Sri Lanka right now.
And she's hit 6 fours so far. She's not tried to hit in the air and clear the boundary. Not yet. Excellent batting. Got the 100 partnership going so far.
Yeah, she looks to have taken a leaf out of Chamari Athapattu's books from the previous game. Athapattu too bided her time before going after the bowlers, trying to clear the boundary. That's the end of the 27th over. New Zealand sitting pretty on 162 for 2.
Yeah, everybody gets an opportunity on a wicket like this. And when you get that opportunity, when you know how to use that and create more scoring opportunities for yourself, that's what these two are doing. Very heady cricket so far.
Susie Bates dismissed early. Harshita Samaravikrama taking a good catch at short mid-wicket. And then there was a bit of a partnership between Amelia Kerr, Bernadine. 25 for her. She'd be disappointed she couldn't kick on. Just a second ODI for the New Zealanders after switching from South Africa. Now this partnership looking really good between Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine.
They've got the measure of the bowlers. They've got the measure of the pace of the wicket. And they're simply piling on the agony on the Sri Lankan women.
This is the same track that was used for the first ODI as well, but we aren't seeing that much spin or grip for the spinners. That's one big problem that Sri Lanka are facing. They've got plenty of spinners in their attack, but really nothing on offer for them from the pitch.
Even if they are trying to hit the ball in line with the wickets, the batters are so well settled, they can even get to the ball on the front foot or off the back foot. Just like that. Brilliant exhibition of rotating the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Come and watch this cricket, girls. So much to learn, so much to enjoy.
Yes, and an entry is free, so don't have to spend any money. Bit of a crowd in today in comparison to the first game. Of course, Sri Lanka's win there would have bolstered numbers as well.
Just see how well they hit the gaps and how well they execute. Any loose delivery has been dispatched with so much ease.
Yeah, and there's been plenty of loose deliveries on offer, hasn't there? Amelia Kerr just losing her grip on the bat, but has enough on it to get to the boundary.
She also has 6 fours to her credit at the moment. Just over. Just over.
That was the first real opportunity for Sri Lanka. Unfortunately, Kavisha Dilhari just unable to hold on to that. Not what Sri Lanka would have wanted. She took a similar catch of a free hit earlier in the innings, but those are the opportunities that you must grab onto. Sri Lanka will be disappointed with that. Few highlights from the partnership of 117 between these two. Just finding the gaps with such ease, both on the offside and onside.
They have created the opportunities, played off the front foot, played off the back foot, didn't try to hit too much. Pure timing and superb placement, coupled with intelligent running between wickets. That's what you want in a partnership of this nature from an experienced pair, and that's exactly what we've seen. This is the value for money for spectators. That's why we are asking you to come and see the cricket. So no other option. Chamari Atapattu brings herself on, 7th bowler. That's into her 3rd now. I was wondering why she was not really bringing herself on early, but that is because she had the bowlers in her lineup. She came in as the 7th.
Yeah, Sri Lanka coming into this game with the extra bowler Kavya Kavindi playing this game, replacing Hansima Karunaratne in the 11. So another bowling option. Unfortunately was wavered early on. Should have probably been given more than one over from the City end, wasn't, and then when she came on from the 4th end, just could not control the ball with the wind.
Yeah, her 2 overs, she has conceded 17 runs. The Gokarella girl can bowl all right.
Not a bad idea to bring Atapattu on. She does sometimes have a bit of a golden arm, can break partnerships. Sri Lanka will really need that, especially after that drop catch in the previous over.
Anushka Sanjeevani, right between her legs. He looked disoriented and tired, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, now if you look at the Sri Lankans, you see those shoulders dropping.
20 extras so far.
Dot ball for Chamari Atapattu to end that over. New Zealand 181 for 2. Kavisha Dilhari into the attack. Good to see a couple of New Zealanders also present at the game today.
Where's your arithmetic? That's not a couple of New Zealanders, surely. Yeah, I know. See, for them to come and explore Sri Lanka, it's a beautiful island. New Zealand is 2 islands together, down under. Yeah, this is a beautiful country. And Papare.com, Dialog Television, taking these pictures right around the world. Dilhari throwing herself every which way, trying to stop the ball. Usually the story is after 30 overs the score will double.
Sri Lanka will hope that doesn't happen here.
I knew you were going to say that.
Kurz had that single to long on pretty much her whole innings. Been happy to just milk the singles, give Sophie Devine the strike.
Yes, still the predictability factor is not in favor of the Sri Lanka women's team. The bowlers have been simply worked around very efficiently by the experienced White Fern batters.
just looking at how they've gone so far in this innings, they'll be really ruining their performance from the first ODI. Had the opportunity to bat first once again. Didn't make the most of it, and ultimately total chase down by Chamari Athapattu and Vishmi Gunaratna.
I'm sure they're not going to make the same mistake over and over again. Chamari Athapattu committed. Head coach Ben Sawyer, his assistants Dean Brownlee, Craig Howard and Sriram Krishnamurthy. I'm sure they would have worked together and told them, yeah, one game, forget it. Let's do our thing to the best of our ability. That's what we know how to win. That's what they've done. Still, it has been a performance to cherish and appreciate for everybody.
Bit of a field change there for Sophie Devine. The extra cover going back to the boundary. Square leg coming in. Kavisha Dilhari has managed to get a little bit of spin off the track so far. Not been able to trouble the batters though. Nicely weighted single to end that over. New Zealand now 184 for 2.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Incredible!
If you are a vivid cricket fan, watching this great batting partnership between Melika and Sophie Devine. Another boundary. The White Ferns captain. This is an excellent batting display by these two right-handers, Gamini. Usually we speak of doubling the score, which is at the 30 over mark. If they can do so, they can go well beyond 300. And the way these two are batting, I could see them getting to that even 350 mark.
Yeah, good afternoon, Damit. No doubt about that. Both these players are very strong on the back foot. In my previous stint, I was talking about how they have these have this uncanny ability to score off good balls. If you give long hops and freebies, they are going to murder you. Sri Lankan bowlers have struggled on a placid batting track. They have been very inconsistent with the length and line. What was that? That was very slow through the air. That's around 60 km per hour. I think what she's trying to do at the moment is to vary her speed and not to be one-dimensional with her speed variations. But you can't give any width to both these girls. Boundary early in the piece and already 6.26 runs per over. Well, like you mentioned, if they double the score, I mean, they'll get close to 400.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans waiting until these two make a mistake. They're not trying to get them out. They're just waiting until they give their wicket away and perish. But it's good going for the visitors. 31 completed, 193 for 2, and the players will enjoy a bottle of water. Much needed in these hot and humid conditions here in Galle.
As it turned out to be, it's a beautiful afternoon here. And what more important is that New Zealand are putting up a beautiful batting display. Bernadine got a start. Susie was out cheaply. She'll be very disappointed on a track like this to get out early. But these two, Amelia and Sophie, what a magnificent partnership it has been. 19 overs to go, Damit. Sri Lanka have tried as many as 7 bowlers so far. Osadi and Udeshika, the only wicket takers, and see the economy column. Most of them have gone above runner ball, apart from Kavisha Dilhari, 3 overs for 16. And Udeshika, we haven't seen her in the middle of the innings, have we? She only bowled with the new ball, 5 overs, 1 over in the middle.
Yeah, she had a
I thought
second
Kavya, although she struggled early with the new ball to get her line right, she had a bit of pace. So maybe her second over went for 13 runs. She bowled a couple of short ones, and Amelia took full use of that. But we have not seen the fast bowlers being introduced. Have a look at some of these shots in this partnership. There's been some quality strikes on either side of the wicket.
Yeah, they've scored at a very good pace also. 135 runs of 126 deliveries so far. They've used these field restrictions of having to have only 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle to great effect. Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine well on course to get hundreds under their belt. Oshidi Ranasinghe will start off proceedings after the water break. 19 overs remaining for the White Ferns. The scoring at 6.23. Starts off with a short delivery once again. As you said earlier, Garmin, they are very well equipped on how to bat in the back foot, which is very good, especially when you're batting at Galle.
So what they've done now, Damit, there would have been a message sent, or they would have had a discussion. They've changed the field. Now you've got 5 fielders on the offside, 3 inside the circle. Now they're going to bowl outside the stumps. The 2 straight fielders on the leg side, mounted riders both straight, long on and a straightish mid wicket. Short fine leg and square leg inside the circle. So you can guarantee that they are trying to, there you are, they are trying to bowl wide and bowl to one side of the wicket. But not there, certainly. That's too wide.
So Sri Lanka needs to do something special out here. They need a couple of quiet overs just to make these 2 players frustrate.
In my previous stint also, Damit, I mentioned that why Sri Lanka have struggled is because one of those reasons, because they have not been consistent enough with their length and line, and then you cannot bowl loose balls against some quality players in this caliber, Amelia and Sophie. That wasn't a bad ball by any means. Fuller length on the offside, but see how she got her head behind the line and worked that ball towards long on. They are going to score off good balls, but if you give them bad balls, they are going to punish you. one reason why the Sri Lankan bowlers have struggled is the way these two players are using their front foot and the back foot. They use the depth of the crease, and it's a nightmare for the Sri Lankan spinners at the moment. 198 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Udeshika Prabodhini bowling her 6th over. She only had 1 over in that second spell. Now Captain Chamari Athapattu has brought back her ace seamer. She's got the experience. She's got the ability to bowl to a particular field. That's what I think the rest of the bowlers lacked. Bowl to a certain field.
Yeah, the wicketkeeper is up to the stump, so Amit, I think that was one of the smartest moves you saw when Susie Bates was batting outside the crease and wicketkeeper came up to the stump. 2 balls later, she was dismissed, caught at mid-wicket. She had to get back in the crease. See how fast they take the first run. Even after batting for some time in this kind of weather, Damit, they still have enough firepower to put the fielders under pressure.
Slight misfield, and it's another boundary to the New Zealand captain Sophie Devine.
She got a very high back lift, Sophie. Opens the bottom hand to get that. She's very strong on square of the wicket too. 17 fours already.
Yeah, these two have made 14 fours so far. ...146-run partnership. The Sri Lankan camp, they'll not be that pleased with the way things are going here in Galle. Mind you, they won the first ODI, Sri Lanka. ...33 completed. 205 for 2 New Zealand women. The last 50 has been the quickest between these two players. The last 100 runs have come off just 91 deliveries. If you're around Galle, make sure you get to the Galle International Stadium. If not, you can watch the coverage live on Dialog Television Channel 126. And on the Papare.com, as well as on Dialog View app. New Zealand Women's Tour of Sri Lanka. This is the second ODI in progress. Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine, they've added 149 runs in just 140 balls for the third wicket. Some poor bowling once again from Moshadi Ranasinghe.
Look at that for timing and placement. Transfer, weight onto the back foot. There wasn't a big gap between that straightish deep mid wicket and long on. But when she hits, it stays hit. That was going like a tracer bullet. Again, an ordinary delivery from Oshadi. Just held her shot fractionally. That was a very good delivery, but still Sophie was able to present her full face of the bat and check it. Both batters have faced 83 deliveries and 82 and 83 respectively.
Yeah, maybe it's time to change the pace of the game. Bring someone like Kavya Kavindi, who's got some pace, a little bit of that extra pace. Maybe might induce these two players to go for a full stroke. 34 completed, 214 for 2 New Zealand.
What are we doing, Zamit? That's a nice place. You go to the beach. Estelle reckons she has been there by herself. Would you believe that? But that's a nice place. The Galle Harbour.
Another bowling change. Only 1 over for Udeshika Probodhini. Here's Inokarana Veera, the experienced campaigner. This is incidentally the highest ODI partnership for the White Ferns in Asia. They've surpassed Susibet and Satterthwaite's partnership in Brabant, India.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of massive partnerships, haven't we? That first game, the Sri Lankan openers put on 150 odd, didn't they? That's for the first wicket, and now 157 for the third by these two batters. And what's impressive is that they've gone better than a run a ball. There you are. There are plenty of places to watch cricket here.
Sri Lanka desperately needing to break this partnership. After this delivery is completed, they'll still have 15 overs left. The White Ferns. They score run a ball, they can easily get past that 300 run mark. Hopefully the weather gods will be kind so that we can have a full game, not like in the first ODI. So far it has been very good. Shot and another boundary Kavya Kavindi.
Yeah, again a very poor delivery. Previous ball was a bad delivery as well, but it went straight to the fielder, but not this time. She got down on her back foot, waited for it, hands high to low, perfect sweep shot and the placement. 35 overs gone, 2-2-1 for 2.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
There you are, Damit. Like I mentioned, plenty of places to watch cricket here at Galle. You can get up there, you get a very good view. The historic Dutch fort, one of the tourist attractions in this part of the world. And one of the most expensive real estates too in Sri Lanka.
Kavisha Dilhari coming from the pavilion end. Slight miss.
You can afford to buy a plot there inside?
I wish. 15 overs remaining for the White Ferns.
Come on, girls, come on, girls.
Should have been unsighted by Melika.
Running the first one hard. And coming back for the second. Needs a good throw. Bit too high. And not enough power. There was a slight hesitation, but she still had enough speed, Amelia. And moves into 90s. I'll tell you what, Damit. If both these batters score their 100 before the 40th over, you come to happy hour, the last 10. Look out.
She got a hand to it. If not, would have been a boundary. That's Oshadi Ranasinghe. 167 run partnership. Sri Lanka, they've not been able to penetrate these two right-handers. They've been able to control the innings.
Yeah, it's a walk in the park at the moment. These two batters putting up a magnificent display of how to play spin on a good batting track, using the crease, using the wrist. A couple of times we have seen Amelia coming forward to meet the ball early as well, so it's just a full package really. On the back foot straight to extra cover. Dot ball to finish the 36th. New Zealand 227 for 2.
Overs. 93 to Amelia Kerr, nearing her third ODI century. Of course, the record holder for the highest score by a Kiwi, 232. She got back in 2018 against Ireland. She's been brilliant, just working the singles, finding the gaps, giving Sophie Devine the strike. I'm joined in the commentary box by Laksisi. Laksisi, it's been a fantastic performance by this pair.
Yes, indeed. ST, Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, since they got that 6 runs per over run rate at the 11th over, I think, they have not let it go below that, I think, at least once. That has been the specialty with this partnership. These two, they have managed to keep the scoreboard ticking with the singles and the twos, and also whenever the loose delivery was there, they managed to dispatch it to a 4 or 6. So that has been the specialty. It has been a brilliant display of batting by these two, and the Sri Lankan bowlers, they have not been able to trouble them at least once, I think. There was this one opportunity, but other than that, these two, they have been very convincing.
Yeah, and what's good, if you look at Kerr's innings, 6 4s and 1 6. Apart from that, all of it has been running, right? We spoke about how well they've run between the wickets here as well as in the previous game as well. It's really proved to be a huge factor in them building this innings so far.
Sugandhika Kumari, none for 39 in 5.4 overs. Was probably the best bowler on show for Sri Lanka on the first ODI, but just like Karanavira today, not having the best of days. And Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, they have been brilliant when it comes to using the straight bat. They have been very good whenever they try to go for the single by scoring in the V area. That's been their way of batting in this partnership so far. Once again, very straight.
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see how many singles Amelia Kerr has got down to long on. Just work the ball there all day long. That single, 37th over comes to an end. New Zealand 232 for 2.
Seven overs. Both the batters nearing their centuries. Is Amelia Kerr just 3 runs away from her 3rd century with that single.
Kavisha Dilhari was the one who put down that catch when Kerr was just on 64. So plenty added since then. Dilhari with the ball now will want to make an amends. Get the wicket, get the big breakthrough.
Flighted up this time by Kavisha Dilhari, driven straight towards her. Sophie Devine slowed down a little bit during the last 3-4 overs, but we all know what she is capable of. She can just diminish the Sri Lankan bowlers in the last 10 overs if she is still there.
Yeah, Laksisi, not to forget about the conditions, right? It can't be easy, particularly for the players from New Zealand coming from a very different climate. It's very, very hot out there. Don't be fooled by the clouds. It's very sapping. So probably tiring a little bit, but as you said, we all know what she's capable of. And if she's there in those last 10 overs, expect some carnage. It's good running once again. That's been a feature of this partnership. Just turning those ones into twos, running the first one hard. Just really good cricket to watch, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, and as you mentioned, it's like the complete opposite when it comes to the conditions that they have in New Zealand. But still, even after batting together for almost 30 overs, they are still running their twos quite brilliantly. And this time, cut away by Sophie Devine. How good was that?
Yeah, she probably felt like she had slowed down too, as we mentioned, just pushing it a little in this over. 95 now. Now it looks like a race between the two to see who can get to that century first.
New Zealand 239 for 2. The final delivery of the 38th over coming up. Sophie Devine on 95. 10 fours in her knock. Straight back towards the bowler. A little fumble by Kavisha Dilhari. Nearly tried to go for the first run, but decided against that. So that's the end of the 38th over. The White Ferns 239 for 2.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Sugandhika Kumari to continue. Miliaka on 98 with that single, just 2 runs away from a third century.
What do Sri Lanka do in this kind of situation, right? They've got 2 experienced batters out there striking the ball well, don't look to be in any discomfort at all. What do the hosts do? Do they have the options to make that breakthrough? It doesn't look like they do at the moment.
Yes, the fact that the likes of Vino Karanavira has struggled today meant that the other bowlers had to step up, but that didn't happen. That has been the problem with the Sri Lankan attack today.
She'd be disappointed with that. Ball in the slot, just doesn't find the gap. Unable to run the single as well. Hits the ball so hard, just tough to collect it, isn't it?
Yes, this time goes down the ground, Sophie Devine, but could only manage single, so she goes into 96 with that. With the century nearing for both of them, as they have slowed down a bit. So Sri Lanka, if they can use this, they can dismiss these 2 batters quickly. That will definitely minimize the final score that the White Ferns are targeting right now with 11.1 overs to go.
Yeah, of the 5 400 plus scores in women's internationals, women's ODIs, the White Ferns have got 4 of them. And looking at how they're going, it's not too hard to imagine them getting that mark here as well, particularly if this pair sticks around for another 7 to 8 overs. That's the end of the 39th over. New Zealand 242 for 2.
The projected scores for the White Ferns, they go at this current rate, they will get to 310, 8 runs per over 330 and 10 runs per over 352. Kavisha Dilhari to bowl her 6th over. Miliaka on 99. Straight towards the fielder.
This is the time I think Adapattu needs to put a bit of pressure on her, get the field in. Everyone gets nervous on 99.
Here's Miliaka facing Kavisha Dilhari. And that will be Miliaka's third ODI century. A brilliant knock by the 22-year-old. She was batting really well during the first ODI as well. She made 40, but today she has managed to stay out there and go all the way to convert that into a triple-digit score. Brilliant work by the White Ferns number 3 batter.
Yeah, how good has she been throughout the day today? Just 92, 98 deliveries for that century. Didn't start off too quickly, but just caught up. Been brilliant between the wickets. Brilliant when they've bowled her the bad deliveries. She's made the most of it. Just a fantastic knock altogether. Something I think a lot of batters from the Sri Lankan side could also learn from when they do come out to bat.
The Sri Lankan batters, they already know that they have a gigantic task on their hands.
Now it's Divine's turn. She's on 96. Just one shot away from a century. She go for a boundary. Able to find the gap on that occasion. Again, the extra cover and long off deep. So they've got the fielders in the ring on the offside. But singles are plenty on the leg side if she can work the ball in that direction.
Final delivery of the 40th over. Straight towards the fielder once again. Sophie Divine struggling in her 90s. So that's the end of the 40th over. The White Ferns 243 for 2. The second ODI of the Sri Lanka women versus New Zealand women ODI series, brought to you live from the Galle International Cricket Stadium. The entrance is free, so if you are near the Galle town or the Galle fort, you can visit the venue to see some great batting by these two New Zealand batters.
Yeah, 186 runs between them so far. This is now the highest ODI partnership for New Zealand for the third wicket. So another record falls. Sophie Divine on strike on 96. She'll hope this time she can get the ball away. Hits it straight. Has struggled to get the singles away in the 90s. This time she finds the gap. Ball's running away. That'll be century number 7 for Sophie Divine. What a fantastic knock it's been. She had an unfortunate run out in the first game. Couldn't capitalize there. But this time doesn't let things get away from her. 100 of 108. 7 centuries now. And she joins Amy Satterthwaite as the player with the second most number of centuries for the White Ferns. It's been a fantastic knock in Galle, and in one that she will no doubt remember for a long time.
Yes, during the first ODI, Shamri Atapattu became the 11th women's cricketer to score 7 centuries, and here is Sophie Divine becoming the 12th to score 7 centuries in the women's ODI format. Such a treat to watch this partnership. Both the batters, they have been brilliant. And he's once again using that straight bat to score the single.
And they haven't tried to go after the bowling or done anything out of the ordinary. They've played the ball on its merit, put the bad balls away, taken the singles well, run the twos well. It's been a real treat to watch, I think. Just the way they've gone about things here.
And that's what I love about this partnership, ST. They have kept things very, very simple. That has been the story of this partnership. They didn't try to go for extravagant strokes. They didn't try to score unnecessary. They didn't try to take unnecessary risks. So that has been the story behind their success in this third wicket partnership.
I'm sure we'll see something different now that both of them have reached 100. Just 9 overs to go now. New Zealand 250 for 2.
Amelia Kerr scored her third ODI century just a few moments ago. Walked in as the number 3 batter for the White Ferns after they lost the early wicket of Susie Bates. And since that, she has managed to put the Sri Lankan bowlers and also the fielders under a lot of pressure with her running. This was that opportunity which Sri Lanka missed when Kavisha Dilhari just couldn't manage to time her jump well. The main feature of that century by Amelia Kerr, as we talked so much about, as we talked so many times during these innings, has been the running between the wickets, because she has scored only 7 4s and 1 6. Rest of the runs she has scored by running, so that has been the specialty, and she's not done yet, Esti.
Yeah, now I think Atapattu's captaincy is really going to be tested. Both of the batters crossed the 100-run mark. They'll be looking to score quickly. What can she do? She hasn't been doing much, to be honest. As I say that, she's found the boundary once again. Amelia Kerr. Now New Zealand looking to up the ante.
A poor piece of fielding. Once again, she just jumped over the ball, to be honest, rather than trying to stop that. No, whenever the ball was up there in the leg stump line, she has pounced on it. Yeah, we saw it quite a lot of times during these innings.
You've got to say Sri Lanka's bowling has not been great today. A lot of loose deliveries, a lot of extras, just making things a lot easier for the New Zealanders than they did in the first game. The first ODI, although New Zealand was scoring at more than 5 runs and over, you felt that Sri Lanka were always kind of in control of that innings. Not the case on this occasion.
Yeah, they have lacked the discipline. That has been the issue for them, the Sri Lankan bowlers. Deshika Prabodhini, I think, the only bowler who really bowled with consistency. The rest of the bowlers, they have struggled. And here's Sophie Devine. That will go all the way. No, that is a boundary. That is a 4. Sophie Devine just swept it away quite easily. And once again, a loose delivery by Kavisha Dilhari going down the leg side, and Sophie Devine, she won't miss that when she's on 101.
Yeah, exactly the kind of delivery you want when you're batting on 101, right? Just too loose from Sri Lanka. Not being able to find their lines or their lengths in this innings so far. And the longer this partnership has gone, now it's crossed 200 runs at 201. The longer it's gone, the worse it's kind of gotten for Sri Lanka. And that's hit straight down the ground. Dilhari tried to get her hand on it. Not sure that would have felt good if she did.
Is absolutely hammered down the ground by Sophie Devine. Kavisha Dilhari, valiant effort, but probably will be happy right now because she didn't get any hand on that. Look at that, just absolutely powered it down the ground. She's a real powerhouse, isn't she, Sophie Devine? A well-built cricketer. She is Sophie Devine.
Interesting also that Atapattu is down at the boundary line, long off. Just giving her advice to the bowler, setting the field from the deep.
The partnership 206 runs from 191 deliveries, and as far as I know, this is the highest partnership ever for New Zealand in ODIs. It's Kavisha Dilhari. Final delivery of the 42nd over. No run taken, so that's the end of the 42nd over. The White Ferns 264 for 2. So along with Amelia Kerr, we saw Sophie Devine scoring her 7th century.
Divine getting her runs a lot squarer than Amelia Kerr. Just putting away the bad deliveries. There were a lot of short ones from Sri Lanka, both on the leg side and the off side. She made the most of it. That powerful drive through the off side. Just so good to watch. Got a bit lucky as well with a couple of deliveries. But that's the thing about good players, isn't it? They make the most of the opportunities that come their way. It's been ruining the fact that she didn't get runs in the previous game, but has more than made up for it here, the century.
Yes, she missed out big time during that first ODI, but here she is putting together a brilliant stand with the youngster Amelia Kerr. And with 8 overs to go, New Zealand, they have 8 wickets remaining. They might be aiming around somewhere around 320 to 340 at least.
Yeah, and they've got some players who can score quickly, the likes of Maddie Green, Brooke Halliday. We did see Green get some good runs in the previous game as well. Was able to find the boundary quite easily.
I think it won't be long before we see Udeshika Prabodhini back in the attack once again. We have 7 overs remaining after this one. Sugandhika Kumari bowling her 9th. And this is Sophie Divine. Just hammered it away for a maximum.
Again, that slog sweep giving her the maximum. We saw one in the previous game as well. Just effortlessly clearing that boundary line.
Here's a replay of that stroke by Sophie Divine. Just easy as you like it. As you mentioned earlier, these 2 batters, they have more than the capability to score the big one whenever it's needed. This time goes down the ground and it will go for the boundary. No chance for the 2 fielders to cut that off. So a boundary followed up after the gigantic 6 by Sophie Divine.
Yeah, Divine just cutting loose now after getting to her 7th century. Suddenly she's raced to 121 of 115. Just nailing that ball straight down the ground. No chance for the fielder at long on. Big swing on that occasion as well. And once again, it's a boundary. This time through fine leg. Atapattu unable to get to the ball. It's just getting worse for Sri Lanka, isn't it?
Is not the direction that she wanted it to go, but nevertheless at the end it's a 4 added to the total for the White Ferns. So 14 runs from the last 3 deliveries, and there's 1 more delivery to go. The New Zealand highest team total versus Sri Lanka in ODIs is 326. So with 42 deliveries remaining after this one, I think the White Ferns are well on their way to renew that record against Sri Lanka.
Fielding change after that delivery. Atapattu coming into the ring, sending Harshita Samaravikrama down to fine leg.
Final delivery of the 43rd over. And this is Sophie Divine once again. And it will be another maximum end of the 43rd over. The White Ferns, they have certainly managed to put up their run rate with those 4 strokes to end the 43rd over. The White Ferns 286 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Double century partnership for New Zealand in one-day internationals women's cricket, and 2 of them Amelia Kerr has been involved, including the highest of 295 against Ireland. Massive onslaught. Gavini, last 7 overs we may be talking 2020 cricket.
There's a chance, and she's
Gone.
taken that.
That's a welcome relief as Amelia Kerr walks off after another magnificent innings, third century. Brilliant stuff. 286 for 3.
It's just been a brilliant innings. She was dropped by
Kavisha
Dilhari when she was on 64. That ball went through her hands and went for another 6, but she's capitalized on that. And this is how she perished. But magnificent partnership, magnificent century from Amelia. She's such a gifted player, Amelia Kerr, Haritha. I mentioned about how she uses her feet and her wrists. Certainly, that's not going to be her last century, that you can guarantee. She's going to make a few of those. Maddie gets her innings underway. After this, 6 more overs, but if Sophie Devine bats till the 50th over, it's going to be a mammoth task for the Sri Lankan batters, I'll tell you.
129 runs added for the 229 runs for the third wicket, and between Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine, there were 23 boundaries and 3 sixes. Absolute power hitting. But the beauty of this Gamini has been their ability to score runs almost of every delivery. They didn't try to go aerial until very late in the innings.
That was a strange shot. Yeah, I mentioned in my previous stint, Haritha, both those players, Sophie and Amelia, the uncanny ability to score off good balls because of their feet, the wrist.
So that highest score against Sri Lanka women in one-day internationals for the New Zealand women, 326-5, 8 years ago, looks threatened.
They're going to go way past that if Sophie bats, no doubt about that. And they do have a big batting lineup too. There are plenty of capable players in the batting lineup to score more than run a ball. 44 gone, 290 for 3. Lost a wicket very early, New Zealand. And then there was a 50-run partnership. But the third wicket partnership is what have taken them into this situation. Oh, that's gone for 4. 1 bounce. Yeah, she's hoping for that kind of length, Sophie. She clears her front leg, and you give that length to her. I think most of the ball is going to disappear towards that long on mid-wicket area.
High score 145 for the White Ferns skipper. Absolutely brilliant hitting. Second catch for Nilakshi De Silva.
Yeah, well taken. That was in the air for a very long time. Sophie again got the length she wanted, but wasn't out of the middle of the bat. This is how it happened. They spliced it really. That was a well taken catch. Kept her balance. Watched it all the way. What a terrific hand from the skipper. 137 of 121 deliveries. New Zealand 294 for 4.
So Deshika Prabodhini joins Oshadi Ranasinghe with a couple of wickets. She's been economical apart from being successful. These two batted well during the latter stages of the first game. Maddie Green making 38, George Prema 23 not out.
Yeah, they've come together in a very similar situation, haven't they? Back end of the innings, 6 overs to go. But Sri Lanka's got an opportunity here. Relatively 2 new batters out there in the middle, and they can minimize the carnage. Now they've got rid of the 2 century makers. They can at least stop the flow of boundaries.
Yeah, Madeline Green, Auckland born. He's played in Australia and England. And also in India. Every dot ball is a luxury at the moment. That's it. Maddie Green 122. Good strike rate of almost 70. Ooh.
Yes, she's a very experienced bowler. Udeshika. The last 2 deliveries have been right in the block hole.
That's it. 1,100 runs. See that average of almost 24.
Taking the first one hard. But didn't want to take Atapattu's arm on. So this has been a pretty good over. A wicket and 3 dot balls in that over. 296 for 4.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Georgia Plymouth, 19-year-old Wellington born. Get going.
Yeah, I think the umpire Shanta Fonseca is having a chat with Maddie. Let's see whether we can see that replay of that. After the play, whether he gave a warning for running on the track. Well, she looked to get away from it, but yeah, maybe the first 2 steps. I don't know why he was having a chat with Maddie, because Maddie ran outside the track.
Good running, good running. They knew she would be very quick off the blocks. Sri Lanka women's skipper. She had taken a few steps to get to the pitch of the ball, so she had taken a head start altogether. Good work.
Again a fumble.
Last over for Oshadi Ranasinghe. Been expensive, almost 7 and over.
She has. She's copped a bit. I think any spinner when Sophie in that kind of mood, particularly the spinners, they're going to cop a few. Her and Ranavir are the most experienced spinners in the Sri Lankan side. Both have gone for few. Single to finish. Not two more balls. So that's the 300 for the White Ferns. We haven't had a boundary since Sophia's dismissal, haven't we? There you go. Check the bottom of the screen. Wicket, and then it has been all singles. 3 dot balls as well.
I hope you are not talking too early, Gamini. Yep.
That's up in the air.
Dilla
That's a
safe.
terrific catch. Magnificent grab that was. She had to do the hard yards and get under it. She's one of the better fielders in the Sri Lankan lineup, although she put down one today. She's fielding in all these vital areas, long on, long off. That's a very, very good catch.
Sure. Few of our supporters must be watching the cricket. She's from Ratkama, not too far away from here. In the air for a long time. She had to come running in quickly. Brilliant.
Not only the way she grabbed it, Haritha, the way she finished it. Because see how she slides her hands? Very easily if you can hit your hands on the ground and the ball can pop out. But she had the technique to finish it. Green goes for 5 of 10. New Zealand loses their 5th 300 for 5 after 46.
I'm sure the manager of the Sri Lanka women's cricket team, Rear Admiral retired Nishantha De Silva, who had been former captain of the Sri Lankan Navy, would have been very happy. Brooke Halliday is the new batter, best score of 60. Sri Lanka will fancy picking up another couple of wickets because New Zealand will be looking for the big boundaries. And Nishantha De Silva captained the Sri Lanka defence team to the West Indies in Barbados, 1990s. Played in a 4-match series, 1-dayers against the West Indies military side. That included one Tino Best, who was in the army. Beat them 3-1.
This has been a good period for the Sri Lankans for the last 15 or 20 minutes. Like I mentioned, they would have been very relieved to see the back of Sophie.
Yeah, the first 2 wickets went for the addition of 50 runs. The last 3 wickets have gone down for the addition of 14 runs after a massive partnership. $229 runs for the 3rd wicket, that was. Well fielded.
Kept it down to 1. Haritha, when I did the pitch this morning, I mentioned that this wicket is better than the previous one, because they were big. Last match there were like 4 mils of grass. I think they've kept that 4 mil, but there was the green on top, so it was easier to bat because it was coming on nicely, and it's not going to deteriorate even if you played 50 overs. So Sri Lankans have an equal shot at this. They might need their skipper to go again and someone to help her to get a big partnership happening. And like I mentioned, this is not the hardest wicket to bat on, but they will need their very best effort to get close to this.
Exactly. Something for the final analysis. Nilaksha De Silva has held on to 2 catches. Kavisha Dilhari has held on to 2 good catches. Yeah, a few fielding lapses, all right. When you are being pelted with over 300 runs, they need to just be tight during the last few overs. So 47 completed. New Zealand women elected to bat 304 for the loss of 5.
These innings have been dominated by Amelia and Sophie with their centuries. Blistering knock from the skipper, 137 of 121. Amelia looked very good on the eye, 108. They lost 3 wickets in the last 24 balls or so, and they have not scored a boundary for 17 balls.
I know you're keeping a track on that. It's good. 21 extras, 17 extra deliveries with 16 wides and 1 no ball. That's an area there would be a little bit of concern. Bowling coach Umesh Vijay Sirivardhana, fielding coach Kaman Mahapatuna.
I think time and time again, Haritha, we were talking about in the middle of the innings that Sri Lankan spinners got their length wrong. They haven't been consistent with their length, but the last, that was the first wicket. Give that wicket to the wicket keeper, because she was fielding behind. 2 balls before that, she came up and got the batter to bat inside the crease. That was a terrific catch. Kavisha Dilhari.
Shanta Fonseca has had a word with the 2 batters and invited them to get to their respective ends as they were. Yeah, to bowled her rather. Sugandhika Kumari in her last over picks up a consolation wicket. Went for something big, missed it completely.
Yeah, you saw when Sophie and Amelia were batting, they were going through the line most of the time, but that was a heave towards the onside from Brook. So Sri Lanka's picking up few late wickets to help their cause. Definitely that will help to minimize the damage, but still it's a mammoth total, 306. Halliday goes, New Zealand loses their 6th.
Sugandhika Kumari. They're picking up wickets, which is a good thing.
Again the length. She's not giving her the length to get under. Right in the block hole.
Massive heave by Halliday. Didn't make it.
That's in the gap. Boundary after some time. Again, the length was okay, but the line, there was enough width for her to free her arms.
That was well played. Beautifully picked up, and the timing and the placement was enough to bring in that much needed boundary late in the innings.
Got her hand to it, but still wasn't able to stop the single being taken.
Good anticipation on the part of the batters.
Yeah, all the offside fielders are on the edge of the circle.
Looks like Hannah Rowe who is coming. Cat and mouse game. Yes.
This time she'll move to the offside, you reckon? What she's trying to do, Haritha, there are three fielders on the leg side. Fielders on the offside. All four are inside the circle. There's long off. She's looking to go inside out over extra cover.
The last couple of overs.
And also, Haritha, although the Sri Lankans have taken a pounding, but their over rate is pretty good. They're well inside the allotted time.
They'll have a moral victory in the mind if they get through the next 10 deliveries without conceding a boundary.
Yeah, one time when those two were batting, Amelia and Sophie, it looked like 375. That's in the gap. It's running down to fine leg boundary. Much needed boundary for the White Ferns. Erring in line. Helping shot towards the leg side.
Neatly played. You need that sort of ability to get around.
Sri Lankan batters will be pretty tired, Haritha, you would reckon, wouldn't you?
Ooh,
There you go.
School.
That's in the gap as well. Atapattu just managed to stop it inside the boundary line and keeps it down to 2.
Deshika Prabodhani. That's a lot of effort. Well done.
That's pretty harsh, wasn't it? I thought that ball was inside those blue tram lines.
Deduno signaling the wide the ball. 22 extras.
No. Yeah, it's on the line. On the line is a wide. It's an important day for fans in Sri Lanka as well as Sri Lanka cricket. Obviously, what we are witnessing here, New Zealand taking on the Sri Lankan women, and then Sri Lanka men's team taking on Netherlands. And news is that Sri Lankan top order are struggling at the moment. 34 for 4 against Netherlands.
Really? So 49 overs completed. 326 at the moment.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
The last over. No Karanavira. 8th over.
She's also another bowler that has struggled today to cope up with the wind. Tried from both ends. Now she's back on from the city end. Gone for 47. Opportunity. She decides to hold the ball in her hands. So 326 is the highest score for White Ferns against Sri Lanka. They've got 4 balls to break another record.
Yeah, they have 4 balls, 4 wickets in hand, 4 runs to get to equal that highest total.
That's up in the air. Chamari Atapattu does well. Picked it up on the bounce.
Came in very quickly. Oh. Ah, finally. Anushka Sanjeevani. A lot of people would have thought she missed the stump, but she had already knew that she had the catch held on. So, a deserving wicket for Inoka Ranavira. The 7 down for New Zealand women.
Yeah, good bowling that. Saw her coming. That ball turned a bit, didn't it? Saw her coming and then just held a fraction in her hand. Oh, that was Hannah. 12 of 8 for Hannah. New Zealand 323 for 7.
Leah Tahuhu, the new batter.
When you check the New Zealand lineup, she's the third most experienced player.
Yeah, 33-year-old, Christchurch born. Mm, 325. They'll have to get a wicket to stop them from equaling or improving on the highest team total so far against Sri Lanka in one-day internationals. There it is, a best score of 26 for her.
Poor delivery. She was hanging on the back foot and took that from around middle stump, pummeled it towards the leg side for a boundary. So there goes the record, 329 for 7. They would have taken this at the start of the innings. I think at the toss, Haritha, the New Zealand skipper, said around 270. Perfect batting pitch, 329.
The last 5 wickets went down for 37 runs. Never mind that. They've got to 329 for 7. 2 centuries and a double century third wicket partnership that took the White Ferns to this imposing total. So records are tumbling at the Galle International Cricket Stadium for the respective teams. It will be a tired lot for the Sri Lanka women after losing the toss. New Zealand women's skipper enabled her team to get into a very strong position. They played some very intelligent cricket right through the inning and made sure that the advantage of winning the toss was never lost. In a full 50-over encounter, it is always going to be difficult not to do that for an experienced side. Sri Lanka bowlers were really put to the test. Few blemishes, all right, but you must give credit to those New Zealand batters. They knew what they were doing and did it quite well.
Yeah, Sri Lankan bowlers toiled all day, didn't they? Conditions were not favourable for the bowlers, and it was a perfect batting pitch. But still, you had to execute. So, like you said, quality players, those two. Amelia Kerr, the new young sensation. See, those two have dominated the batting card, 108 of 106. Bernadine got a start. Sophie swashbuckling, 137 of 121. Georgia and Hannah got to double figures at the end. Some of the batters sacrificed their wicket in order to looking for boundaries, but 23 extras is also a telling factor. 18 wides in that one. 329. Like I said, New Zealand would have taken it at the start of their innings. 329 after 50 overs.
It's an imposing total. It was well compiled. Third double century partnership in one-day internationals for the White Ferns, and Sri Lanka conceding the highest team total to their opponents after an unexpected massive victory in that first game. This is a total that the New Zealand women will fancy defending quite comfortably, unless of course something really unthinkable happens.
Udeshika, she was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 38. She was a weapon with the older ball as well at the end. The two most experienced spinners went for some runs today. Inoka ran away 8 overs 55. Oshadi 10 overs 68. But she picked up 3 wickets, most of them at the end of the innings.
Kavya Kavindi started off with 2 wides, and that really showed her inability to be effective. 2 overs for 17, it never worked that way. Even Chamari Atapattu, even that last over was a little bit expensive. As you said, Udeshika Prabodhani stands out with her economy and her ability to pick up wickets. Although Oshadi Ranasinghe had 3 wickets, she was still very, very expensive, going at 6.8 runs an over. But she bowled the 10 overs together with Sugandhika Kumari. So after winning the toss, New Zealand women elected to bat first, and Bernadine Berzendehort saw Susie Bates depart pretty early. But then there was a 50-run partnership for the second wicket between Bezuidenhout and Amelia Kerr. They got about their task quite easily and put the bowlers under pressure. And there were a few loose deliveries that helped the two batters in their cause. Nilaksha De Silva holding on to this catch as Bezuidenhout departed for 25 with a total on 57. That brought in the captain Sophie Devine to the middle, and it was a different story in partnership with Amelia Kerr.
Yeah, both those batters were punishing anything that was short. Very quick to latch on to the balls that were short. There were some brilliant strikes on either side. Got used to wicket very quickly, those two. Got used the pace of it, got used the bounce. That's how she got to the 50.
They were very efficient in their execution. Their running between wickets was a treat to watch. Any loose delivery went to the boundary very quickly. And it was not a question of just hitting everything, hitting the loose ball with perfection.
Yeah, I think it's a very good example of very good batsmanship, really. Both the players, Haritha, they were not looking to do a premeditated shot. They just played the way it came, on its merit. And as you can see from the highlight package, they are quality, proper cricket shots.
Not only that, they were not unfazed or hurried in their execution of shots. They were waiting for the loose ball, plenty of loose deliveries, short deliveries, wavered deliveries, and they were, as they kept on making runs, they were able to pounce on those deliveries and make Sri Lanka bowlers pay dearly. A massive partnership. Both got to well-deserved centuries. And the third double century partnership in one-day internationals for the White Ferns. Sri Lanka at the receiving end on this occasion. First against Ireland, then against Pakistan, now against Sri Lanka. Double century stands. This one for the third wicket. And two of them, Amelia Kerr has been involved. She was such a treat to watch.
Form. I'll tell you, the way she's batting, she's going to score a lot more hundreds. She's composed, she's solid in defense, she runs between wickets pretty well, she knows how to find a single, got very good control of her hand speed. There's forcing shots, helping shots, play with dead weight.
And
she's a quality player.
After Amelia Kerr was dismissed, Sophie Devine followed quickly, and this was a brilliant take by Kavisha Dillahari to see the back of Maddie Green. Then Brooke Halliday is next out, followed by a little bit of a hitting opportunity. Good runs. This was Hannah Rowe, picked up behind by Anushka Sanjeevan. She was the last to be dismissed. This boundary took them to that record team total for New Zealand women. A massive task of scoring 330 runs for a win for the Sri Lanka women. We hope you enjoyed our coverage so far. It's been tired a lot, the Sri Lanka women, but they'll have to recuperate and come back. The weather has been good, the crowd appreciative. It's a fairly good crowd that is watching the cricket, and Sri Lanka will have to play some decent cricket to be in the situation of not being overawed by the situation or being humiliated on this. Anything over 250 would not be a bad reply by a tired lot. They would still lose by a huge margin if that's the case, but still I'm sure they are capable of making those runs and get to the total. So we'll take a break, come back with the Sri Lanka women's reply.
ABR Pay News Cup Sri Lanka versus India Women's ODI Series.
And it's heads.
Congratulations, Chamari. You won the toss. What are you going to do?
I just bat my batting lineup because we have good batting lineup. So yeah, I'm stick with our plan. So we decide bat first.
It's a good toss to win, I believe, for Chamari Atapat to just one important change to the Sri Lankan 11 that played that final T20. Rashmi De Silva making her debut for Sri Lanka here. For India, Meghna Singh, Harleen Deol and Rajeshwari Gaikwad coming in. Simran Bahadur, Sabineni Meghana and Radha Yadav missing out from that last T20 in Dambulla.
And that's in the gap. The outfield is relatively fast here, and that's the first boundary just in the second delivery of the match for Hasini Pereira. And that's powerfully driven by Hasini Pereira, and that's the second boundary of the first over. Taking her time here. And that's the first wicket. The skipper Chamari Atapattu departs for two. A big wicket for India.
Just a slight edge, easily grabbed by Yastika Bhatia behind the stumps.
3 in the second and 80 in the third match. And that's driven away by Hasini Pereira once again. And this is her third boundary.
Thakur and Meghna Singh have bowled really well to kick things off for India.
Hasini Pereira finds the gap once again, and that will be her fourth boundary.
Is that a concern for her? Well struck. Wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. That's the fifth boundary for the left-hander.
That's a catch and taken.
This is exactly what I said. That pressure was building on her.
He was very eager to get off the mark. Got too close to that, didn't have the elevation. Catch it was the call. And Vastraka mid-off obliged. Yeah, the mid-wicket fielder actually came across to extra cover catching position. Well, that's that slash. Got a good piece of that. It's running down to deep third man, and it's a teaser. Nah, fielder is not going to get that. He's holding the bat from the middle of the handle. That's a good shot. That's a magnificent shot. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Enough timing on it, and that's another teaser.
There you go. There you go. That's close, but probably turned in too much. But umpire Rambukwala took his time, waited on it, and decided to raise. Was batting so well, but like I just mentioned a couple of deliveries ago, they got their speeds right. They got their lengths right, and you had to pick the right ball to sweep. She missed that one. Was hit in.
A lot of overs here and has been very effective on these tracks.
There's a chance. And taken comfortably. Dilhari just looking to close the bat face a bit too early.
Yeah, that's a really soft dismissal from Dilhari. She'll be disappointed with that. Just try to work the ball onto the leg side, but gets it.
That part of the Indian playing 11. Bottom edge. That will run down to the deep third man. That's picked up nicely. Got a good piece of that. Improves the balance. That's been edged. And fielder at deep third man. See a lot of sideways turn. Oh, that didn't get up. That did not get up. This is why I tell you, you cannot be complacent on a track like this. Stay down a fraction. Well, plumb in front. That's plumb as you can get. Good.
The rotation of her strike is very, very important. Good looking shot. Will get one. Will they come back for two? Oh, they'll get a boundary, in fact. it was in the air, but she got it into the gap. That's a good shot.
You got to feel for the wicket keepers on a wicket like this. That's well bowled. There was a sound and given. Bottom edge, I reckon. Yeah, Anushka Sanjeevani will be disappointed with that. Did the hard yards. Certainly there was a bottom edge. That's good catch. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, it's not the easiest of tracks to keep wickets.
Yes, a full house capacity. Oh, that's close. That's close. Walking across the stumps. That's close. I thought that was very, very close. That was also a slow delivery. Nilakshi De Silva was walking across the stumps, trying to work it on the onside. I thought that was a very, very close one indeed.
Again to leg cutter. Yeah, she was right across the stumps, wasn't she? Yeah, that definitely hit the leg stump. I mean, definitely the umpire.
Renuka Thakur continues. It's a thick edge through the gap between keeper and first slip.
The 25 runs could make a big difference. Right through her. Absolutely right through her. Very well bowled. Took the pace off on line.
Thakur. Oshadi Ranasinghe playing all around that.
See the head dropped.
Signal out.
Lyndon Hannibal will have to decide.
The umpire director, we have umpire referral for a fair catch. Okay, it's a fair delivery. Okay, it appears to have carried. Can you show me another angle just to make sure whether the ball has clearly carried? I want to see the catch. Yes. Yes, clearly the ball has carried and the fingers are under the ball and goes on the lights, please.
It's bowled well today.
As Curtains going for that expensive sweep. Didn't work out. She just managed to play straight. It would have been a different option, but she would try to play it square. Well bowled, well flighted.
Yeah, that's brilliantly bowled once again. As mentioned, Deepti Sharma has bowled so well.
The Sri Lanka ladies won the toss and Chamari decided to bat. It was important that she had a good long stay out in the middle, but that wasn't the case.
Good overall performance with the ball from India. Renuka Thakur, career best figures of 3 for 29.
Straight away, good looking shot. Will pick up a couple of runs. Well, she gets it through. Strong offside field in the 30-yard circle. But Mandana was good enough. Oh, that's well bowled. That didn't turn. Mandana was looking to play off the back foot. She was looking for turn, but this went through straight with the arm here for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, nicely bowled by Oshadi Ranasinghe. Just goes straight on with the arm. No spin at all on that occasion.
That's not a good delivery though. Outside the leg stump and easily put away. That's bread and butter for Verma. There you go, there you go. I just said so. With Bharti on strike, something is going to happen. She was looking very tentative, not confident out there. 17 for 2.
That one just spun a little, didn't it? Unlike Mandana's dismissal where we...
The coaches, the captains, the analysts, that's it. That's the vacant mid-wicket area. That's gone all the way. The first maximum of this game.
And that's the third wicket for Sri Lanka. Inoka Ranavira completely foxes Shafari Verma, who tries to go down the ground.
Goes for a big one. Inoka Ranavira just able to spin that one outside the edge. Anushka Sanjeevani does the rest.
Will stay out in the middle.
Yes, good looking shot. That one beautifully played. Take it dead down to the boundary for 4 runs. Good use of her feet.
Tossing the ball in the air. Poor delivery. Down leg side, full toss. The right treatment. Exactly what I mentioned. The sat back and relatively comfortable shot.
Alongside me, Yami Pera. Yami, a very good reply by India so far.
Very good reply and very well played by Harmanpreet. She has been the difference.
And whenever there was a loose delivery, she made sure to pounce on it and score a boundary as well.
That's well placed too. With minimum effort. 1 for 28. Oh, that's close. That is close. That is close enough, according to Rambukwella, the umpire. Harmanpreet with just a fraction early on a sweep shot. The hard yards. It was all downhill from her. Yeah. Maybe the impact. But Rambukwella thought. There you are. She did hang on the back foot. Whether it's pitched in line or the stumps was a question, but Rambukwella thought that pitched in line. So 2 wickets. That was good bowling. That's what you call being smart. Yeah, that pitched in line. I certainly believe umpires called pitched in line and had a long look again. Rambukwella, that's great cricket.
And that looks like out. Yes, that's the next 6th wicket for Sri Lanka. A great take by the wicket keeper Anushka Sanjeevani.
Wicket keeper Anushka Sanjeevani says, well done, Rane. Well, she's in the middle of a very good run. There's no doubt about that.
Well struck. Beautifully struck. That effectively seals everything. Oh yes. That was even bigger. Finishing off in style, Pooja Vastraka. Tremendous contribution by her.
This 3-match series by winning the first one. It wasn't a bad total to chase. 171. Verma was good.
For Sri Lanka, it was all about the spinners. Oshadi Ranasinghe, Inoka Ranavira doing majority of that damage. He kept off the game. Sri Lanka, of course, winning the toss and opting to bat first on this track in Galle. 171 is all they could manage.
ගොඩක් කැමති චමින්දවාසි මේ බෝල් කරන විදිහට බෝල් කරනවා ඒ දවස්වල ඉතින් හයියෙන්ම ගොඩක් දාන්න පටන් ගත්තා ඉස්කෝලෙන් අවුට් වුණාට පස්සේ ඇත්ලටික් කරා ඉතින් මම මීටර් 100 200 400 ලොංග් ජම්ප් ට්‍රිපල් ජම්ප් ඔක්කොම කරා 13 මට හම්බෙලා තියෙන්නේ මොන්ටිසෝරි යන කාලේදී හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා අපි දැනගත්තෙත් එකට මාස්ටර් විද්‍යාලයට යද්දි 2020 සර්ජරි එකක් කරා ඇන්කල් එක ඉතින් ඒකෙන් පස්සේ තමයි මම දැන් මේක දිගට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න හම්බුනේ මම ගොඩක් ආබාධ ලක් වෙලා තියෙනවා ඉතින් ඒ අවස්ථාවේ වලදී මානසිකවත් වැටලා තියෙනවා ඒ සර්ජරියෙන් පස්සේ තමයි මම කියන්නේ ෆාස්ටස්ම බෝල් කරේ දිගටම 150ට වඩා පන්දු යවුවේ මගේ එකම ඒ කියන්නේ බලාපොරොත්තු තිබුණේ ලෝකෙම්ම ඒ වගේ ලීග්ස් වලට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඉතින් හොඳම ලීග් එක IPL ඉතින් ඒක තමයි මගේ තිබ්බ තවත් ඉලක්කයක් ඉතින් මම ඒකත් සපුර ගන්න හම්බුණා කෝලි ඩිවිලියර්ස් එහෙම බැට් කරනලායි මම ඇද්දට වතුර අරන් ගියා ඉතින් ඒ සිටුවේෂන් එකේ දෙන්න කතා කරන්නේ මොනවාද කොහොමද පන්දු යවන්න මුණ දෙන්නේ ඉතින් ඒ වගේ දේවල් මම ගොඩක් ඉගෙන ගත්තා ජේසන් හෝල්ඩර් වෙස්ට් ඉන්දීස් ගොඩක් ඒ කියන්නේ මම දැකපු හොඳම නිහතමානී ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් අන 19 ක්‍රීඩා කරේ නැහැ ඉතින් මගේ ඉලක්කය තිබ්බේ කොහොම හරි කවදාරි ජාතික කණ්ඩායම ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා කියන එක ඉතින් ඒ වෙනුවෙන් මම උපරිම කැපෙලා වැඩ කරා තමන්ගේ දක්ෂතාවය ඒවා තියෙනවා ඒවා ඉතින් වැඩි දියුණු කරගෙන ඒ ඉලක්කය තියාගෙන යන එක එතනට කවදාරි යනවා කියන එක ඒ විදිහට වැඩ කරන ඉතින් අනිවාර්යෙන් සාර්ථක ගමනක් යන්න පුළුවන්.
Welcome back to the live action from the second ODI in this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. We are bringing you these live pictures from Galle International Cricket Stadium. This is the second ODI from a series of 3 games. Sri Lanka won the first game. New Zealand in the second game have made 329 runs, having opted to bat first at the back of 2 brilliant centuries from Melika and Sophie Devine. 108 runs for Melika. Sophie Devine top scored with a brilliant 137. Sri Lankan bowlers had a tough day. Oshadi Ranasinghe picked up 3 wickets. Sudeshika Prabodhini picked up 2 wickets. Sugandhika Kumari, Inoka Ranavira picked up a wicket each. That massive second wicket partnership between Melika and Sophie Devine clearly took the game away from the home team. From wherever you are watching this coverage, thank you for joining with us on the papare.com and on Dialog Television Channel 126, Dialog View app, as well as on Sri Lanka Cricket YouTube. A very good afternoon to you, Estelle. It's going to be a hard task for the Sri Lankans. We'll take a look at the wickets that fell in the New Zealand innings. That was a brilliant catch from Harshita Samaravikrama. It was the second wicket of Bernadine Bezuidenhout, and since then it was the partnership. This was the end of that massive stand. Sophie Devine was striking some massive sixers, and it was a brilliant catch from Kavisha Dillani to dismiss Maddie Green. Brooke Halliday, they were all looking for runs towards the end of the innings, but nonetheless, ST 330 runs to get, not an easy task at all. And if Sri Lanka gets to that, that will be a record total in women's ODI cricket for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, particularly with the bowling that the White Ferns possess. Believe Sri Lanka's highest successful chase has been 257 against India, so certainly 330 is going to be a tough task. But if you look at that batting lineup, a lot of it is going to depend on Chamari Atapattu. She has been the cornerstone of this batting lineup for the last few years. In the first ODI, it was her century ultimately that took Sri Lanka home, so she's going to have a big role to play. But I'm sure the New Zealanders are also here with their own plans on how to counter her.
Yeah, this is the first ever bilateral tour for the New Zealand White Ferns. They'll play 3 ODIs in Galle, and then they'll move to the capital, Colombo, where Pisara Oval will host 3 T20s. Nevertheless, it's going to be how Sri Lanka play in this second ODI. If Sri Lanka wins, they'll win the series, and if the visitors can square off this series, then Monday will be the decider. Well, we are not seeing the captain coming out. the star from the previous game, the captain Chamari Athapattu. I'm not sure why she's not opening the batting, but it's going to be Harshita Samaravikrama and Vishmi Gunaratne who will open the batting for the home team.
Yeah, interesting choice by Sri Lanka. I wonder if there is something to do with a fitness issue there. We did see her struggling a bit in the previous game as well, and today had to field one down in the boundary and then was moved to the inner ring. So I wonder if there is a small niggle there for Athapattu, and she just wants to have that extra bit of time to rest up a bit. Big task awaits for the two youngsters, the two future stars of Sri Lanka cricket, Vishmi Gunaratne and Harshita Samaravikrama. Vishmi Gunaratne got a 50 in the last game, becoming the youngest Sri Lankan to score a 50 in women's ODI. So she's got some confidence under her belt coming into this game. Samaravikrama looked a bit panicked in the chase in the first ODI, but didn't have much to do. There you go, 50, her highest score, just 17 years of age. She'll be turning 18 in a couple of months.
Yeah, this will test the temperament, the skill level and the technique as well. On good batting conditions. Here's Hanaro with the first delivery, right on the money by the White Ferns opening bowler. The visitors will be a lot more confident in their bowling essay. They'll be quite happy not to see Chamari walking out to the middle, Estelle, after what she did a couple of days ago. Hanaro, she has picked up 45 wickets, very experienced with close to 50 games. Down the leg side. Sri Lanka starts off their innings with 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, Sri Lanka struggled with the extras as well. Didn't bowl too well. New Zealand hasn't started well off. Sri Lanka starting off with 5 runs already in their bank. If you're wondering why, that's because they were awarded 5 penalty runs for the New Zealand batters running on the pitch. Umpire giving a warning, and the second time it happened, awarding 5 penalty runs. So Sri Lanka will start with a slight advantage, having to score only 325 of those 330 runs off the bat. You have to think that Vishmi Gunaratne is going to have a huge role to play. She doesn't have the luxury of having someone like Athapattu going after the bowling from the other end. So she's not going to be able to take her time like she did in that first game.
That's the first runs off the bat for Sri Lanka in these innings. Yeah, this Sri Lankan batting lineup will be heavily tested in this innings. Still, the likes of Harshita Samaravikrama, she's got loads of potential, close to 500 runs. She'll want to improve on that strike rate as well as the average, but with more games in the future, I'm sure, as you correctly said earlier, she'll be the future force in the Sri Lankan batting. Straight away giving the full phase of the bat.
Yeah, just looking at her records and the strike rate and average, as you mentioned, she'd want to improve on, and she has been improving on those over the last couple of years. Had a really good T20 World Cup as well, so she's got to scoring a bit quicker. She'd want to put all that into practice in this series, particularly chasing such a massive total. There's no room for Sri Lanka to take their time and waste too much deliveries up front.
She looks confident, Harshita Samaravikrama. But end of the first over, Sri Lanka 7 for none.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Sri Lanka 7 for 1 after the first over. Sophie Devine will partner Hannah Rowe with the new ball for the White Ferns. Devine, the only wicket taker for the Kiwis in the previous game, picked up the wicket of Vishmi Gunaratne. By doing so, she became the first White Fern to pick up 200 international wickets. So massive achievement from the White Fern skipper. She has been an important player for them throughout the years with both bat and ball. I believe one of the greatest all-rounders produced in world cricket overall. She'd be happy to have marked her 200th wicket in the previous game. But it's a new day, new role for her to play after that big century.
Oh, that's a wonderful delivery. Just hit the seam and opened up Harshita Samaravikrama. That's what she'll do. She'll hit the seam. She has a good upright seam when she's bowling. Yeah, in ODI cricket she has picked up 90 wickets and in all forms of the game she's picked up 200 wickets. Oh, another good delivery from the White Fern captain after that excellent knock of 137. She's going to be a handful.
Yes, she started off really well, hasn't she? Not easy in these conditions, having batted for so long. 121 deliveries out in the middle in this heat. As we mentioned before, they're probably not that accustomed to this kind of heat. Really test their fitness. Misfield on that occasion. Georgia Plimmer. Harshita Samaravikrama will be happy to get off strike.
Yeah, all the fans must be still wondering why Chamari Athapattu didn't open. Vishmi Gunaratne made a half century in the first game. Youngest Sri Lankan women's batter to get a half century. She'll keep the strike. 2 overs completed. Sri Lanka 10 for none. Hannah Rowe will continue from the pavilion end.
New Zealand also making a change in their strategy today. Leah Tahuhu not taking the new ball. She did go for plenty of runs off the bat of Chamari Athapattu in the first ODI. So little plan in place with Rowe coming on from the City end. Missed out on that occasion. Full toss, a low full toss to Vishmi Gunaratne. Those are the deliveries she'll want to make the most of. We look at that partnership between Amelia Kerr and Sophie Devine. That's what they were so good at, just making the most of the bad deliveries that were on offer, making sure they didn't pile up the dot balls. Sri Lanka will do well to learn from that innings.
Will that be the first boundary for Vishmi? Yes. Vishmi Gunaratne getting her first boundary. She wasn't in full control, but there was no fielder.
Yeah, the delivery just got big on her. She's standing well outside her crease. Did think that New Zealand might try the short deliveries at Vishmi Gunaratne in this innings.
I don't think these two batters are that phased by the pace of these two bowlers, Estelle. It's just the line and length. That's where the New Zealanders will have to work on getting the first wicket as well as changing of length. That's a much better stroke from Gunaratne. That's a second boundary. Some lovely driving from the Sri Lankan opener.
Now that delivery she was in complete control of, just finding the gap perfectly. She'll be happy with that. That'll give her a lot of confidence. We didn't see much of that from her early in her innings in the first ODI. This time she knows she has to go on the attack. There's no time to hang around.
Loud appeal, but umpire Shanta Fonseca reckons that would have missed the stumps. 3 overs completed, 18 for none Sri Lanka.
15-year-old Kogu has been her idol. Just over for Great Britain. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Sri Lanka need 312 runs in the next 47 overs to seal this series in the second ODI itself. That would be unprecedented. These two teams have met just once before in a bilateral series, 5-match series back in 2015 in New Zealand. It ended 5-0 in favour of the White Ferns. Sri Lanka will want to make amends here, change things around, and they've taken the first step with the win in the first ODI. Still pretty breezy out there, so Sophie Devine will want to use that to her advantage, get the ball coming in to the right-hander.
That one got big on her, Vishmi. I think they have enough runs on the board, and Sophie could employ a close infielder or two, Estelle, just to change things around, put that doubt in the batter's mind, because she has a good short delivery. Beautifully cut away from Harshita Samaravikrama. That's her first boundary in this game.
Once again, Sophie Devine going for the short one. But Samaravikrama just getting over that, clearing the infield. That's really well played. She found the gap perfectly. It's important that Devine also doesn't get predictable. We saw her bowl a short delivery to Vishmi Gunaratna of the previous delivery. And as you said, can afford to be a little more attacking with the runs on the board.
Just a single. I think both these batters must learn a thing or two from that partnership, Estelle. Just to put some extra pressure on the fielders, run the first run hard, try and convert those singles into twos. That's what Sri Lanka should be doing if they are to chase this down. It's ideal batting conditions here in Galle.
Yeah, it's not much happening off the pitch, is it? So there is the opportunity to get runs. I think this pair will take it in a positive light as an opportunity for them to get some big runs. With Athapattu not coming into open, they have the chance now to put on a big partnership, show what they are capable of as well. So dot ball to end the fourth over. Sri Lanka 25 for no loss. Not a bad start for Sri Lanka, 25 for no loss after 4, going at 6.25 runs and over. Want to continue along those lines. Hannah Rowe in to bowl her third over of the day. Surprisingly, we haven't seen Tahuhu yet. Don't think it'll take that long for Sophie Devine to bring her into the attack. The quickest bowler in the New Zealand attack. Rowe coming around the wicket to Harshita Samaravikrama. Very, very full on that occasion. Samaravikrama just getting her back to it. Want to work those deliveries through the gaps. Try to get those singles rolling. Get the scoreboard ticking. So that neither of these batters get stuck on one end.
Second wide in this innings. The White Ferns, yes, they have 329 runs on the board. They'll need to be a little more disciplined. She's timing the ball really well, Esther. I think they quite like the speed at which Hannah Rowe is bowling.
Yeah, I think if you look at the previous game as well, Sri Lanka really enjoyed the ball coming onto the bat. They enjoyed facing Hannah Rowe and Leah Tahuhu. It's the spinners who they did struggle a bit to face at times. Missed out on that occasion. Good fielding from Eden Carson at backward point. Gets a couple of high fives from her teammates as well.
That extra cover fielder is quite deep. Usually you can have a short extra cover, but since Harshita Samaravikrama is timing the ball really well, Sophie has placed that fielder right at the edge of the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, interestingly, even the mid-wicket right on the 30-yard circle, you usually do see those two fielders just a couple of yards in front. Not the case here. It's well fielded by Hannah Rowe of her own bowling.
The New Zealand Women's Tour of Sri Lanka, brought to you live and exclusively by Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, thepapare.com. It will be on Dialog Television Channel 126 for all local TV lovers. Full toss. I think Harshita Samaravikrama should be quite disappointed for missing that out. 5 overs completed, 26 for none.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
First bowling change from the New Zealand White Ferns. Leah Tahuhu, she'll be bowling from the fourth end.
Yeah, that was inevitable, wasn't it? Quickest bowler in the White Ferns lineup. Not much assistance for the bowlers here on this goal track. So we want to force one of these wickets out. Want to get someone like Vishmi Gunaratne to play a shot, a dangerous shot. There you go, Leah Tahuhu, 94 wickets. I think among current New Zealanders, she is the leading wicket taker.
Gone. She strikes straight away. Leah Tahuhu. It's a decent catch from Maddie Green. That was travelling. Promising Vishmi Gunaratne. She departs for 12.
Yeah, sharp catch from Maddie Green at first slip. Just going at head height. Manages to get both hands to it, and Tahuhu strikes the first ball.
End of Vishmi Gunaratne. She goes for 12. Sri Lanka 26 for 1.
As well as they would have planned. 26 for 1 after 5.1 Sri Lanka. Athapattu is in the middle now. Tahuhu is the bowler who she went after in the first game. Got a couple of boundaries off her first over and then just kept going from there. Look at that record, 178. A higher score that was in the 2017 World Cup against the Australians. An average of 33.61 and surprisingly strike rate of only 70. But we know how fast she can score when she does get going.
Chamari Athapattu, and she departs. Golden duck for the Sri Lankan captain. She got 100 in the first game, and in the second one she gets a duck. She departs the very first ball she faces. We were expecting the short ball trap for the two openers from the previous game. Straight away Leah Tahuhu banging it short. Chamari Athapattu mistimes it straight to a deep fine leg. Hannah Rowe, she made no mistake that time.
Yeah, Athapattu will be really disappointed with that because that ball didn't get big on her. She just did not time it at all. Long and slow walk back to the pavilion for the Sri Lankan skipper. She knows how important that wicket is. New Zealanders will know that too. Big celebration with her dismissal. Nilakshi De Silva, the next in. She has a massive task at hand now. Sri Lanka 26 for 2 after 5.2. Long way to go to reach that target. Nilakshi De Silva has a score of 48 not out. Strike rate and average has been improving over the last couple of years, but she wants to get them up.
Hat-trick ball. Leah Tahuhu. They've got an extra slip in. Sophie Divine coming from that mid-off region straight to the slip cordon. Here's Tahuhu. Nilakshi De Silva gets off the mark straight away. But what a start from your main fast bowler, Leah Tahuhu. Getting two crucial wickets. Here's Vishnu Gunaratne. Good catch from Maddie Green. And then Chamari Athapattu mistimes the first delivery. Good catch from Hannah Rowe. What a start from New Zealand White Ferns. That's cricket for you, Estelle. You can get 100 in one game, and you can get out for a first ball duck in the next game.
Yeah, New Zealand also coming into this series without Jessica Head and Hayley Jensen. So the added pressure on Leah Tahuhu. She didn't bowl that well in the first game, but she's come back with a vengeance here. Two big wickets, the two players who really put them to the sword in the first game, particularly Athapattu, who went after her in that first spell. Back in the pavilion now thanks to her. The White Ferns have really looked like they have something to prove today, both with bat and ball. Probably were really disappointed with their performance in the first ODI. They have to put that behind them now. They've made the most of the conditions here today.
This is very good stuff. Straight away, we see that umpire Dedunu De Silva.
They've already had some trouble with running on the pitch. We saw Sri Lanka getting 5 penalty runs when New Zealand were batting. This time, another warning. Was that an official warning to Tahuhu?
Probably so. I think the umpires have been very critical, and they've been on point. Let's take a look at whether, yeah, that's the first. Yeah, you're allowed to have that first step of the run-up, but not your second and the third. So I think the umpires have been spot on.
That's down to the fine leg boundary. Nilakshi De Silva gets her first boundary of the game. Finishes off a brilliant over by Tahuhu with the boundary. Sri Lanka 32 for 2 after 6.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
Sri Lanka 32 for 2 after 6 overs. Losing their two heroes from game 1 consecutive deliveries of the 6th over. The last delivery went for a boundary. First boundary of the day for Nilakshi De Silva. So that was a double wicket over for Leah Tahuhu. Sri Lanka on the back foot in the first power play, Gamini. Eden Carson introduced into the attack, the young off spinner. Takes a single, Harshita Samaravikrama. Eden Carson, 2 games, 3 wickets, economy of 4.14, best of 3 for 31. Flicked away for another single. Lakshi moves to 6 with that. Sri Lanka, they of course changed their plans up the order. Gamini, it was Harshita Samaravikrama and Vishmi Gunratne who opened the batting.
Yeah, I think with the delivery. Yeah, I can't find out the reason why she did it, but New Zealand certainly came with a plan in there. They had that long leg field, fairly square. Attempt was to bang it in short, but the ball didn't get up. So basically, Chamari Atapattu played under it. Top edge, good catch. So there goes. That's a huge blow for the Sri Lankan run chase.
That was also not like a full-fledged stroke from Chamari Atapattu as well. That was almost a half stroke from her. And to dismiss Vishnu Gunratne, it was a great catch from Maddie Green as well. It was going very quickly, traveling quickly, and that's a full toss, and that has been swept straight towards Maddie Green once again. Fumbled it the first time, but manages to gather it the second attempt. Sri Lanka lose their third.
Things going New Zealand way today. That was a rank full toss. Hit it too well. That's the advantage of having your hands pretty high. It's a reverse cup. Another meter would have been a difference. 34 for 3. Harshita goes for 9 off 21.
The new batter, Anushka Sanjeevani, the wicket-keeper of Sri Lanka. The women's team under a lot of pressure here. Here at goal, Anushka Sanjeevani, 24 games, not the best of averages, below 13. Strike rate below 50 as well, high score of 46.
Liatahohu bowled a terrific first over. White Ferns having a slip in place. She'll have to bowl that one again.
Score moves to 35 for Sri Lanka. So here in Golgami, the women's team is under a lot of pressure, and in Zimbabwe, the Sri Lanka men's team is also under a lot of pressure as well. And Liatahohu, the match official, once again signaling that she is running on the protected area of the pitch. Liatahohu needs to work on this.
Yeah, I think that was her official first warning. So now that she has changed her angle coming round the wicket. From where the batters are standing, Laksasi, there is, old days it used to be 4 feet, but now it's 5 feet. So your first step is pretty much inside that those 5 feet. It's the second step. It's another chance and gone. Sri Lankans are losing wicket at regular intervals.
This is exactly
another
what
short
you
delivery. You can
predicted.
see the White Ferns, like I mentioned before, they've done their homework. Today they've mixed up length pretty well. They were pretty full last time around, but obviously they're not afraid to bang it in short.
Yeah, you predicted
Perfect
this.
bouncer, good height, and she was beaten for speed. Good sliding catch from who was that?
Amelia Kerr, the Centurion from earlier in the day. And Nilakshi De Silva departs for 6. Sri Lanka under a lot of trouble. 35 for 4. And coming back to that short ball strategy, Gamini, you predicted this at the end of the very first game, that the White Fern bowlers will use this. Kavisha Dilhari, 13 games, 239 runs, average of 29.87, highest score of 49.
Those are decent numbers. Average just tick under 30, so we score 49. She has made some contributions with the bat in hand.
Well, what I was saying about earlier, Gamini, the women's team is under pressure here in goal, and the men's team is also under a lot of pressure in Zimbabwe. They are 94 for 5 against Netherlands in 25 overs. The first game of the Super
Sri Lankan
6.
men's team were 30 out for 4 also, weren't they? So the women have followed that. Again, attempted short delivery, but that one didn't get up. Surprisingly, White Ferns have taken that slip out. They've got fielder just in front of the umpire, as well as a fielder behind the umpire. So 2 fielders there for the maybe the miss time pull shot or the hook shot.
Yeah, the replay was the dismissal of Nilakshi De Silva. Clearly bothered by that short ball from Liata Huhu. Liata Huhu with a great comeback in this second ODI. 3 for 7 in 1.4 overs. Very effective using the short ball strategy. There's Tahu once again down the leg side, signal just wide.
I think it was inevitable that the White Fern bowlers were going to change their tactics after getting whacked for all those fuller deliveries by Chamari and Vishmi in the previous game. They would have had their discussions. Nicely played, straight to cover. Definitely they would have had a session with the analyst, would have gone through the pitch maps. You got to be brave to sit there, don't you? Must be loving cricket a lot. Sit somewhere there and enjoy the game. Again, another short delivery. Getting Kavisha to go on the back foot. Another successful over for Leah. 3 for 8 off 2 overs. Sri Lanka 36 for 4 after 8.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Fall of wickets, 26 runs stand for the first wicket, and then in consecutive deliveries, Sri Lanka lost Gunaratne and Atapattu, and then 2 more wickets straight after that as well. So 4 wickets in quick succession in the space of 3 overs for the White Ferns. Aiden Carson took one of those 4 wickets.
That was a good run. This is something that Sri Lankans can certainly improve in their game. So short singles, play with a dead weight, catching the fielders napping. Kavisha Dilhari is pretty quick between wickets, so
Come on, girls, come on, Eden!
quicker delivery. Yeah. Although Carson didn't pick up a wicket in that previous game, Lakshisi, I thought she was the pick of the bowlers for me from the New Zealand side. She changed her speed nicely, change her angles. Nicely played into the gap. Ball will win the race. Nice way to get your first boundary. Over pitched. Didn't try to overhit that one. Just presented the full face. Nice time too.
Kavisha Dilhari scoring her first boundary. Score moves to 41 for Sri Lanka. The required run rate a touch below 7. Eden Carson conceding a boundary for the first time in this game. Goes for the defensive stroke, Kavisha Dilhari.
It is a very hard task when you have that kind of a total on the board. They started with tick over 6.5 runs per over, and as you can see, after 8 overs or 9th, with the last delivery, already the run rate required has gone up to 7.05. 41 for 4.
Sri Lanka, they need 289 more runs in 41 overs, required run rate of 7.05.
It's pretty hot and muggy here. Okay, nicely timed from Anushka. I think we have mentioned on numerous times, like to say, this is not the hardest wicket to get used to. Good carry and bounce. You can use the speed to time it. There's another quick one. When you chase a total in this nature, you got to be proactive. You got to take plenty of those singles, short singles, and keep the fielders at bay. What you do is, once you start dropping the ball in front, and they'll be approaching it quicker towards the batter, and then you start to force the ball. Keep them guessing all the time. Another 4 deliveries to go in the far power play. There's the attempted short one again.
little miscommunication between the two batters, but no harm done. And also, when you receive such a big target, Gamini, the psychological factor is also there as well, because Sri Lanka, their highest score ever is 282. Scoring 300 is not something that they have achieved so far in their history when it comes to women's ODI cricket. So that's also something that might be working on their minds, the Sri Lankan team at the moment.
Yeah, they would hope that the skipper will back it up from that previous game, and they rely a lot on her. I mean, records are there to be broken. I mean, who thought that first wicket they scored 150 to win that last game? So today would have been the ideal day to get over 300, because wickets like this you don't get every day. It's perfect for batting. Very quick outfield, so plenty of value for his shots. But it's a big task, obviously, after fielding for 50 overs in this heat, and they'll be tired. But you know, at this level, that'll be called a wide.
When you
ever since she was born for running on the pitch, she has switched to right arm around the wicket. See how far she goes. She goes pretty close to that return crease, doesn't she?
When you study that New Zealand innings closely, Gamini, in the first 5 overs, they were very, very watchful. There were 21 dot deliveries. The first boundary was scored in the 6th over. Until that, they were very watchful, because they knew that after that phase of where the ball is very new, they had their chance. They have their chance to score runs and score them quickly. They managed to go past that first 5 over mark with just 1 wicket, and they then just played their hearts out and managed to score 329. So end of the 10th over, Sri Lanka 43 for 4. So Sri Lanka 48 for 4, although it shows 43. 5 penalty runs were added earlier when Lia Tahu, who was bowling, she got warned first time, and then the second instance the umpires decided to give Sri Lanka 5 penalty points. 5 penalty runs rather. So Miliaka, the Centurion from earlier in the day, the leg spinner, introduced into the attack. A fuller delivery.
Go, Freddie!
Yeah, I'm certainly looking forward to see her, how she has adjusted. I thought she was a bit too slow, and maybe her delivery point was a bit too early as well. She was very, very slow through the air, and it can happen with fairly wet ball last time around, wasn't it? There was a drizzle in between, but today the ball is a lot drier. There you are. I cannot fathom out 50 for 4, and you don't have a slip. And again, Amelia is one of your best weapons in your attack, and that ball spun.
Quite strange that they didn't have the slip for first delivery. Well, we were talking about that Amelia Kerr having that off day in the first game. Gamini, you mentioned that her release points are quite different when it gets compared with the women's IPL season. She played for Mumbai Indians, and you mentioned that the release points are quite different.
Yeah, she certainly struggled to find her rhythm. But today, it's coming out well. So far, she has landed all the deliveries on the spot.
It's down the leg side. interesting to see whether got some bat on it. No, will it be called a wide? No. Got some bat on it, so more runs added to the total for Sri Lanka. 57 for 4.
Another outside edge. This will run away for 4. Not the start she wanted, Amelia. Rubber the green going towards the batter.
I mean, it's not like she's bowling badly, Gamini, but the luck is in favor of the batter.
Yeah, that was the wrong one. Just finding the outside edge. Sometimes when you are a leg spinner, there are some things that you can't control.
Gives it more air this time.
She's not afraid to flight the delivery. So 61 for 4 after 11.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
So Sri Lanka after 11 overs, 61 for 4. They need 269 more runs in 39 overs. Anushka Sanjeevani on 13, while Kavisha Dilhari is on 8. And it's a change in the bowling attack for the White Ferns. The left arm spinner Fran Jonas introduced into the attack to bowl the 12th over. That's a very good start from Fran Jonas.
Yeah, she's also will be looking to use that breeze coming from left side to right. So she's going to get some drift towards the right-hander's pads. There you are.
Yeah, she's using the wind very well here, Fran Jonas, to drift the ball in towards the right-handed batter. The 19-year-old is Fran Jonas to Anushka Sanjeevani. Driven down the ground this time by Sanjeevani. Takes the single. Anushka Sanjeevani needs to make this a good knock, Gamini, because so far from what we have seen in the last year or so, we have not seen consistent performances. So she needs to make this opportunity count, and this is Kavisha Dilhari, paddles it away for a 4. Great work from the young right-handed batter for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, good shot that. Using the drift, getting her front pad across, covering the line, and watching the ball all the way. That's a very good shot. I think Fran will probably looking at having a short fine leg here. She's not going to get a lot of turn, although she's got 5 fielders on the offside. She's not getting any turn, so if the batters keep on pedaling it towards a short fine leg, she'll probably be looking to get one from that off stump offside. There's a point and a third man.
Kavisha Dilhari once again uses the paddle sweep, and it will be her second boundary in the over. And that will also be the end of the 12th over. Sri Lanka 70 for the loss of 4 wickets. Kavisha Dilhari on 16 and Anushka Sanjeevani on 14.
The current run rate for Sri Lanka around 5.8. The required run rate is also 6.8. So the game is still not over. A lot more work to do for these two right-handers, and straight away Sophie Devine have identified that these two players, they love spin. So she has brought her seamer Hannah Rowe. She bowled 3 overs from the pavilion end.
Sri Lankan batters have shown a distinct dislike for the short pitched delivery. Also conceded a few wickets. 26-run opening stand, and then losing the top 4 wickets, including the captain for a first ball duck, for the addition of just 9 runs. Since then, these two have doubled the total. The 36-run partnership now. You need that sort of consistency. I expected Harshita Samarvikrama, Nilaksha De Silva to get amongst the runs. A good batting track, ideal situations. Making some runs would have helped their cause.
Yeah, sometimes it's all about enjoying your batting. It's all about getting some runs, irrespective of the challenge ahead, irrespective of things which you haven't done before. It's an ideal situation. Don't think you'll get any better batting conditions than here today in Galle. Another short delivery from Hannah Rowe. Anushka Sanjeevani. She's flirting with fire here. She moves to 19. But as Haritha said, they don't like the short ball.
Yeah, there were 2 good predictions before the first ball was bowled. Damit, you mentioned that this wicket is good enough for 2 batters to get to 100. And we saw in that 200-run partnership, 200-run plus, how the New Zealand batters profited. And Gamini Pereira mentioned, you wait and see, New Zealand will start bowling the short pitch stuff.
Loud appeal and given.
So the good breakthrough, good change of ends for Hannah Rowe. In fact, she started bowling from here.
Anushka Sanjeevani, she becomes the 5th wicket in the Sri Lankan innings. She's in disbelief, but nevertheless, end of Anushka Sanjeevani. She departs for 17 as the players will take drinks. Sri Lanka 76 for 5.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
None of the batters have been able to score more than 17. Kavisha Dilhari, she's unbeaten on 17. Vishmi Gunaratna made 12. Harshita Samaravikrama 9. Captain Chamari Athapattu didn't trouble the scores today. She just faced only one ball. Nilakshmi Silva 6. Anushka Sanjeevani, she was the last to be dismissed for 17. New batter Oshadi Ranasinghe. From a Sri Lankan point of view, Harita, this is a very disappointing scorecard.
Disappointing, and what is damaging in this for the team is that there is very little commitment on the part of the batters who have been dismissed. You expect them to work hard on a wicket which is offering them some assistance, but that's not to take credit away from the New Zealand bowlers. Handled very well by the captain herself. When it came into the 12th over, 6 bowlers were used. We are into the 13th. There was a semblance of recovery between Anushka Sanjeevani and Kavisha Dilhari. Comprehensive team performance here by the White Ferns after that unexpected debacle in that first game. You could say the same thing in a different way about the fortunes of the Sri Lanka women. From a very encouraging high to a discouraging low in this game.
"13 overs completed, 76 for 5.
So that in the final outcome her performance would be considered.
Fran Jonas from the fourth end. Running the first run hard, Kavisha Dilhari, but Oshadi Ranasinghe sends her back.
It's a pleasant evening at Galle. Second one-day international between New Zealand and Sri Lanka women, part of the ICC Women's Championship. high score 51 not out. Strike rate of 53 plus. Average just about 14, 13 and a half.
Ranasinghe gets off the mark with a sweep. Kavisha Dilhari is a talent which is going to do a lot of wonders for Sri Lanka going forward in women's cricket.
Good track prepared by Godfrey Davarera. He's the manager of international cricket venues and facilities for Sri Lanka cricket. He's a main curator, ground manager here at Galle, Harsha Munasinghe. Efficient off drive once again. Somebody should keep company with Kavisha Dilhari. Give the youngster the ability to absorb the pressure.
They need a partnership here. And Fran Jonas still looking for that wicket. Yes, the family of Fran Jonas also watching the proceedings. It's a poor delivery, a full toss, dealt away neatly by Kavisha Dilhari. It's a no ball also, Haritha, so it will be a free hit for Kavisha Dilhari. She was looking to fire it in, but could have slipped. She's still very young, Fran Jonas. End of 14 overs, 86 Sri Lanka.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Very subdued dugout for the Sri Lankan women. Current run rate encouraging, over 6 runs and over. This is where the top order had made blunders. They're persisting to bowl just short of good length. New Zealand bowlers. Clear strategy. Interesting to see what the batting coach Malinda Varnapura would have told the lower order. Because there's no contribution from the top order.
Very strange not to see a slip in place. I'd like to see a little more attacking options. Slower ball from Hanaro, slight misfield, nevertheless just a single.
Born in Palmerston North, Hanaro, 27 years. Not express pace, but certainly very lively. Keeps it just short of good length most of the time. So far, Kavisha Dilhari has been encouraging to the eye. She's got onto the back foot and worked the ball around, which is very essential under these circumstances. Soft hands, using her wrists to place the delivery on either side of the wicket.
The visitors keeping it very simple. New Zealand need another 5 more wickets to wrap things up, but I think Kavisha Dilhari and Oshadi Ranasinghe, there are no mugs with the bat, especially the likes of Kavisha Dilhari. She's a well equipped all-rounder. End of 15 overs, 89 for 5. Sri Lanka still going at a very healthy run rate.
Sri Lanka women have been assisted by 10 runs being added on 2 penalty occasions. First by the batters, then by the bowlers as far as their position is concerned.
Malika coming from the fourth end. She's one of the bowlers, Haritha, heading into the third game into the T20 series. One of the bowlers which Sophie Devine would want to be in good form, good rhythm.
So far she has enjoyed very good couple of games. Essentially with the bat. She needs to perform with the ball too. That's what her primary target should be.
Poor delivery, a wide. With the run, it will be 2 wides. Yeah, she's struggling with the accuracy, with rhythm. Usually, whenever a spinner comes to goal, they quite enjoy the conditions, the help from the pitch. That's a much better delivery. Bernadine Bezudenhout missed it completely. 4 byes. Runs are flowing. Just the home team will be quite disappointed that they've lost 5 wickets.
Yeah, I was trying to think whether she would tempt Kavisha Dilhari to get out of the crease. This could be a top battle if that is the situation. Two young guns. The variety that is available as far as Amelia Kerr's bowling is concerned, and the skill of Kavisha Dilhari to adapt to the situation and the pressure, handle it properly. She's yet to make a half century in one-day internationals. But when she bats, it's a treat to watch because she plays with the full face of the bat most of the time.
That's a wrong one from Melika. As you said correctly, Haritha, she's got the variations, she's got the talent, the ability. Just over the last two
just a matter of
games,
getting the confidence back.
Exactly.
One wicket would do the difference.
End of 16, 96 for 5.
Season 1, Danuma. Season 2, Charitavaliya. Season 3, Krida Viplava.
Sophie Devin led from the front to get to this very strong position for her team. Magnificent century, handling her bowlers very well. Not trying to get the batters into a groove where they would start working.
Eden Carson coming back on. Oshadi Ranasinghe seems to be a player who loves to sweep.
22-year-old Carson, born in Dunedin. The next best thing would be a good spinner for the White Ferns. Dropped it short.
Oshadi Ranasinghe, she was a little hesitant for that second run, but nevertheless Kavisha Dilhari pushed her and got the second run. Kavisha Dilhari in international cricket yet to score a half century, and you won't get a better chance than today. You had the ideal batting conditions, you've got plenty of overs left, and you're well set now.
Yeah, and you should be sensible. You're batting with the lower order. Sometimes you will think that you may not get the opportunity, but if you try to throw away the opportunity that you've got, you have to blame. You have to be blamed. Keep batting, young lady.
Yeah, she moves to 30 now, Kavisha Dilhari, and with that single, the 100 comes up for the home team. They still need another 230 runs, a daunting task for Sri Lanka women. New Zealand well and truly on course to square the series. Eden Carson attacking the stumps, as all off spinners do, especially coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Straying down the leg side that time. Should be a wide. Yes. 2 runs added. With the 10 penalty runs, Haritha, The New Zealand Ferns have given 24 extras. Kavisha Dilhari. Was there a drop chance?
Difficult one at that. Yeah, never mind how it comes. 17 completed. Sri Lanka 103 for 5. Women fighting hard to be in contention with a lot of overs still remaining.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 4th.
Another full toss from Melika. Kavisha Dilhari. She's looking good.
Oshadi Ranasinghe has got a top score of 51 not out.
That's a wonderful delivery.
Oh, I like her rhythm. I like her rhythm, Damit.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from a leg spinner.
It's the confidence back, yes. Brilliant stuff. Trying a few variations, getting the ball to talk. Amelia Kerr, given the confidence, is into her third over. Considered 17, all right, but now she's trying to get hold of the situation. That was delivered not from that high angle. I think she will prefer to bowl on to the right-handed Kavisha Dilhari. That's where the challenge is for the young player, to use her feet, to use her head and get the bowler off track.
That's a googly, a wrong one, but I think the height would have helped Kavisha Dilhari. Now she's getting that rhythm, she's getting that confidence.
Yeah, beautiful loop. It's gone a little bit dark. Dark cloud on top of the playing area.
End of 18 overs, Sri Lanka 105 for 5.
Season 1, Danuma. Season 2, Charitavaliya. Season 3, Krida Viplava.
Sri Lanka need 225 runs in 32 overs, required rate now above 7 runs in over. It's not been Sri Lanka's day so far with both bat and ball. Eden Carson to continue. That one's well struck by Oshadi Ranasinghe, a full toss on the leg stump. Little loose from Carson, who was really the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand in the first ODI. Picked up a wicket already so far. Hasn't given away too many runs.
Oh, that's pretty close. Did she get any bat on that one? Yes, she did. That's the only thing that would have saved her. That was pretty much in front.
Yeah, looks like she got a bottom edge on that occasion. Also slightly outside the line. Of course, no DRS available in this series.
it's a good opportunity for some of these batters from Sri Lanka. They rely on their skipper Chamari a lot, but sometimes the middle and late order batters, this is a good experience and a good opportunity for them to show their hands and build their confidence by scoring some runs. That will help the next one. Because there will be a day that Chamari is going to fail, and then everyone needs to contribute towards a victory. And Kavisha is one player, ST, that these brain trusts have been eyeing on for some time now. She's showing a lot of potential, but this will be a good opportunity for her to go and get a big one.
Yeah, definitely. I think even with Atapattu, 330 was always going to be a tough target to chase down. So given that she's got out early and they've lost the 5 wickets, I think if they can get up to a total above 200, say 250, that'll give them a lot of confidence. And if they are to do that, you'd think that Kavisha Dilhari will have to play a big hand. 19 overs done, Sri Lanka 108 for 5.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Amelia is going to come around the wicket against the left-hander.
Be interesting to see if she can get the wrong one in at that angle.
I still can't believe actually why the New Zealand skipper is reluctant to have a slip.
Yeah, she's got the maximum number of fielders out in the deep as well. Sri Lanka really under the pump, 108 for 5. You'd think you'd want to attack a little bit more.
There you are. Rank full waist high, full toss. And Oshadi Ransinger hits it back at the bowler. It was a comfortable catch for Amelia.
Rana Singh will be disappointed with that. One of the deliveries, one of the loser deliveries you would get from someone like Amelia Kerr, hits it straight back to the bowler.
Again another wrong one.
That's Kerr's first wicket of this series, already got a century under her belt. Oshadi Ranasinghe has done well in domestic cricket with the bat, but not able to make any major contribution to Sri Lanka's cause today. It's the 6th wicket down. You think there'll be a little more aggression from New Zealand now?
Well, you'd hope so, don't you? Plenty of runs to play with into the lower order. And you got one of your main bowlers bowling from the fourth end. Now, there you are, the kite season. ST normally comes in month of August, but we have a few days away from that, but there's a very strong breeze.
You think that's a White Fern supporter? Big black kite over the grounds right now? Kerr starts with another wrong one.
Yeah, I don't think she picked it either, the batter. Kavya. It's just short enough for her to play it off the pitch.
Haven't seen Kavya Kavi in the bat in international cricket so far. Be interesting how she fares. Sri Lanka carrying a long tail in this game. Got Sugantika Kumari, Noka Ranavira and Udeshika Prabodhini to come in next. None of them have done anything major with the bat for Sri Lanka in international cricket.
Well, Kavya, she's showing her defensive capabilities. That's a pretty long one. How long they would have taken to fix that one? She's bowling a lot quicker today, Amelia. I thought she was a bit too slow, and maybe because of wet ball also that last time around. But 108 for 6 after 20.
Sri Lanka 108 for 6. Kavisha Dilhari 32 of 45. Top run scorer. She gets a thick outside edge once again. Seen that happen a couple of times already. Eden Carson this time. And again, it begs the question, where is that slip?
Yeah, it's not only the skipper, I think the bowler has to come up with some sort of a suggestion to the skipper, say, skip, I need a slip. That would have been straight to the first slip sand if there was one.
I wonder if they want to get as much game time as possible here, having had a reduced game in the first ODI, just 28 overs. They haven't played in Sri Lanka in a bilateral ever. In fact, the last time they played here was back in 2012 during the T20 World Cup. So many of these players, most of them have not played here. So maybe it's also a ploy to get some real-time action in.
Yeah, no doubt. The White Ferns have got their game faces on today. They stay. Sri Lankans pulled one out of the hat that last time around, thanks to a brilliant partnership from the skipper and the other opener. But they would have gone back and done their homework. So you can see where the pace bowlers were operating, they were digging short, trying to get the batter on the back foot. They were mixing things up. Oh, there's a hesitation. Hurry, hurry. Oh, well, she didn't have the ball in the hand.
Now that's the second time that has happened in this series so far. So eager to collect the ball. Break up the stumps. Doesn't happen for New Zealand. Kavya Kavindi, narrow shave for her on that occasion. That's the end of the 21st over. Sri Lanka 112 for 6. There you go, the match summary so far. New Zealand dominant after winning the toss, 329 for 7. Sophie Devine, the skipper, top scoring with 137. Amelia Kerr, 108. They put on a record partnership for the third wicket. None of the Sri Lankan bowlers could really get much out of the pitch. Oshidi Ranasinghe, 3 for 68. Best bowling. Sri Lanka now in plenty of trouble, 112 for 6.
It could have been easily 7 down. Have a look at this one. And it's strange that she was in a good position and she had more time than she thought, really. See how her hands were in front of the stumps? Like the wicket keepers used to bring the gloves towards the stumps with the throw. She would have easily had her hands. Who knows, that would have hit the stumps too. That was... Have a look
good
again.
Throw by Plimmer. It's just she was so eager to get it back onto the stumps, just drops the ball.
We don't have the TV umpire for these games, and she didn't have the ball in the hand to break the stumps, but did it actually ricochet from her hands to the stumps?
Big appeal from Amelia Kerr. For a moment there, it looked like Kavya Kavindi was walking off. Leg umpire having a bit of a word with the New Zealanders. What that was about.
Both the bowler and the keeper went up together, didn't they? there would have been some sort of a noise. Maybe the bat hit in the ground ever so slightly. She gets some turn when she's bowling the wrong one, but her actual leg spin is not turning.
I was about to say, we haven't seen her bowling a leg spinner for a while. It's been all googlies. Kavindi gets off strike off the last ball of that over, so she'll continue to take strike in the 23rd over as well. Sri Lanka 115 for 6. Eden Carson continues. Another wide delivery this time. Sri Lanka 2 bowled plenty of extras in their innings.
Eden Carson got a very easy type of off spin action. Smooth rhythmic run up.
Good, Tim. Good, girls. Really good, yeah.
It's hard work for the spinners on a track like this. ST, I mentioned that in my pitch report. You're not going to get a lot of turn. Obviously, the wrist spinners get more turn than the finger spinners.
Go, go. Yep, in the air.
It's nicely played by Kavya Kavindi, getting Kavisha Dilhari on strike. That's the best thing she can do right now. To stay on the non-striker's end as much as possible. Get the more established batter to take most of the strike.
Nicely timed. That'll run away for 4. She's got fast hands, Kavisha Dilhari. She's got good wrists.
Yeah, Dilhari's been in good form. I think against Bangladesh in the previous series as well. Got some runs. As you mentioned before, she's someone who has been earmarked as a future star for Sri Lanka. Hasn't really lived up to potential so far. Beginning to see what she can offer.
Good, Mealy. Great movement. Good, yeah, Eden. Come on, Eads. Coming, yeah, Tim. It's coming.
Incidentally, her highest score has been 49 not out. So today is a good day to achieve that milestone. Again, nicely worked into a gap.
Oh! That's really good running by Sri Lanka. It's something we saw in the New Zealand innings as well. Just dropping it in the gap, not allowing those two fielders inside the ring on the leg side to restrict them.
I think we have mentioned this on numerous occasions, how you can be efficient in the middle of an innings. You saw how the New Zealand batters, when they were batting, particularly Sophie and Amelia, they were taking runs off every delivery, even the good ones, because they knew where the fielders were, they knew where the gaps were. 122 for 6.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
And also, Steve, the Sri Lankan spinners struggle because of their feet. Those two batters that I was talking about, Amelia and Sophie. We see Kavisha working her wrists trying to look for single square wicket. Well, where did they come from? Well, hundreds and hundreds. It's a gathering.
Sri Lanka 208 needed in 27 overs. 7.7 the required rate. Yet another googly from Amelia Kerr. Kavya Kavindi.
Yeah, just before the ST, just before the Crows invaded our party, point that I was trying to make. Now, Sophie has brought mid off and mid on. Oh, that's gone through. Keeps it down to 2. The point I was going to make. Now you don't have the chance. So how many straight singles did they take? Amelia and oopsie daisy, no, you're safe. Again, again against the good balls, they were pretty much presenting the full face of the bat to get singles straight, mid off, long on. So bowlers struggled. We don't see that from the Sri Lankan batters, do we? We see, like I said, some of the batters working their wrists towards the square of the wicket, but there you are.
Yeah, and you can also say it's the field placing, isn't it? Sri Lanka right throughout that innings, once the first 10 overs were done, didn't have mid-on in the ring. They had mid-on deep. So it was basically, simple for Amelia Kerr.
Yeah, off the pad. Bernadine collected that on the helmet. So all kinds of protocols these days.
It's a good thing she had the helmet on. Looks to be quite okay.
I think some of the test playing nations already got changed rules, SD, that if you are going to keep up to the stumps, it's compulsory to wear the helmet. And I think in England you can't bat without a helmet in domestic cricket. Oh, that bounce. She lucky she had the grill on.
In the meantime, Sophie Devine also leaving the playing area. Got Molly Penfold in as 12th, the substitute. Sophie Devine will probably take on the captaincy duties out there. I beg your pardon, Susie Bates.
Attempted quicker delivery. Good work by the keeper, particularly after you get hit on the face.
So that's the 11th wide by the New Zealanders. It's not been a good day for control, has it? Both Sri Lanka and New Zealand. Just giving away so many extras.
I think particularly the spinners, they've struggled to cope up with the wind. There's a strong breeze down there, coming from the seaside. Given wide, well, that's pretty harsh, wasn't it? I thought that ball was clearly inside those blue tram lines. No,
Just
that's why I'm sitting
touch
on
and
this
go,
chair.
isn't it?
That's why I'm sitting on this chair and she's standing there. Another wrong one.
No hesitation in the running. They get through for one. That's been another area where Sri Lanka have struggled in the past. Many run-outs. I don't think you could see more than a couple of games where Sri Lanka have gone without a run-out.
128 for 6 after 24.
So, two former players from Devapatiraja Rathgama. Kavisha Dilhari is the elder one, in their early 20s. They played together at school level. Got a wonderful opportunity to bat together. They've added 20 runs so far for the 7th wicket. Rashwan, why are the crows around here?
Very good question. Suddenly, they have come out of nowhere.
They're afraid of the black snake, the kite up there. Brooke Halliday, 7th bowler. They want to break the partnership, give a little bit of the loosener stuff to all the players. White Ferns are comfortable out there in the middle. We've got the measure of their opposition. A lot of runs still to be made. To the halfway stage of the innings, as far as the overs are concerned, more than half the opposition side back in the pavilion.
Yes, Sarita, and a required run rate slowly and quickly creeping up to the 8-run mark. And another wide from Brooke. A few wides in the last over as well from the White Ferns.
Basudin Hurt kept busy behind the sticks. She's enjoying the bowling. Halliday.
She started off well, just the one run, opening 3 deliveries.
Hamilton born, 28 years old. I've been impressed with Kavisha Dilhari with her batting. She's made the most of a difficult situation, having hit 7 fours so far. Kavya Kavindi brought into the side mainly for her bowling. Didn't impress much. 2 overs, 17. Conceded a few wides. With the bat in hand, she looks a different proposition altogether.
She's taking her time. She's faced 23 deliveries for her 7 runs.
Yeah, the target is out of the question at the moment, whether these two youngsters can make something out of the latter half of the overs remaining.
It's pulled away to the fence from Kavya Kavindi. A welcome boundary for the Sri Lankans. And that brings the 25th over to an end. Sri Lanka 133 for 6.
Good stuff. I like to see this prosper. Partnership 25 between the two youngsters. Oh, will you believe that?
Dolly. Think she wouldn't get a easier catch in her cricketing career than that.
They've been a deserving second wicket for Amelia Kerr. Lucky for Kavisha Dilhari. Take a look at this. Catching practice. Not accepted. That Plymouth? Yes. Amelia Kerr making it a little bit difficult for Kavisha Dilhari at this stage.
Kavisha Dilhari should take that opportunity and get to that milestone. She's batted well for her 42. Slight hesitation between the two batters. They get across for a single.
Young legs, never mind that. That was freaky single. Quick single, all right, but a very dangerous one. Between them, there would have been some communication. I said they played together at school level. Okay, just cross over, let me take her on for a moment or two. Could have happened. .26 completed. Sri Lanka women 134 for 6 in reply. Historic goal, 4th clock tower in particular. Surrounding areas bathed in the evening setting sunlight. That's well timed and well placed. Oh, that was a gift. But it was very well executed. You need to do that very well. 8th boundary. Brilliant cricket. Would have been annoyed on that occasion.
Although the rains were there yesterday, the outfield is really fast here. Boundary followed up with a single. Good cricket from Kavisha Dilhari. She moves on to 48.
Yeah, this 7th wicket partnership between these two. 31 runs. It served them very well. It's a good batting side that had done a lot of scoring, record total. See how they rotate the strike. That's what I like about these two. Gaining in confidence. Kavya Kavindi.
So a valuable partnership. 32 runs from 43 deliveries. So they haven't taken much time to score as well.
So now Kavisha Dilhari has equalled her highest score in one-day internationals, 49 not out. Running hard, good. She got a little bit of bat on that.
Yes, the bat umpire hasn't signalled anything. So runs off the bat for Kawindi.
Shanta Fonseca is the umpire. Picked up by Mehdi Green.
And a 10-run over comes to an end. Sri Lanka 144 for 6.
15-year-old Kogo has beaten her idol. Papare has done it. Incredible.
I want to see how attacking or how sensible Kawindi is going to be. She's produced the start that she wanted. Still early days for her. Second game. And I think I have the feeling that it's nice to have a known batter at the other end. She would have batted with all that. Most successful of the White Fern bowlers today, Leah Tahoho, 3 for 10 of the 3 overs she's bowled.
She's been right on the money. Not letting the Sri Lankans get away. She got the big wicket of Chamari Athapattu, Centurion from the last game.
Pulled him. 4th wicket for her. She's done well. Promising partnership comes to an end. Kawindi castled for 15.
4th victim for Leah Tahuhu. Through the gate and destroys the stumps there. That's Kawindi gone for 15 in 31 deliveries. New batsman, new batter was walk to the middle is Sugandhika Kumari. (28 matches, 106 runs with an average of 7.06, best of 18 not out. Left-hand batter Kumari will have to play a supporting role to Kavisha Dilhari.
Serene Indian Ocean in the background of that historic goal fort the Dutch fort.
The match summary in this second ODI. White Ferns won the toss and they batted first. Got a daunting total of 329 for 7. And Sophie 137 of 121. And Emilia Kerr 108 of 106. And the pick of the bowlers for the Sri Lankans was Oshadi 3 for 68. And in reply, the Sri Lankans currently at 144 for 7. With Kavisha Dilhari 49 not out in the middle, searching for her maiden half century is Kavisha Dilhari.
Personal best has been 5 for 37, 1 5-wicket haul. She's on 4 wickets. Lia Tahuhu is capable of improving on that. She's really bowled with a lot of purpose. Missed it completely. Good delivery. Generating a fair amount of pace, Lia Tahuhu. Product of Anamadu was central, Sugandhika Kumari. 32 years old. Plays for the Sri Lanka Army women's team. Angled across the left-hander's body. Good line and length, good angles created with a fair amount of pace. Operating from the goal fort end.
Pulled away for a single, and that opens Sugandhika Kumari's account, and that ends the 28th over. Sri Lanka 145 for 7.
Some sort of recovery in Zimbabwe against the Netherlands after being 30 odd for 4, 200 for 7. Responsible innings by Dhananjay De Silva.
Yes, I think he's saved Sri Lanka to get up to 286 not out.
The skipper Sophie Devine staying with Brooke Halliday. Yet another extra. So 29 extras in all. Sizable contribution, mind you. Bernardine President Hort could have been a little bit better.
Kavisha Dilhari on 49. Right delivery from Brooke. She's been stuck on 49 for the last couple of overs. So nerves maybe kicking in for her.
She should bat normally, sensibly. So far she's been batting in that fashion. Lucky to be dropped once. Yes. Well played. Very well played indeed. Maiden half century in women's one-day internationals for Kavisha Dilhari. Rathkama cricket fans will be happy, and I'm sure there's a lot of them who are here who may have played with her, may have played after her, played before her for that school. I know one person who would be very happy. Why Nishanta Kumara?
Responsible knock from Kavisha.
Good, Franny, good, Franny!
This obviously got to that landmark innings of her.
Yes, flicked away to that deep field and salutes to her teammate, Kavisha.
Ooh. Would have been wide if she didn't touch it. Not bad to ball to crossover. 150 up for the Sri Lanka women. They've lost 7.
Rate creeping up to an 8.5 over per over from here on. Take a valiant effort for Sri Lankans if they are going to make a game out of this position.
The last 50 runs, Sri Lanka women have lost 2 more wickets, and it has come within 12 overs.
A quick single to end the 29th. Sri Lanka 151 for 7.
Came at a difficult time and got off to a decent start. Kavisha Dilhari was very energetic, not afraid to play her shots, got a few loose deliveries, made use of it. It's lucky once, but don't take anything away from the commitment that she's shown. Very well played, Kavisha Dilhari.
Innings she will remember for a very long time.
People in Rathkama, people in Sinigama, they'll be very happy with what she's achieved. When she was very young, knowledgeable people in the area predicted a bright future for her, national cap, and some of them are now talking about her being a future leader. So more extras. Tahuhu losing that rhythm that she was maintaining so far on that particular occasion.
She's got figures of 4 for 13 in 4.1 overs. Tahuhu.
Yeah, after a 26-run opening partnership, the first 4 wickets fell for the addition of 9 runs. That's delicately played. That's delicately played. Intentional. Streaky, but never mind. 4.
16th boundary for Sri Lanka women in this innings, and soft hands from Kavisha Dilhari there. Raises away to the boundary.
9 fours for her so far.
She's got 36 runs just off boundaries. Once again, couple of runs for Kavisha Dilhari. Runs are coming for Kavisha. 57 of 66. Partnership 15 runs from 13 balls. This is Liata, who's the most expensive over in the game. She's gone for a boundary. She had a wide and a single.
"20 overs remaining after this, so Kavisha Dilhari, if she decides to bat on, has a lot more to offer."
Drives straight to the field. New Zealand field in the outfield has improved since that last game.
That one was an unexpected debacle for them. Again, a shortish delivery. Negotiated well by Kavisha Dilhari. He's trying to palm the strike as much as possible. Not a bad idea. Parents will be very happy. Former coaches will be very happy.
And the dot ball ends the 30th over. Sri Lanka 160 for 7.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Sri Lanka 160 for 7 in 30 overs. Going at a decent run rate of 5.3, but considering what they are chasing, it's not enough. 8.5 the required run rate. Eden Carson now back into the attack from the city end. Just a solitary wicket for her in her 6 overs.
Good girl, good girl. Keep going, yeah, Eden.
Sri Lanka 160 for 7.
Dilhari bravely giving over the strike to Sugantika Kumari of the second ball of that over. So an opportunity here for the White Ferns. Brought that extra fielder into the circle. Carson now going around the wicket to the left-hander.
Nice Carson to Sugantika Kumari. Yes, the Sri Lankan top order, they have to be really disappointed because this is not a bad wicket to bat on. They just made some costly errors while batting early in the power play. Just gifted their wickets away.
Yeah, I think even if 330 was tough to chase, and I'm sure it would have been Sri Lanka's most successful run chase, I believe, is 257. So it would have been well out of their reach. If they had managed to get to 270, 280, they could have still taken some confidence out of that. Top order, of course, unable to get Liata Huhu away. She bowled well, you have to give her credit. Changed up her plans from the first ODI, bowled a lot shorter, lot more attacking. Just those consecutive wickets of Atapattu and Gunaratne, it really spelled the end of Sri Lanka's chase, didn't it?
As losing Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamra Atapattu in back-to-back deliveries, and then Ilaksha De Silva also got out. Harshada Samaravikrama, those 4 batters were the batters in form for Sri Lanka. But Kavisha Dilhari, what a knock this has been. She has shown glimpses of what she is capable of so far, and today she is making it count. So Sri Lanka 164 for 7 after the end of 31 overs.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
There you go, the fall of wickets, 26. That was the total when both Gunaratne and Athapattu were dismissed. Then 34, 35, 2 more wickets fall. At that point, it's nearly impossible to chase such a big total. Dilhari has given it a good fight. I think she's seen it as an opportunity to make the most of these conditions. As we've mentioned so many times before, perfect batting conditions at Galle. We expected this used pitch to offer a lot more to the spin bowlers, but that's not been the case.
As Fran Jonas, the left-handed, the left-arm spinner against the left-handed batter, Sugandhika Kumari.
Jonas has been expensive so far today, 19 of her first 2 overs.
Kavisha Dilhari. Now, she has showed that she's quite an asset to have in your middle order. She's finally getting her act right today, scored her maiden ODI half century, and still out there on 61, and there are 19 overs remaining, ST. So hopefully the others can bat around her, because Sugandhika Kumar is there. Ranavira is a capable batter as well, so they can bat around her and bat out the 50 overs. So this might be a very good chance for Kavisha to score a big one here.
I think she's steadily been improving over the last couple of years. We've seen that right throughout Sri Lanka's batting order. The likes of Harshita Samaravikrama, even Nilakshi De Silva, have slowly begun to create names for themselves as well. But games like this is when they can show that they're not overly reliant on Chamari Athapattu. Athapattu, of course, fantastic player and has carried that batting lineup for many years now. Those three really need to get their act together to ensure some of that weight is taken off.
And the fact that after Chamari Athapattu got out for a first ball, Sri Lanka has managed to score 166 in 31 overs. It's actually something really good for Sri Lanka going forward. And the names that you mentioned, Harshita Samaravikrama, Kavisha Dilhari, Vishnu Gunaratne, all of them are very young. So that's definitely a plus point for Sri Lanka going forward, because that's those three, they can be the foundation of a team that Sri Lanka builds for the next 5 to 6 years to come. So very good chance for Sri Lanka. So hopefully they can finish well in this encounter.
Yeah, I was speaking to Chamari Athapattu after the first ODI. She did mention, since the arrival of Rumesh Ratnayaka as head coach, that the batting has taken on a lot more of an attacking posture, and we can see that in the way they've scored today. That's the end of the 32nd over. Sri Lanka 167 for 7.
Sri Lanka need 163 in 18 overs, just 3 wickets in hand. And as you mentioned about the attacking approach, STS, I mean, even in a 330 chase, what we have seen from Sri Lanka in the like 2 to 3 years ago is that they still play around the rate of 4 to 5. But today it has been really good, even though they lost the wickets. That's why I said that the top order, they really have to be heavily disappointed about the fact that they got out so early.
Here we go.
Also, just on New Zealand's tactics, kind of interesting to see how they've gone about things. We haven't seen a slip in place. We've seen a couple of balls going through that area in the air. Lia Tahuhu was given kind of an extended break after her first spell. Some things perhaps that could have been done differently, but of course I'm sure Sophie Devine and the coaching staff with the White Ferns have their own plans and own strategies looking to do in this second game.
As when we think from their point of view, the White Ferns, they're building a spin bowling attack based on a very young trio, because Amelia Kerr, Fran Jonas and Ian Carson are still very young. All three of them under 23 years of age. So White Ferns are doing some building of their very own, laying the foundation to find a solid spin bowling attack.
Yeah, just talking about how Sri Lanka are looking for that next generation of players. New Zealand is also in a similar position. You've got the likes of Susie Bates, Sophie Devine, who are in the later half of their career. So they'll be looking at the newer faces to provide some of the match-winning performances. Of course, Amelia Kerr has already made her name in the game. But apart from her, they'll be looking at players like Fran Jonas, Eden Carson, how they can step up to pressure situations. So perhaps that's the thinking behind giving them an extended run while Sri Lanka is under so much pressure.
Replacing New Zealand today, they have conceded 35 extras while conceding 172 runs so far. 19 wides on no ball, and to go with that they conceded 10 penalty runs, 5 while they were batting and 5 while they were bowling. So that's the end of the 33rd over. Sri Lanka 173 for 7.
Kavisha Dilhari 63, not out. Sri Lanka 173 for 7. Laksisi, just on those penalty runs that Sri Lanka awarded, have you seen a team being awarded 10 penalty runs in international cricket before?
No, obviously I have not seen that happening before. I mean, especially when we consider that it happened in both the innings against the same team. So New Zealand conceding 10 penalty runs, 5 in the first innings and then 5 in the second innings. It's a special occasion in some sort of a way.
Yeah, penalised on both occasions for running on the pitch. So Liata Huhu, and I believe it was Brooke Halliday with the bat who was penalised by the umpires. Luckily they have 330 on the board, so 10 runs, maybe not such a big deal.
If it was a game that was that would have went close, like the first ODI, it would have really hurt them. But today, since they have the runs on the board, the White Ferns, it really won't bother them. But that's something that they really need to consider, because conceding penalty runs, it's not something that you can do often. So the White Ferns, they need to be focused on the areas that they conceded those penalty runs.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll work on it. I mean, we did see a lot of lapses in the field from them in the first game. Batting was not great in terms of intent, and they fixed all that within the space of a couple of days when they came in for this game. So I'm sure there'll be some chat around what happened with the penalty runs and be rectified come the third ODI.
Kavisha Dilhari uses her feet as to take it away towards the leg side, but straight towards the fielder. Jonas once again straight towards the fielder again from Kavisha Dilhari. So just in case if you are joining with us right now, the White Ferns, they won the toss and decided to bat first and scored 325 with a loss of 7 wickets in their 50 overs. And reply, Sri Lanka at the moment 176 for 7. That's up in the air, but in the gap, takes a single quite easily to end the 34th over. Sri Lanka 177 for 7.
Sri Lanka 177 for 7 in 34 overs. Kavisha Dilhari continuing with her good form, 65 not out so far. Looks like skipper Sophie Devine is back into the attack this time from the city end. Bowled a couple of overs to start things off for the White Ferns. From the fort end, got the ball to move. Took herself off the attack and it paid dividends almost immediately because Dia Tahuhu, who replaced her, got the 2 wickets in her first over.
That was a bowling change that really worked for the White Ferns. And Kavisha Dilhari takes a single once again. Something that I really loved about this knock is that she took the singles really well. She ran between the wickets very well in this knock. That's something that we didn't see much from the Sri Lankan batters in the recent past. So that's very good to see.
That's up in the air. And the breakthrough comes through Sophie Devine. Short ball working once again for the White Ferns. That's been their strategy in this game. Sugantika Kumari just couldn't help herself when she saw that one dropping shot. Zudan takes a simple catch, the gloves in hand.
Sri Lanka losing the 8th wicket, the total of 178. Sugandhika Kumari departs for 10 after facing 25 deliveries. Sri Lanka 178 for 8. Sri Lanka, just 2 wickets remaining for them. Udeshika Pramodini, the new batter. Sophie Devine taking her first wicket in her 3rd over. This is just the 2nd ODI in this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. We have 1 more ODI game remaining and 3 more T20s happening in Colombo.
That's well left in the end by Udeshika Prabodhini. Another short one from Sophie Devine. Manages to pull the bat out of the way at the last moment. Prabodhini's record with the bat, nothing much to write home about.
Udeshika Pramodhini, 59 games, 201 runs, average under 7, strike rate below 35, high score of 21.
Another short one from Sophie Devine. This one better directed. But again, Udeshika Prabodhini plays it well, ducks under it. Just over 15 overs to go in this game. Sri Lanka more or less out of the chase. But we'll be looking to get as many as possible. Wide call by umpire Sophie Devine. Not too happy about that call from the umpire on that occasion.
Sophie Devine not very happy about that decision from the umpire. Last wicket to fall, Sugandhika Kumari. He batted for 10. Down the leg side, that will be a wide.
Another wide. She decides to go back over the wicket. Couple of harsh calls going against her. Not that time though. Touch and go once again. 35 overs done. Sri Lanka 180 for 8.
The time has come once again for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Fran Jonas to continue. On the fourth end, Kavisha Dilhari 66 of 79 has got a bit stuck in the 60s. Hasn't been getting much of the strike. Thick outside edge. All running away to the boundary. And Carson stops it. It's a good chase from Carson. Have seen many of those deliveries going through that slip area. Down to the boundary this time. Not a boundary. She moves on to 68.
Kavisha Dilhari still fighting out there against the White Ferns bowlers. Using her feet. Takes a single once again. So Vishnu Gururatne scored her main half century in the first game, and today Kavisha Dilhari scored her main half century.
Yeah, I think there's still positives for Sri Lanka to take out of this game. Obviously, Dilhari is one. Another, I think, was Kavya Kavin, the way she handled herself with the bat. Sri Lanka, as I mentioned before, had carried kind of a long tail in this game with Hansima Karunaratne sitting it out. But Kavya Kavin looked pretty decent, someone who you can work on, still very young. So definitely some potential there to build up into an all-rounder.
And I really believe that she really should have received more overs as a bowler, because she bowled just 2, gave away 17 runs, yes, but I believe she bowled better than those stats suggest, because she started with 2 wide balls, but then she got her line correct, and unfortunately she got only 2 overs, so hopefully we will see more of her in the upcoming games.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we spoke about it while Sri Lanka was in the field as well, that maybe she should have got an extra over from the city end, despite bowling those wides to start things off. But Athapattu obviously had other ideas. That's the end of the 36th over. Sri Lanka won 83 for 8.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Kavisha Dilhari on 69. Sophie running in. Flicks it away to the deep square leg region for a single. She moves on to 70.
The highest total for Sri Lanka in a one-day international against New Zealand has been 188 for 9 in 50 overs. That was made in Bristol. And another score of 187 for 9 of 50 overs at Lincoln. New Zealand were home then. when you remember that New Zealand scored the highest score in a one-day international, women's one-day international against Sri Lanka today, 329 for 7. Statistically something for Sri Lanka to achieve, to go past 200 if possible.
Yes, for sure. That will the little wins for the Sri Lankan team. Coming off a brilliant win in that first ODI. And nevertheless, they are going down fighting in the second ODI. Yes, they are far away from winning the game. But
better to finish off not being disgraced. That's what I think. That's why I thought 250 would have been something worthwhile for the Sri Lankans. Still maintaining a 5-run rate per over.
It's a 5-run current run rate, but that required run rate just going past 11 runs and over. I think that's out of the equation now, since we're into the tail enders. Sri Lankans have can say they have batted with a good net run rate. The run rate just on 5, and another extra in that innings for Sri Lanka. Wide from Sophie.
She must be tired. Scored a brilliant 137. A high score 21 for Udeshika Prabodhani, so she can hold the end up. End of 37, 185 for 8 Sri Lanka women in reply.
Kites flying high here in Galle. Just like the white ferns, kites are flying high here.
You can see 3 snake kites. 2 blacks, 1 red.
Just beats the outside edge on that occasion.
Amelia Kerr deserves much better figures than this. It's bowled well. Kavisha Dilhari was dropped by Gloria Plima. Straightforward catch at extra cover, but that apart, Kavisha Dilhari has batted with a lot of purpose, commitment, responsibility.
Swept away for a single. She's played a very, as you said, Haritha, she's played a very responsible inning. Even
Not
though
only
she's
that, Rashwan, she has been involved with 3 partnerships that have been worthwhile after Sri Lanka women were reduced to 35 for 4, losing their first 4 wickets for the addition of just 9 runs. 41 runs with Anushka Sanjeevani at the other end for the 5th wicket. Then 36 runs with Kavya Kavindi for the 7th wicket, and for the 8th wicket with Sugandhika Kumari adding 34 runs. Learning experience for her. This will give her a lot of confidence. I'm sure the selectors headed by Hemanta Devapriya will be pleased with what she has done over the last few years.
Yes, everyone around her can be happy about her performance.
She's been an outstanding fielder. Yeah, occasionally the missed chances, but apparently one of the two catches held today was fantastic.
Udeshika gets underway in her 15th delivery.
This must be frustrating for the White Ferns. Bernadine Bezuidenhout has two victims. The wicketkeeper batted well for her 25 at the top of the innings. Ooh. Would be looking for two, Delari.
Good running between the wickets from Kavisha Dilhari. We have seen that throughout her innings.
This is the highest total by Sri Lanka in a one-day international against New Zealand. Women's cricket.
That's a win for Sri Lanka. A new record. A quick single that occasion moves Kavisha up to 74, and that brings the 38th over to an end. Sri Lanka 190 for 8.
Pleasant evening at Galle.
The weather gods have been good, Haritha. And the match summary. New Zealand won the toss and they put themselves into bat. 329 for 7 in their 50 overs. Top scores from Sophie, 137 of 121, and Emilia Kerr, 108 of 106.
That partnership between them, 229 runs, the third 200 plus partnership for New Zealand in one-day internationals.
Yes, that partnership was brilliant to watch. They complemented each other really well.
Oshadi Ransinga 3 for 68 was the pick of the bowlers. Kavisha Dilhari leads Sri Lanka's reply, 190 for 8 Sri Lanka with 12 overs remaining. Dilhari's first half century. She's gone on to be 74 not out. Leah Tahuhu 4 for 20. Been the pick of the bowlers for the White Ferns. Took 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall.
What do you think, Haritha? Do you think Kavisha is eyeing at that 3-figure mark here?
Why not? Why not? She's a fighting cricketer. Will she have support from the other end?
That's the only problem in her case. She's just 25 runs away from that figure. And if she makes that 3-figure mark, it will be, I think, a really, really big achievement on her behalf.
Yeah, I see more snake kites now.
Yes, it's all coming out later on in the evening. It's a brilliant day here in Galle.
With that in the background, on top are the dark clouds. No immediate threat of rain though.
Lihatahuhu sticking to that line and length.
The DLS par score should be 286, so that's so far away from that. Captain gets to first slip. Tahuhu looking for a fifer.
Once again, a swing and a miss from Udeshika.
They're at the business end. They don't want to get wet out in the middle and not be playing. They've had a fair outing, New Zealand women. They batted the top order in particular, having a good stay. Bowlers have had a decent bowl out.
Slight appeal from Leah Tahuhu. An interesting stat Haritha, Leah Tahuhu is just 2 wickets away from 100 wickets, and she would be the first woman cricketer to get 200 wickets for the White Ferns. So that's going to be an interesting and quite a record for Leah Tahuhu if she's able to do it. Final ball to be bowled in this over.
She can achieve that, if not here, on Monday.
Yes, and that draws the 39th over. Sri Lanka 191 for 8.
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Beautiful, picturesque Galle International Cricket Stadium.
Was threatening the dark clouds low and threatening to disrupt the cricket. It is gathered slowly but steadily. Hopefully the high wind will take the clouds away from the arena.
So I think this game shouldn't be interrupted by rain. We've seen good cricket. 2 centuries and 1/2 century. We saw 3 wickets from Oshadi and a 4 from Leah Tahuhu.
The catches, that was Vishnu Gunaratna, well held by Maddie. This was the big one. Chamari Atapattu, first ball, played straight to Anna Love. This was Maddie once again accounting for Harshita Samarvikrama, and a very good catch by Amelia Kerr to dismiss Nilakshi De Silva. Anushka Sanjeevani and Oshadi Ranasinghe, soft dismissal. This was Kavya Kavindi. Sugandhika Kumari, last one out.
And out of the 8 wickets, 7 wickets have been catches. And this is the match summary. Sri Lanka need 139 runs from 11 overs. That is quite out of the equation. Just with 2 wickets in hand, that's not going to be easy. And a slight appeal there from
I don't think Kausha Dilhari read that one from Amelia Kerr. She has impressed us a lot. Beautiful delivery. Again, wrong one.
Amelia Kerr. She's been really good today with the bat and with the ball here for the White Ferns.
Yet another snake kite with a long tail.
Straight to the field. Teshika, just a 1 run.
The light getting bad. Dipping. Possibility of rain increasing as the dark clouds gather on top of the arena at Galle.
And the umpires will sooner or later have a look at the light. It's getting darker and darker here in Galle.
Yeah, the lights at the Galle Cricket Club pavilion quite prominent. Oh, just another miss. Didn't miss the wickets by much. End of 40 overs. Sri Lanka women 192 for 8 in reply.
15-year-old Kogu has beaten her idol. Just over her great rip. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Lihatahu to continue from the media box end.
She picks up the wicket early. Should be her best bowling.
White Ferns need just 2 wickets more to win this game and to level the series. And Lihatahu needs just 2 more wickets as well to get up to that landmark of 100 wickets.
Sophie Devine runs into position at first slip. Player missed. She's bowling to a good field, preventing the run on the offside. Still bowling with a fair amount of energy, pace. Dechika Prabodhani playing and missing. Ooh. Dangerous.
She's bowling with a lot of pace. Very good bouncer in that occasion. Not comfortable for any batsman, especially a number 10 batter.
This is frustrating. Frustrating for the bowler. Trying hard to get that ball in line with the stumps. Trying to get the edge. Slip in position. Bowls down leg side. Now the interest is whether the Sri Lanka women can get to 200.
Quick single. Good running between the wickets.
Will they bat through to get 50 extras on the board? 40 now.
If the Sri Lankans are going to bat their full quarter of 50 overs, I think they can get to that 50 extras. Pulled away neatly from Kavisha Dilhari.
She's batting confidently. She's batting comfortably. She's enjoying the stay out in the middle. It's a good day for her.
Yes, for sure. She can take this confidence into the future. The next game, the third ODI.
Probably the only one who could enjoy the performance as a player for this game for Sri Lanka. Ha! That's a welcome boundary to get to 200. Deshika Prabodhini. Half volley. Bang. Wide of mid off.
Races away to the boundary.
Told you she has a top score of 21, so she could bat. They have the desire to stay on long enough to support Kavisha Dilhari. Oh yeah.
200 run mark for the Sri Lankans in the 41st over.
See, they got together when the total was 178, so they've added 22 runs for this 9th wicket. Take that background. Dark grey.
Bowling change for the White Ferns. Miliaka has been taken off, and Hannah will bowl from the Galle fort end. Kavisha Dilhari is now entering the 80s.
The good omen is that the high winds are taking the threatening dark clouds away from the area. Little bit of sunlight. Good to go. Dilhari on 80.
If she stays there till the end of the 50 overs, she would expect herself to get to that 3-figure mark.
She doesn't feel the pressure yet, but if she gets to 90, then expectations will come her way. And if Udeshika Prabodhini is still there, there'll be a lot of interest as far as the local cricket fans are concerned. Short. That has been their plan. Umpire Dedunu Silva has called for a wide because it was high above the shoulder and unable to reach. 41 extras. We are 9 short of that 50 mark.
How rare is that to hurry the 50 runs just from extras? Innovative stuff from Kavisha Dilhari.
Not exactly the uppercut. This is expending a lot of energy. Should have probably wanted that to go to third man region. Instead it went towards the fine leg. Good support play here by Udeshika Prabodhini. She was slow off the blocks, realized the danger as fast as she could, and the dive in the end safe. Slower delivery with the full face of the bat, Kavisha Dilhari. Yeah, commitment. You want to be there. Udeshika Prabodhini, well done.
She's playing the support role to Kavisha. She would love to be there if Kavisha gets to that 3-figure mark. And Hannah has mixed it up well this over.
Yeah, she wants to go around the wicket. What is she trying to do? The double bluff and bowled a Yorker. Down leg side.
That was her intention. Just didn't get it right. And the second wide in this over and another extra to that.
I'll tell you, I've enjoyed this particular session also, because a lot of things may have happened, but in the end, Sri Lanka getting past 200, highest total against the high-rating New Zealand women. Yeah. Udeshika Prabodhini not giving it up. I'm sure a little bit of encouragement from the batting coach Malinda Varnapura, the head coach Rumesh Ratnayakar. Everybody will be happy. I'm sure Rear Admiral Nishanta De Silva, the manager, would be very happy.
And a single to end the 42nd over. Sri Lanka 209 for 8.
Sure. Rani Aryaratna would also be a happy individual by now. She's been involved with this team for a long time as the logistics person. So after this over, Reshwan, you can be involved with your high hopes game, Visipatana versus St. Joseph's. Laxis is waiting. Oh, Kavisha Dillari. That's the last way she would have wanted to get dismissed. Eden Carson, almost a harmless delivery. See what has happened. Batted well for her, 84 runs. Take a look at this. That's a good takedown, leg side. Kavisha Dilhari, long walk back. Third victim for the wicketkeeper, Bernardine Wisenhout. 209 for 9. This is a game of glorious uncertainties. What a way to be caught behind.
New batter to the middle, Inoka Ranavira. 68 matches, 196 runs, an average of 8.52 and a best score of 32. Number 11 batsman, best score of 32. Batter is quite a number there. And as you said, Haritha, the game between St. Joseph's College and Visipatana College happening down in London Place.
Good work.
You can watch the live action on the papare.com.
Will they bat the 50 overs? Will they bat? These two are experienced campaigners. Udeshika Prabodhani, 58 matches, 38 years old. Inoka Ranavira, 37 years old, 67 matches, 68 matches actually. Eden Carson has so far picked up a couple of wickets.
After this delivery, just another 7 overs. So that's a lot to ask from number 10 and number 11 batters rather. And a dot ball to end the 43rd. Sri Lanka 209 for 9.
15-year-old Koku has been her idol. Just over her green rim. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Sri Lanka 209 for 9, 43 overs gone.
Square. So
Eden Carson picking up the big wicket of Kavisha Dilhari in the last over. That would have been Sri Lanka's hope of batting through the 50 overs, not to mention Dilhari would have been eyeing a century. Got to her maiden half century today. Plenty of overs remaining. She could have got there. Not to be though. Hannah Rowe to continue from the fourth end.
Yeah, I think she was a bit unlucky yesterday, to be honest, to get out the way she did. She would have had an idea about getting to that 3-figure mark. But nevertheless, the good contribution from her. That will do her world of good. Kavisha Dilhari to come up with a performance like that when the chips were down. She was quite calm, composed, solid in defense. That will help her to revive her career immensely.
Yeah, not just her. I think it will also give Sri Lanka the confidence that they've got the players who can take the game deep. If she'd had some support from the top order, then we might have seen a different complexion to the game, but wasn't to be today. Nevertheless, like you said, a lot of confidence to be taken from that. Another wide delivery this time, bouncing over the head. This is one area that New Zealand will really need to focus on. 43 extras so far. 26 wides. Now that's not something you see very often. Sri Lanka also wavered with the ball in the first innings. So overall, not a good day in terms of control.
Yeah, I think once the White Ferns got that 329, and when they dismissed Chamari Athapat, the first ball, it was inevitable. It was going to be one-sided affair. But there are a couple of positives that Sri Lankans can take. Kavisha's contribution with the bat, and also incidentally, this is the first time that they have gone past 200 against the White Ferns.
Yeah, not to mention the series is still wide open. Sri Lanka win the first game. They conceded this one to New Zealand more or less, but they've got one more game. If they can just pull up their socks, put in a better performance like they did on Tuesday, who knows, it could be a maiden bilateral series victory against the White Ferns.
Karanavira. Hannah is going to come over the wicket. That's up in the air. Wow. Susie Bates was feeling that extra cover. Or was it Amelia? Amelia, yes. But the way the New Zealand has turned things around in this second game, it's quite impressive, really. That's up in the air. This time it was over her head. So Ranavira gets off the mark with that one. 212 for 9.
Season 1 Danuma, Season 2 Charitavaliya, Season 3 Krida Viplava.
Fall of wickets for Sri Lanka. 26. 2 wickets going down. Vishnu Gunaratne and Chamari Athapat. That's when the rut started. Eden Carson to continue. Karanavira on strike. That's up in the air. Falls just short of the bowler. Sri Lanka sneak through to a single. Just on the topic of New Zealand, Gamini, I think comparing to how they were in the first game, they've really shown how good they can be on their day. Batting performance was excellent. I thought Of course, Sophie Devine, the longer she bats, the more runs she's going to get, the bigger the total is going to be. But just the way they went, that partnership between her and Kerr went, how they took the singles, put away the bad deliveries, all great to watch.
Yeah, I think coming into today's game, they would have had few things that need to rectify from last time around. Fielding was one. They feel better today, although they've still dropped a couple of chances. Bernadine behind the stumps have had a better day. She had a shocking day last time, didn't she?
Yeah, not to mention Leah Tahuhu, who went for plenty of runs against Chamari Atapattu in the first ODI, comes back, picks up 4 for. Has been excellent, has utilized the bouncer really well, has used her pace really well. Sri Lanka have really had no answers to the likes of Tahuhu.
I mean, before the series started, ST, no doubt, White Ferns were the favourites to win this series. But because Sri Lanka won that shortened game, the series came alive. And to be honest, if it's a 50-over full game, its odds are stacked against the Sri Lankans, don't they? These New Zealand outfit, they've got plenty of experience, and they've got young guns like firing. So 213 for 9.
Yeah, just on what you were talking about in the previous over, it's interesting that you say the longer the game goes on, the harder it's going to be for Sri Lanka to compete. Sri Lanka last played an ODI against New Zealand back in 2017, were comprehensively beaten. But between that period of time, they've played a couple of T20s and still been unable to compete. So it's a bit of a tricky one, I would say, when you say that the longer the game goes, the more competitive Sri Lanka become, because they haven't been able to compete in the 20-over format. I think the New Zealanders also kind of misread the track, the conditions in a game that was between 20 and 50 overs. They'd be regretting that now, but I think with today's performance, they'll be confident that they've got back on track and will be able to put together a better performance on Monday in the decider as well.
Leah is looking to grab her 5th wicket.
Yes, my colleague Reshwan mentioned in the previous stint, Tahuhu now sitting on 98 ODI wickets. Won't be able to get that magical 100th one in this game, but of course she'll have another opportunity on Monday, the 3rd ODI.
That's a nice place to be at this time of the evening. Very pleasant evening here at Galle. Strong breeze coming from. These are the wickets. That's the first one, and that was the key. Dismissal. Atapattu going for a golden duck. Play and a miss.
Get the feeling if Tahuhu can get one straighter, she might have her best chance against Ino Karanavira. Hasn't been really able to get bat on ball that much, so straight delivery, straight at the stumps, that's the way to go against the tail, isn't it?
Just rams it towards third man for another single. I think apart from Atapattu, ST, these two batters have been there for years, haven't they? In this women's setup. Udeshikar and Ranavira.
Yeah, very experienced campaigners. They've been there right throughout, I think, the last decade or so. Not known for their exploits with the bat. They put up a decent fight so far. Udeshika gave some really good support to Kavisha Dilhari, who was looking for that magical three-figure mark.
Driven firmly down the ground. That's a very good looking shot. End of the over, number 46. And a couple of runs to finish the over for Sugandhika. Udeshika, I beg your pardon. 2-1-6 for 9.
That's the schedule for this New Zealand Women Tour of Sri Lanka 2023. Third and deciding ODI will be on the 3rd of July. That's Monday. It's a public holiday in Sri Lanka, so I hope we see a much better crowd in the stands. Entry, of course, is free.
Yeah, it'll be a good match to watch. Both teams on one win each. Sri Lanka for the very first time got an opportunity to win a series against the White Ferns.
And going by how the pitch has played so far in the first two games, you'd expect a high-scoring game once again. Hopefully the weather stays good as it has today.
Arm ball, the quicker ball. Ranavira get some bat onto that one. Yeah, I had a chat with the groundsman today, ST. I believe that the series decider will be played on another strip. Obviously, this strip was used for the first one, and today there's another pitch that have been prepared on the right side.
White Ferns really blocking out the singles. Now they've got most of their fielders in the circle. Sri Lanka 216 for 9. 3 overs to go. Amelia Kerr back into the attack for New Zealand. Searching for her second wicket of the game.
This will be interesting. You can guarantee that she's going to set Inoko Ranavira for a wrong one, the googly. There is a slip in place. She's coming round the wicket. One thing I've realized is she prefers to come around the wicket to the left-handers.
I think it's because she gets so much turn with the wrong end. Just bringing that angle into play. Getting the ball to drift into the batsman and then turn away.
Slightly quicker this time. Ranavira just tucks it behind for another single. And also Atapattu facing only one delivery and rest of the batters batting the 50 overs will be another plus point. Well, you can safely say that Udeshika didn't pick that one.
New Zealand looking to finish things off now. Nearly 48 overs done in the day. No chance of Sri Lanka chasing down the target. They just can't penetrate this lower order, can they?
How did that miss? That's a terrific delivery to finish the over. Much better today from Ameliaka. 10 overs, 1 for 34 her figures. 2 overs to go. Sri Lanka 217 for 9.
Fran Jonas into the attack, replacing Eden Carson from the City end. 29 for no wicket so far for the youngster. Only bowler apart from Brooke Halliday not to feature in the wickets column.
Yeah, you mentioned how New Zealand actually didn't make an effort to get to this middle over. I think apart from winning the game and the terrific batting performance from their team, ST, one thing they'll be happy with is most of the bowlers getting a good run. Couple of them have already finished their full. Couple of them, aren't they? Yeah, couple of players have finished their full quarter of overs. Leah has bowled 8, so she's got a good run.
Yeah, you're right. They aren't really accustomed to these conditions, so they'll want to get in as many overs as possible. Even the likes of Brooke Halliday, who had a bowl today. Don't see her too often. The only one, I think, who didn't get a run today is Susie Bates, who usually does roll her arm over. And that's the last wicket. A chip by Inoka Ranavira, straight to the fielder. That's a good take by Eden Carson just to end the innings. Sri Lanka 218 all out.
Yeah, comprehensive victory for the White Ferns. After putting up a brilliant display with the bat in hand. High fives all around. They taste the first victory in this tour, the White Ferns, and more importantly, series will be alive coming on Monday, the last one.
Yeah, good all-round performance from the White Ferns. Just battered Sri Lanka out of the game, didn't they? 329 was always going to be a tough chase for Sri Lanka. Sophie Devine and Amelia Kerr, magnificent with the bat. Again and again we've mentioned it, how well they played the game. Weren't chasing after deliveries, but just played the ball on its merit. Took apart the Sri Lankan bowling attack in the end. Sri Lanka with the bat, few positives. Kavisha Dilhari, one of them, had 100 for the taking. Unfortunately dismissed, nicking one down the leg side. But they'll be reasonably happy with the total they've been able to get up, 218. It's first time they crossed 200 against the White Ferns, so can be satisfied to a degree.
Yeah, so far this series has been played with good spirits. Chamari Atapattu. How cruel this game can be at times. Coming off 100 and out first ball.
top edge. Nice to see the Sri Lankans still enjoying, smiling. They have been comprehensively defeated by the White Ferns today, and I think they've been outplayed in all three departments. There is a confirmation. New Zealand won by 111 runs. And the series is at 1-1. This was the last wicket. Ranavira just flicking it straight to square leg.
Would have been disappointed that they couldn't bat the 50 overs. They were in all sorts of trouble at 35 for 4 and then recovered through the heroic efforts of Kavisha Dilhari and a few supporting roles. But that was a rather soft dismissal. 43 extras.
Yeah, that will be something that New Zealand coaches will be, the brain trust will be discussing with the team when they have it. So, top order all failing to score for Sri Lanka. Kavisha Dilhari, the Houdini effort from her, 84, her easily the highest score in the innings and highest score for her in the career. Kavya and Sugandhika getting to double figures coming late. Altogether faced 48.4 overs and dismissed for 218.
Burnt in President Hot, 3 victims, 3 catches on top of the 25 runs she scored.
Hannah was pretty good with the new ball. So was Sophie. Both picked up a wicket each. Eden picked up a couple. Amelia 1 for 34. Bowled way better than her first outing. Fran picking up the last one. But the pick of the bowlers, Leah got 4 for 31.
Counted for 3 of the first 4 wickets, Leah Tahu. I thought he was well in line for her second 5-wicket haul. That probably been her best bowling return. Sri Lanka had a daunting task of scoring almost at 6.5 runs and over. Vishmi Gunaratna and Harshita Samaravikrama started off reasonably well.
Yeah, both those boundaries from Vishmi came in 1 over, and then Leah was introduced to the attack.
Maddie was there, and then this was the big miss. Straight to Hannah, no mistake. Leah Tahu was the wrecker on both occasions. Just Harshita Samaravikrama picked up by Maddie once again. And the third wicket with Nilaksha De Silva caught by Amelia Kerr. Sri Lanka at this stage was 35 for 4. And then there was a partial recovery with Anushka Sanjeevani joining Kavisha Dilhari. They got together, sometimes streaky, sometimes confident, sometimes adventurous. They managed to keep that scoreboard ticking. Dilhari in particular, I thought Gamini was playing a very sensible innings.
Yeah, she did play the field. She knew where the fielders were, she knew where the gaps were. Played some innovative shots as well.
And this was caught behind Sanjeevani with the total on 76. Oshadi Ranasinghe didn't last long. The 6 for 108. And then Kavisha Dilhari started taking control. She's quick to pounce on anything shoot, and this was Kavindi dismissed by Tahu, who once again after 36 runs added for the 7th wicket. Sugandhika Kumari then got together, so Kavisha Dilhari get to a first half century, and then Kumari was caught by the wicketkeeper. The total on 178, that was the 8th wicket. Inoka Ranavira joined Kavisha Dilhari, and they were able to torment the spinners and the bowlers before Dilhari was dismissed in a bizarre manner, and Inoka Ranavira was the last one out with a total on 218. Deshika Prabodhini remaining 9 not out.
So match summary: New Zealand winning their toss, batting first, thanks to a magnificent partnership between Sophie and Amelia, both getting 137 and 108 respectively, got to 329 for 7. Oshadi picked up 3 wickets, but Tudeshika was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 38. Sri Lanka.
There was 2 catches each for Nilakshi De Silva and Kavisha Dilhari. You must mention that one was a brilliant diving catch by Dilhari.
Yeah, in reply, Sri Lanka 218 all out. Kavisha Dilhari, a magnificent 84. Leah picked up 4 for 31. Couple for Eden, 2 for 40.
111 runs. The victory margin that brought New Zealand some respectability in this 3-match series, which is tied 1-1 with the deciding last game coming up at the same venue next Monday. We'll take a break, and we'll be back with the presentation in a short while.
Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15 June to 14 July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Aggression is that we come to expect
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has been her idol. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June. Watch as the teams battle it out for a chance to claim their spot in the prestigious ICC Men's Cricket World Cup 2023. Live on Dialog Television at no additional charge. Star Sports 1 and Star Sports 1 HD is now activated on your Dialog Television connection from 15th June to 14th July to watch the entire series. Dialog, the official sponsor of the national cricket team.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
aggression is that we come to expect.
The Ashes is about to witness a new game plan.
It's a record chase for England in Test cricket.
This June, will the English strike back?
We're desperate to get it back.
Watch cricket's arch rivals, England and Australia, lock horns in the Ashes, only on Sony Sports Network.
15-year-old Coco has beaten her idol. Murray has done it. Incredible.
Season 1 දැනුම Season 2 චරිතාවලිය Season 3 ක්‍රීඩා විප්ලව
The time has come, once again, for the Warriors to battle in pursuit of supremacy. Dialog Schools Rugby League. The battle for supremacy starts in June.
Welcome back to the live action and the stories at Galle, the second one-day international between New Zealand women touring Sri Lanka, and the Sri Lanka women has been won by New Zealand women by 111 runs with a superb team performance, and after conceding that first game to the home team, the visitors hit back with a vengeance and in the true spirit of the game played a superb hand at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. The match completed. We now join Damit Veerasinghe with the presentation ceremony.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are all set for the post-match presentation of the second ODI between New Zealand women and Sri Lanka women. New Zealand recorded an emphatic 112-run win. So first of all, we'll speak to the losing team's captain, Chamari Athapattu. Chamari, what went wrong for Sri Lanka today?
Actually, I think our bowling department a little bit struggled today. Especially, I can mention Sophie Divine and Emiliaka batted really good in the middle overs. They built good partnership, so we can't get that 2 wickets. So that's why we lost today game. And yeah, but I'm really happy about our batting performance, especially mid-load and especially I can mention Kavisha Dilhari. She batted really good through the innings. So these are the positive things we carry for the next game.
A little more about Kavisha Dilhari. She's still young, a good all-rounder. What more can you say about Kavisha Dilhari?
She's really good player, so she will be a superstar in future. So I know she have good potential, but she proved today what she can do. So these are the positives. So hopefully she will continue this performance in next tours and these next games.
Thank you very much, Chamari. Wish you all the very best for the next game.
Thank you.
Next up, we will have the captain and also the player of the match, Sophie Divine, for her brilliant 137. Sophie, congratulations. How was the game today? Especially about the team's performance first and then about your personal 100.
Yeah, look, obviously really nice to bounce back from the first ODI and to put on a competitive score. I just wanted to say, Kavisha, fantastic batting today, well done. So, yeah, I think really proud of the girls, the way they bounced back and slogged it out there at the end.
How was the pitch today? You all scored 329. The spinners were there operating all throughout the innings, but you all managed to put up a good score.
Yeah, look, I don't think there's much on offer for the bowlers, whether that's spin or pace. I think it's a pretty flat wicket, so batters, can really cash in, and I think me and Mealy did that today, batting time through the middle there, and bowlers have to work hard, and if you miss by a centimetre, it goes to the boundary. So, yeah, really pleased with our batters today.
A word on Lia Tahu, her performance, 4 wickets today.
Yeah, I think we spoke a lot as a bowling unit around some slight tweaks and changes in our approach, and I thought paid dividends today. To see Leah get 4 wickets was outstanding.
Thank you very much, Sophie. Wish you all the very best for the next game.
Thank you very much.
That's it from the presentation ceremony. 1-1 here in Galle.
Thank you, Damit. A very happy New Zealand women's captain. As we go into the match summary, New Zealand women won the toss, elected to bat first, 329 for 7. That was the highest team total for the White Ferns against Sri Lanka in a one-day international. Skipper Sophie Devine 137, Amelia Kerr 108. The pair put on 229 runs. The third 200-plus partnership for them in one-day internationals. Bernadine Bernhardt 25 was the next best. Oshadi Ranasinghe 3 for 68. Udeshika Prabodhini 2 for 38 were the main wicket takers. 2 catches each for Nilaksha De Silva and Kavisha Dilhari. Sri Lanka in reply were never going to be in the hunt, as they started off with a 26-run partnership, lost the first 4 wickets for 9 runs, and then recovered to 218 all out with 8 balls remaining. Kavisha Dilhari, a career best first half century, 84, and this was the highest team total for Sri Lanka women against New Zealand women. Anushka Sanjeevani and Kavya Kavindi got into double figures later on in the innings. Lia Tahu 4 for 31, picked up 3 of the first 4 wickets to fall. Eden Carson 2 for 40 supported her well, and there were 3 victims for the wicketkeeper Bernadine Besant out. So 111-run victory for New Zealand women to tie the 3-match series 1-all after that unexpected loss in the first game. The deciding third and last one-day international comes up at the Galle International Cricket Stadium next Monday. We thank you for your company right through the 2 days, and expect to see you with our live coverage on Monday, commencing around 9:40 in the morning. So thank you very much on behalf of our team. We have a great pleasure in getting into a situation where this live coverage is already up. So far there have been 12 matches played in one-day internationals between the two sides, and New Zealand are way up in front, 11 games to 1 against Sri Lanka's solitary win in the previous game. So the first 2 games done up. The last one-day international comes up on Monday, and thereafter the tour shifts to the Pisara Oval in Colombo, where the 3 T20 internationals will be played on the 8th, 10th and 12th July with the live coverages on thepapare.com and Dialog Television, in addition to the other portals of Sri Lanka cricket and so on. So hopefully you have enjoyed our coverage today. Look forward to your company in the next game coming up on Monday, the third and last one-day international between the visiting New Zealand women and the home team Sri Lanka women. Thank you from our team here in Galle. Take care. Good night.
telling her to move.